Inside a dining room filled with exquisite cutlery and a large table with delicious meals that would make any mouth water. Young master, please stop. It was an accident. Shut up. Servants tried to stop their young master from beheading a young woman. The woman was trembling on the ground while covering her head. Her arms were black and blue from his repeated kicks. Get your hands off me before I kill all of you next. The servants who tried to stop him backed away in fright. His voice was filled with killing intent as his aura threatened to crush all of the knights and servants. Arnold von Berkley. He is the young heir of the Berkley household. A household that had served the imperial family for generations. His father and the emperor fought together in battle when they were but vassal and prince. Their relationship had been that close ever since they won wars together. Arnold was expected to marry the second princess to make their ties to imperial family stronger. Today would have been their first meeting as fiancés instead of childhood friends, and yet she dares to cancel with a shitty excuse that her body was unwell. The servants could do nothing as they saw Arnold summoning his aura sword out of thin air. All the maid did was accidentally spill tea on his shirt. She was a commoner that his mother brought in to work for her. Since the madam was out, she decided to take the duties of serving the young master together with his personal maid. Now she made the mistake of her life, upsetting the young heir of the Berkley household. Not many survive. The servants didn't do anything to help the girl, partly because they didn't know her very well and that the young heir was the opponent. He was said to be a tyrant that would crush anyone even if they made a small mistake. He was a self-centered man that arrogantly flaunted his strength. He had sexually assaulted many girls at the academy before just because he liked them. No one could stay away from his clutches. They weren't safe. Only one had stood up to him. He was the hero that would have slayed the Demon King together with his comrades. They could be said to be equals, or more like the hero was far more talented. Arnold was a man with unlimited potential to grow. The worst thing about him was that he was aware of how talented he was. This caused his personality to worsen. By the time he was 10 years old, he was already deemed a prodigy of the empire. Many houses requested to marry him to their daughters in hopes of building a connection. His father, Marcus, was a mighty general of the past that managed to gain ducal status and become one of the most influential patriarchs of the empire. He wasn't just wealthy. He was a 9-star knight, so he was possibly one of the strongest people in the nation. With such strong genes in his body, it's no wonder why his son became so strong. But his strength and family background gave him a distorted personality. Arnold paid the cries of the servants no heed and only lifted his sword. His entire body was giving off a powerful and domineering presence.
It seems I made a mistake thinking I could leave you alone after what response you received from Her Highness. A middle-aged man stepped into the room. The servants and knights sighed in relief when the Duke came into the room. He returned from his trip. Another old man was busy dusting off his glove after taking it off. Sebastian. He was the butler of the patriarch of the family. No ordinary servant had the guts to hit the young master. He, however, was a different story. He was the one who trained Arnold after all. He was a 7-star martial artist. Excuse the mess, my lord. And I apologize for hitting young Master Al. He bowed to the middle-aged man. Do not worry, Sebas. This little brat needs to be disciplined properly. The man removed his coat and gave it to a maid. His name was Marcus von Berkley. He was the Duke and the Lord of this city, Lauran. The city was located about 4 kilometers from the Empire. The princess and Arnold had a meeting today, but she cancelled it due to the circumstances. Arnold lay unconscious on the floor, perhaps suffering from a concussion since he wasn't moving. What happened? Marcus' eyes scanned the room. The young woman raised her hand. She lowered her head in shame as she muttered in a tiny voice, I accidentally spilled tea on the young master's shirt. Marcus sighed. Getting worked up over such a thing. Go to Adriana. She's in my office. Chances were that even if Marcus calmed Arnold down, the latter would just find the girl and hurt her again, even against his mother's orders. He was that petty and narrow-minded despite being a genius. No one in this household liked him. Rather, they would be happy if the young master was thrown out of the house. Only his sisters and parents still held affection for him since they were family. The other concubines didn't like him at all. Tea, thank you. She ran out of the room as if she didn't want to stay there. Marcus looked around the room. His eyes landed on a certain girl. She was the girl that Arnold brought in 2 years ago after visiting the slave market. Her hair was blood red and her eyes were blue. She was even more beautiful than some noble ladies even without makeup. This was why Arnold bought her the moment his eyes landed on her. She became his maid and the one who services him at night. He assaulted her one night and forced her to stay, otherwise he'd destroy her family's little shop. She had no choice but to stay with him and pleasure him. Even if she was sold to pay off her parents' debt, she still loved them. She only gets a few days a month to visit them. Lauran. Take care of Arnold for now. Tell him to come to my office when he wakes up. Her pupils slightly shook. She knew that he would lash out at her the moment he woke up. His fist would never miss its target when he was angry. Lauran rubbed her arm and nodded. Of course, Your Grace. Marcus nodded and looked to Sebastian. Sebas. Yes. Help Lauran take Arnold upstairs. As you command. Sebastian bowed. The head of the family left the room soon after. The 17-year-old boy's eyes opened up as he felt a mind-numbing pain that assaulted his head. He gritted his teeth as he held his head in his hands. A ceiling? And a luxurious room as well? Wasn't I at the convenience store? Ha! Where am I? Young master. An emotionless voice called out to him. He turned his eyes over and couldn't help but look at the girl with widened eyes. His mouth opened in disbelief. Red hair that resembled a rose. Blue eyes that could be described as beautiful as the ocean. She was wearing a maid outfit that they usually wore in Europe. He knew who she was when he saw her peculiar hair and facial features. There was literally no one else who had such beautiful sculpted facial features on this continent. Lauran. Yes. Lauran, a major character in a game he used to play every day at home. After losing his job, he turned his attention towards gaming after leaving it behind to focus on his social life after high school. His hard work and dedication earned him the top rankings in the game. His guild was ranked number 3 on the leaderboards. By the way, the players couldn't become the hero. Only special events allowed that. In order to play the game, you'd need to make your own avatar online. You gather other players and then make a guild or clan with them. You could choose to help the hero slay the Demon King and the other villains or not. Liam was part of the number 3 guild of the top 100 rankings. He was a mage, so his equipment was obviously magic items. If this is the game, then the things I earned in the game should still exist, right? He wasn't sure if his hypothesis was correct or not. Since the game was an open world before, players could simply steal another player's loot as they wished. As the game was the future of gaming, you could basically do everything in it. Even get a family. But due to social issues, the devs made some limitations. Too much of something good could harm a person's mentality after all. Anyway, even a puny noob at level 1 could invade the Demon King's territory. That depends if they could survive the beast glades. Liam was a level 100 before. Not many people were able to reach the level cap of the game. Lauran hesitantly approached the bed. She held her hand on Arnold's forehead to feel the temperature. She wasn't exactly worried, but she didn't want to be scolded by Arnold's mother, so she had to make sure he was all right. How do you feel? It feels like I'm hungover. Hungover? Wait a second. If she called me young master. Arnold jumped out of the bed and ran towards the mirror in the room. He froze when he saw the person's reflection. The face Arnold saw resembled the illustration of the character in the game. Dark blue hair and blue eyes. He had a sharp jawline and narrowed eyes. His skin was pale and his hands were chapped from training with the sword for his entire life. His body was forged from the training he did throughout his childhood. Arnold von Berkley. He was one of the critically renowned villains of Star Fantasy. I was reborn as the villain. Arnold couldn't understand what happened or why he ended up as the villain of Star Fantasy. What is this shit? I was on my way to the convenience store to buy something and now this had to happen. He turned his eyes over to the girl standing meekly by the bed. She quickly lowered her head to hide her hateful expression. Arnold knew who she was. Lauran, the first Archmage's descendant. She killed him by dropping an entire meteor on his villa where he was resting. This happened in the future after she couldn't take his beatings and rough assault anymore. They never knew who killed him. The player could either choose to kill Arnold or decide to let Lauran forget about the past and embrace the future. If they chose the latter, then Lauran would leave the household, fall in love with the protagonist and join his hero party. Was it even possible to be reincarnated or transmigrated into a video game? It wasn't even that popular in the few years that it was released. Only after a while did the game gain a lot of popularity. The hardcore fans that were there from day one received special prizes. Liam received multiple high-ranking weapons along with an extremely powerful battleship. The goal of the game was to find all the star-ranked artifacts and defeat the final bosses. If I'm in a game, then I should have a status, right? But no matter how many times he called status, it never popped up. Was it because he was an irregularity of this world? Were there others like him? Shit. What is this bullshit? Liam, no, Arnold sighed as he grabbed his head. Okay, calm down. I should get to the bottom of this. At that moment, Lauran spoke again. Master told me to inform young master to head to his office after you've woken up. What happened that I feel like my head is on the verge of exploding? It felt like he jumped headfirst into concrete. He sighed again to calm himself. His heart was pulsating much faster than average as his mind was full of confusion. Take me there. The two of them walked through the corridor. Arnold could see the servants avoid eye contact with him when they passed by him. He smiled bitterly as he remembered what a tyrant Arnold usually was. Harassment, assault and beatings. He would do such things to anyone that so much as pissed him off slightly. Even his slave maid wasn't safe from his clutches. Young Master Al. At that moment, a sweet voice called out to Al. He turned around and saw a young woman approach him. HM? Isn't she? Lady Victoria. Victoria. She was Arnold's personal maid. She was, in fact, the one who raised Arnold ever since he was a young boy. Victoria came from a vassal house of the Berkley family. She started working here when she was at the tender age of 15. Despite serving the Berkley family for a decade, she hadn't aged that much. Rather, she had grown more beautiful. She was a woman with long black hair and red eyes. Her collar was slightly open and revealed her big chest. Holy Mother of... He already saw her illustrations in the game. She was always deemed the big boob maid. Players could receive quests from her, as well as help in the game. Out of all the women the villain Arnold was close with, she was the only one that didn't fall for the hero or plot his death. Rather, she was in love with someone else. I heard you caused quite the trouble. That's not very noble of you. Let me take it over from here, slave. Go to your chambers. Only a few people could call him Al. his mother, sisters, and finally, his personal maid, Victoria. Yes. Lauran obediently left. Let me take you there. Victoria was smiling, but her eyes were coldly looking at Arnold. I thought you've grown, Al. Why did you have to let me down this much? Her eyes seemed to convey her thoughts as such. Okay. Arnold didn't say anything and only followed after her. He could see her garter belt under her maid dress wrapping around her meaty but strong thighs. With a body like that, any man would go crazy with lust. However, she had yet to choose a husband. She was still pure as well. That further intensified the animalistic lust in men. Her hair released a sweet scent of flowers as Al walked behind her. It was the kind of smell that wasn't choking like all those ladies of nobility who wear so much makeup. Arnold failed to understand why she didn't fall for the hero. The hero was loved by all. He was blessed with peerless handsomeness. His skills and swordsmanship was second to none as well. No one could compete against such a charismatic individual. Even his fiancée, Olivia, who was on par with Victoria in terms of beauty, fell for this scary stew of a hero. He was literally without a fault, and that was why everyone loved him. No, he had one particular flaw, but it was fixed when he had his comrades around him. She was the one who protected Arnold when he was about to be slashed by the hero's sword. That was how Arnold became a main villain. He was already teased to be one, but that was the trigger. All the players cried for her death. She was an important figure in the game and the hero just had to kill her. Many didn't like how it was set up. Didn't Arnold match the hero in strength? We have arrived. Before Victoria pushed the door open, she fixed Arnold's shirt and tie. She patted down his spiky dark blue hair and looked at him seriously. Please don't make a fuss this time. You will be in the presence of the Duke. Arnold cleared his throat. He haughtily walked past her with his hands in his pockets. Whatever. Out of my way. She smiled wryly and stepped back. That was how Arnold usually spoke to her. Good old bastard, Al. I will prepare your bath in the meantime. Victoria bowed before descending down the stairs. Liam sighed in relief before opening the door to the Patriarch's office. Sit down. He saw red eyes glare at him from the other side of the room. Marcus von Berkley. One of the strongest knights on the continent.
Star Fantasy, or better known as the grandfather of the RPG genre, was a game that released over a decade ago. At first, not much was known about the game. Not many people played it on launch day. No one wanted to waste their time on a game that might have flopped in a few years. Liam, however, had plenty of time when he was a high school kid. He always bunked school and never did his homework. To him, it didn't matter whether he passed or failed. He was the kind of person who lived in the now. What better way to waste your time than play a small game that just released? He and some of his friends built their own computer from the ground up, so it was able to handle the game fairly well. They didn't seem interested in first, but it wasn't the same for Liam. He was a fan of fantasy games. The kind that could serve as escapism. It was his favorite genre. As for most teenagers and young adults, he instantly fell in love with the game. He stayed out of school for days, weeks, and finally months. He had no family, so no one was around to nag him to go to school. It was only a few months after that he got bored. This game is so basic now. I've seen everything. Liam would always complain about that. He even streamed the game every now and then to see if anything changed. Sadly, not much changed in the next couple of months since launch day. They would update the game every now and then, but nothing major. That was until a year later that the game released. As a perk for being a day one player, Liam received countless gifts from the company. If it wasn't for him streaming their game, then no one would have wanted to play it. It was only a small game at first, after all. We would like you to test out our prototype. That was the email he received, along with a code for a certain something. Dunfer, one of the first flying battleships in the game. Needless to say, he was a monster with this ship. He raided other players' bases and stole their loot. He was literally a villain in the eyes of the newbies. Liam continued to attack many more players out of pure enjoyment. He was like a god. Millions of views came rolling in when they heard the first battleship was being tested by a high school kid. But that wasn't all. He didn't just attract the eyes of the average viewers, but of the other DOP Day 1 players as well. One day, he was thinking of raiding a small battleship that was about to pass by his territory. He thought they would be chumps like all the others. How wrong he was. Alex, a swordsman who was also at the level cap of the game, challenged him to a duel. In duels, battleships are not allowed, so Liam had to fight him using his own power. Mages are typically at a disadvantage against swordsmen. They were more powerful but far slower than swordsmen. That depended on the other party's stats. At his level, he could beat a mid-level cap 50 swordsman without breaking a sweat. There was nothing to worry about. After all, there were only a few players who reached the level cap. I have these items. Kukuku. When I win, you become my servant. Kayahaha. Very well, great magic caster. He had so many star-ranked artifacts that he didn't know what to do with them. The developers must have appreciated his support a lot. Eh? But what he didn't expect was that his opponent was just like him. Alex defeated Liam with a Sanctity Sword Strike. One of the most powerful moves in the game. It was one strike. One. It was humiliating. I accept defeat. I will follow you as your servant. No. I wish to have you as my partner. I wonder how you're doing, Alex. Arnold sat down on the chair and crossed his legs. His posture wasn't upright and polite. Rather, it was that of a hooligan. A vein bulged on Sebastian's temple. He was about to shout at Arnold for his rudeness, but the Duke raised his hand. He stepped back and nodded his head. Marcus crossed his fingers and looked at his son. He was a man with a towering build, strong cheekbones and a chiseled face. His beard was well-groomed and his hair was swept neatly to the side. Despite being over 50 years old, Marcus was still a handsome man. Arnold, do you know why I called you here immediately after I arrived at home? Marcus spoke after a brief moment of silence. To nag, probably? Young Master Dash. Sebastian had a twisted look on his face as he glared at Arnold. The latter almost fell from his chair from fright. But he pretended he wasn't scared and only harumphed. Come done, Sebas. Or would you like to leave the room? Ha! I will be as silent as the night. Excuse my rudeness. He looked down in apology. Marcus only nodded. True. I am going to nag you. However, that won't change anything. Just like it hasn't for years now. His father said. I have been visiting the nearby fief lords and heard quite a lot of things from them. How my son has been annoying their daughters, burning their fields, and harassing their knights out of pure enjoyment. Aha, that it? Marcus sighed. I heard that you impregnated a village girl. She came forward and said that it happened 2 months ago. Tell me, son, do you not see a woman when you look at a female? Are they all just tools to vent your lust out on? The girl was in tears when she told me what you did. She was unwilling to bear your child. Yet you didn't listen. Arnold sighed exaggeratedly. She should have said no in the first place. Besides, contraceptives exist. Shouldn't this mysterious girl have come to my father when I was present? That way he would be able to confirm whether or not he slept the person. He could also make Victoria verify since he didn't really remember anything Arnold did in the past. They are not cheap. You know that as much as I do. Marcus took off his tie and creaked his neck. I was looking forward to retiring after your wedding, but that is now impossible. I'm getting old now, son. Arnold was expected to marry Olivia and connect their two families. This was something both Marcus and the Emperor were looking forward to. This would hinder the foreign nation royalties from using marriage as a means of gaining power of the imperial family of this empire. If one looked at the surface, it seemed like a good idea. However, Arnold already knew that it was a bad idea to engage the two of them. Can I leave now, old man? Arnold. Marcus' face changed from its usual calmness. There was now a piercing cold glint in his eyes. Sit down. Now. He was serious about this. Arnold sat down silently. Marcus wasn't the type of guy to be hard on his family even if they caused trouble for him. However, Arnold could see that the line had been crossed with his shenanigans. I have been thinking of selecting another heir to fill your role. Huh? Sebastian looked towards Marcus in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. I apologize for not telling you, Sebas. However, this was necessary. This has been put on hold for years now. I waited to see if my son would change. But alas. Marcus leaned back on his chair. Starting tomorrow, you are no longer the heir of the Berkley ducal household. The duchy will also be given to the new heir. What? Arnold shouted. How can you make this decision without consulting me first? You can't just give our lineage that has lasted for hundreds of years to some miscreant. Arnold hit his father's desk. A large dent formed on the surface. Consulting you first? Marcus stood up and glared into Arnold's eyes. This is my decision. Isn't it obvious that I should select the most favorable route to ensure my family survives? Master, I do not understand. I thought there wouldn't be any trouble if young Master Arnold became the patriarch, Sebastian said. You were wrong about that, Sebas. If I'm being honest, Arnold succeeding me would be the worst outcome at present. I thought things would change when Olivia marries him. We would gain the support of the imperial family so all our opponents would forget about trying to take us down. So this is why you want the marriage to be over and done with. Nobles usually wait until they are 20 before they marry each other, but you said that it was fine if the two married at 17 years old. Now why you said that? Exactly, Sebas. I discussed this with his mother and she has given me her blessing. Marcus looked at Arnold. Son, you should understand that the world of the aristocracy is a cruel world. Sometimes we have to make decisions even if they upset others. Because it's to ensure our survival? Arnold finished his father's words. This is for the best. Please understand. Yes, father. Well, I don't really care. Arnold, no, Liam was only acting. Why the heck would he care about the position? All that awaited the heir was hardships and even more assassinations. He would much rather not be at the end of someone's blade. He was an average gamer just a day ago. What would he know about fighting nobles and surviving in the political world? I'm grateful that you understand the merits. I'm too old for stressing this much. I want to take my wife and have vacation for an entire year. Marcus muttered with a sigh. Arnold asked with feigned ignorance, so who is the next heir? Is it Jack? No. It's impossible for me to wait until Jack matures. He is still only 10 years old. Marcus denied Arnold's question. Of course, Arnold knew who it was. So he's another noble's son who you adopted. Well, I did adopt him. You're half right about that, Marcus said vaguely. He looked towards the door. Come in, Luke. My son. I am sorry for eavesdropping. Sir. A timid, shy voice came through the door when it opened. A boy with blonde hair and blue eyes entered. What the? Who's this little pipsqueak? Arnold stood in front of Luke like a towering mountain. The 14-year-old boy's legs were shivering. This is Luke. I met him a year ago when I had meetings with my subordinates to solve the crop decline. Marcus stepped between the two. He could tell that Arnold was trying to intimidate Luke. He'll be my replacement? Look at him. Arnold grabbed Luke's arm. It was so soft and small like a twig. He's so damn delicate and tiny. How is he supposed to succeed this me? Arnold let go of his hand and bent down. His blue eyes glared at Luke. Oi. Why yes, sir. Luke answered politely while rubbing his hand. You and me. Fight. Right now. Eh. Luke looked at Marcus and Sebastian and saw both of them shake their heads. Both had the same thoughts judging from their expressions. Not again. Yeah. Who's that cute boy? I don't know. Oh no. The young master is dragging him to the training grounds. Nearby maids noticed Arnold dragging Luke by the arm down the corridor. The Duke and the head butler were silently following behind. Both were poker-faced. What's going on? Another servant asked. It seems the young master is taking that boy to do the ritual. The ritual referred to when Arnold tests the power of those that interest him. He would usually flaunt his power to new knight recruits. There were even some of the senior knights who faced him as well. Not many of them were strong enough to face him back then. Why, young master? Luke was trying his best to escape Arnold's grip. It was way harder than before. Shut up. I'm gonna show my old man that you're nothing. A nobody. How the hell can he think that a little kid like you can become a better heir than me? After walking for a while, they arrived at the backyard where the training grounds were. It was an open grass plain. The forest was further down the hill. There was a small river as well. That was where Arnold and Olivia used to play when they were kids. Take up your arms, Arnold said and glanced at the servants. They brought over a racket filled with weapons of different kinds. As usual, he selected a double-edged sword. Let me taste the power of the hero.
Star Fantasy had many bosses or villains, as you could call them. The final villain was, unsurprisingly, the Demon King. He was a fallen devil who was banished from the underworld. His story was never truly explained in detail, but some believed he was the illegitimate child of Satan. Anyway, Arnold was one of the endgame bosses. Classified as a Dragon Lord ranked threat. Dragon Lords were the highest-ranking species in this world. It could be said that they were at peak 9th star. Arnold was someone few could stand up against. Those few included the hero and his party members. Lauran, the Archmage. The one given this title has reached the peak of magic. Flora, the former princess, now master swordsman. Some believed that she was from a fallen kingdom before she migrated to the empire of Yulia. Alatus, the divine guard of the heavens. He was the bearer of the holy shield and the protector of the hero. And finally, Olivia. She was a great strategic genius born every 100 years. Players had tried raiding the empire during her rule, only to be defeated mercilessly by her tactics. It wasn't just that her IQ was extremely high, but she was also said to be a boss-level threat. That meant that if she were not the hero's wife, then she would have been a threat as great as adult Arnold. This was why Arnold had to tread carefully in the future. He shouldn't antagonize Olivia openly. Rather, he should gain her trust. There was one other thing that frightened players about her. She had the SS-ranked innate talent that allowed her to tame spirit beasts. Spirit beasts were ranked the same as powerhouses in this world. The weakest could possibly rank lower than 5, while the strongest could be above 8. There had been speculation that there existed a level beyond 9th rank, but no one believed this claim. Olivia's favorite beasts were Negard, the divine lion, and Puba, the chaos angelic eagle. Both were ranked at 8. This was why Olivia was feared not only for her intelligence. The hero managed to make such a woman fall for him. It was rather sad looking at this boy who was supposed to be the hero in the future. I'll have to look after him for now. But I can't show my concern openly. I'm supposed to be a bastard, after all. Al stood in a stance. Luke was finding it hard to keep his sword from trembling. It was a pathetic sight. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention towards the fight. The Duke didn't seem to mind that the servants were also watching. He only had an interested look on his face. Another person stepped through the back door leading to the training grounds. It was Adriana, Al's mother. Behind her, Victoria followed. Victoria wanted to intervene to stop the fight, but then she saw that even the Duke wasn't doing anything. She knew right then that the Duke had something in mind. Who is this? Adriana looked towards the Duke with a questioning gaze. Even she didn't know about Luke. Yes, Sir Duke. Is this a test? Luke looked towards Marcus. The latter continued with his silence. He was looking at Luke, but it seemed like his attention was somewhere else. Oh, don't look away from your opponent. I'll hit Luke with the sheath of the sword. It sent mind-numbingly pain up his spine. Gua. Luke fell on his knees from the attack to his head. Blood dripped down his face. To be a true leader of the great Berkley family, one must be strong. Blue aura rose from the tip of Arnold's sword. He pointed the tip at Luke. If you can survive from this aura condensed blast, then I'll consider giving up my position. Does that sound fair, Father? Marcus nodded slowly. It was a plain ridiculous thing to do. How could a boy like Luke survive an aura blast from a 5th-star knight? Since the blast is focused on a single point, the power was above those of normal aura blasts. Earl smiled evilly. Luke tried his best to stand up. His head was ringing like crazy. So much so that his vision was like looking through a tunnel. The tip of the sword was right in front of his face. He felt the scorching heat of aura near his face. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Aura! A cute shout came from behind Arnold. HM! He turned his head, then saw a girl's shoe aim for his face. The kick made him stagger backwards and disable the aura blast after losing concentration. Luke! Are you okay? The girl stood between Luke and Arnold. She glared at the young man with dark blue hair. Non. What are you doing here? Luke was taken aback seeing his childhood friend stand up to Arnold. She glared at Arnold with her hands on her hips and a pout on her lips. Who do you think you are to bully Luke, huh? Just because he's smaller than you, doesn't mean you can pick fights with him. You nobles are all the same. The girl had long auburn-colored hair and green eyes. She was the kind of girl who was small and cute but feisty. She was Luke's childhood friend and the one who he saw as his sister. Arnold, along with the audience watching, was surprised to see the girl kick him so brazenly. He tasted blood and wiped his mouth. His lips hit his tooth, which tore it a bit on the inside. Why did you follow that old man with the nice suit? Non pinched Luke's cheek. Those knights kept chasing me away when I tried to get in here. Why did you leave without telling Mommy at least? I am sorry. Ho ho ho. Marcus couldn't hold in his laugh. Who is this young lady? Your girlfriend. Gigi girlfriend. Luke's entire face flushed red. No. I'm his sister. No, forget that. You're that old man who took him. Non ran towards Marcus and punched his stomach. Take this. You decrepit old man. Stealing boys like a creep. Are you a pervert interested in boys? WHA. Sebastian was so caught off guard by her actions that he froze. When everyone looked at Marcus' face, they could see a dark shadow loom. Non continued punching his gut while shouting that he was a creep. Marcus raised his hand. This action made everyone shiver. Non. That's Duke Berkley. Luke shouted. He thought that Marcus was about to hit her, but his next action baffled everyone. Huh? Duke. Non looked dumbfounded at the middle-aged man with a dark blue beard. Oh ho! Excuse me, young miss. I didn't mean any harm when I asked Luke to come to my residence. Marcus patted her head with a hearty laugh. Sebastian sighed in relief. If Marcus hit the girl, then nothing would have remained of her. It was a godsend that he was a patient man with a love for children. Luke hurriedly pulled Non backwards and chided her for her behavior. Marcus continued laughing at their innocence. The tension was released from everyone's bodies. Don't do that again. Luke shouted while shaking Non's shoulders. Okay. Okay. Geez, stop overreacting. I didn't know, okay. I'm overreacting. You kicked the young master. Luke thought and smiled wryly. Oh, no. The young master. He had forgotten how short-tempered Arnold was. He heard the kind of tyrant the young master of the Berkley family was. He felt his spine tingle when a heavy pressure weighed down on him from behind. Non noticed a towering shadow look down on both of them. Luke was shoved aside by the shadow. All he saw in those few seconds was a big hand in the shape of a fist strike Non in the stomach. Her eyes went white and saliva flew out of her mouth. The sun behind his back casted a rather ominous shadow over Arnold's figure. His body was oozing with ominous blue aura. Non. At that moment, Luke felt something inside his body explode. It was like a man-made dam on the verge of breaking apart. Not just Luke sensed this overwhelming outpour of aura, the same could be said for the powerhouses of the Empire. They didn't know what it was, but they felt it. A sleeping dragon awoke from its slumber. Marcus felt it before. It was that day he met Luke for the first time. A bandit wanted to hurt his family, which was Non, her sister and mother. The Duke was called because the bandit was a dangerous criminal who slaughtered thousands of villagers. As a man who loved his citizens, he wouldn't just let such a maniac loose. However, when he arrived at the scene, it was over. All he saw was a crater filled with aura that burned like the sun. It was the legendary golden aura. Non collapsed on the ground. Think twice before doing that again. Arnold was about to turn around, however, all he saw was a gigantic wall of golden aura burst toward him. The source? The future hero, Luke. Was it too much? That was Al's last thought before he lost consciousness from being hit in the head a second time. Later that same day. Where am I? What's this sweet scent? This soft feeling? Al thought to himself as he took a deep sniff of the pleasant scent that he smelled. It was combined with the softness that he had never felt before, even on a pillow. He wanted to lay there forever. He smeared his face and clutched onto the soft pillow. Not only was it pleasant to smell, but to touch as well. Did I just hear a moan? Arnold looked up. He could see two mountain peaks that seemed to block the sun, hang over his face. He looked down. There was a uniform similar to the uniform the maids wore in the household. Although, this one was a little more extravagant. He pulled up the skirt a little to see what he was lying on. Two plump thighs with a garter belt appeared in his face. That's inappropriate. The woman slapped away his hands. It was a familiar voice. Al silently stood up and looked at the person. It was Victoria Lauran, the eldest daughter of Baron Lauran. If the two mountain peaks that seemed to defy gravity didn't tell him who she was, then the beauty mark below her left eye did. Al stood silently as if nothing happened and turned around. It was to hide the blush on his face. Oh my God! Oh my God! It's her! He had never even been in contact with a girl before in his life. Well, only online. The guild master of their guild, Alex, was a woman as well. Since he was the vice guild master, they spent a lot of time together. No one could tell that she was a woman since she used a male avatar. Only Al knew. But still, that didn't make the current situation any less weird. Face to face was different than talking online. God, she's so gorgeous. The myth. These teenage hormones. Arnold couldn't believe how dangerous this woman's beauty was. She was just sitting there, but he had already gotten a hard-on. Are you okay? Victoria sounded a little flustered. She fanned herself with her hand. What happened? Al asked. Victoria fumbled with her words. She knew how much of a sore loser he was. You lost. I looked at the orange hue cast over the sky by the setting sun. It had been a few hours ever since the fight. Did she take care of me ever since then? He looked back at Victoria. She was back to her usual self. Her expression was calm and composed. I see. He didn't freak out as he did with most of his losses in the past. Victoria would always have to calm him down somehow, so what was happening was a little surprising. She always had to pat his head and tell him that everything was okay. Where is everyone? Everyone is gathered in the dining room. The Duke said that you are welcome to join them. That is, if you want to. Victoria explained and dusted off her dress. Or would you like me to book you a table at a restaurant? There is a special dish being served at Lumerge tonight. I'll join them. Are you sure, Al? Victoria hugged him from behind. I know losing your right as heir is hard to take in, but you have to be strong. Don't force yourself to prove anything, okay? TCH, Al slapped away her hand and walked out of her embrace. Whatever. Victoria blew air out of her nose and closed her eyes. She opened her eyes when she no longer heard Al's footsteps. The training grounds was now completely silent. He looked so cute in his sleep. Fu. Victoria chuckled as she remembered him clutching to her like a baby. It was like the times he used to follow her around and cling to her when he was young. I'll definitely make you my wife one day. Huh, I wish you stayed that pure boy you once were. Chapter 4. Arnold walked through the corridor. By now, servants should have been at their busiest of the day since the entire family had a tradition of having dinner together. However, someone was standing in the hallway. He noticed the person standing next to one of the knight statues. Master, are you feeling all right? Lauran appeared in front of him. She was holding a neatly folded shirt in her arms. Please take this. She held the shirt out to him. Arnold looked down at his attire. Except for his pants that were still intact, his shirt lost a few buttons. He took off the shirt and took the one Lauran held out to him. I received your schedule for tomorrow from Lady Victoria. Should I book a carriage to the Stalk territory tomorrow so you can meet with Earl Stalk regarding? Cancel everything. Arnold said after pulling down the shirt. Pardon. Lauran was confused by his flat answer. Cancel everything on that list. Those duties aren't my responsibilities anymore. I'll ask my mother to attend in my place for tomorrow. Now that I have time to myself, I need to find answers. Are there more of me or am I the only one? Arnold thought to himself as he walked in the direction of the dining room. Lauran followed close behind him. Is everything the same as the hero's DLC story? What happened earlier today where he met Luke was something that actually happened in the extra content that the company released. However, Non wasn't supposed to be part of the story until a few years later. Why did she get mixed into the story this early? Was it for convenience sake? It was like events happened that somehow changed the flow of the story. He wanted to know if the game's plot would follow the same story, instead of doing whatever is on that list. Arnold stopped in front of the dining room door. He could hear his family talk inside. He turned his head and looked at Lauran. Have Luke ready to leave by tomorrow morning before the sun rises. There's somewhere I have to take him. That's odd. Just a few hours ago he was attempting to take Master Luke's life. Understood. I will dutifully do so. Lauran didn't ask any further and agreed to follow to his order. Before I forget, come to my chambers tonight when everyone is asleep. When Lauran was about to leave, she froze. Arnold's words made her body go stiff. Must I wear the usual? She forced down her pride and spoke through gritted teeth. Don't be late. Arnold didn't hear her question and put his hand on the doorknob after that. Lauran wanted to say something, but she decided to stay quiet. In his current state, if she got him angry, then he'd do more than just hit her. Yes, master, Lauran said coldly before walking away. When Lauran left, Arnold stood frozen with his hand on the door. How did the original Arnold act after the fight again? You bastard! You cheated by using a scroll. I want a rematch. Arnold yelled that to Luke over the dining table. It was a memory he couldn't forget. Let's just be silent about what happened. Luke went through a partial awakening yesterday. Arnold figured that it must have been because he saw Non get hurt. She was the love of his life, so it wasn't surprising. When Arnold opened the door, many gazes turned towards him. All the chatter stopped. Non and Luke were sitting next to the Duke. The two were being questioned by the Duke about a lot of things before Earl showed up. Naturally, Arnold had to act pissed. His face twisted evilly. Finally showed up, huh? His older sister, Anna, looked at him with disapproval. She crossed her arms. Do you have no shame for your behavior earlier today? Let's not talk about that, Anna. Marcus shook his head with a frown on his face. The boys settled whatever feud there was between them. Right, Arnold? TCH. Arnold clicked his tongue when he saw that the only open seat was next to Luke. Luke seemed to have realized too. His eyes widened. I'm sorry. He bowed his head with his hands on the table. Arnold walked over to his seat and sat down. That was merely a fluke, all right? You were just lucky. He spouted the words they expected from a sore loser. Judith, the second wife, chuckled. Something funny? Arnold asked with a frown. She put her hand in front of her mouth and shook her head. Oh dear me. Forgive me. I just remembered a story my son told me the other day. It still makes me chuckle. She was a woman with black hair and red eyes. Her body was slim and fit. Sitting next to her was her son, Jack. He was a 10-year-old boy with the same hair and eyes as his mother. He was the second eldest son of this household. His baby brother, Thomas, was still a toddler. His mother was from a foreign nation's royalty. She was the 11th princess, so she wouldn't be expected gain much from the king. That was why she was married to the famous general known as the spear god, Marcus. Although not as with his father, Jack was also quite skilled with the spear. He was the only one born with the right qualities to use a spear. Melina, the youngest daughter who was Jack's age, was a magic caster and she was enrolled into a junior magic school before she goes to the academy. Anna wasn't a warrior or mage of any kind. Rather, she owned a merchant firm in the imperial capital. They were in charge of supplying equipment to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Adriana, the first wife, was a mage who finished her stage 7 exams just last year. Meaning, she was a full-fledged 7-star mage. The stages represented the difficulty of a course in magic classes. 1 to 3 was the basic courses offered in magic schools. 4 to 7 was what was offered at the academy. It had been a grueling 10 years, but she finally finished what was known as the highest and most difficult of magic exams. She would start her first year as a professor at the University of Magic Arts at the start of next year. Adriana had long brown hair and green eyes. She was in her 40s, but her physique was that of a young woman. Anna had the same features as her mother, while Melina looked more like her father and Arnold. Although her blue hair was a lighter tone than theirs. "What is to happen to Arnold, dear?" Judith asked with concern on her face. "Will he leave the family?" Everyone stiffened. Rather than sounding sad about the situation, she seemed delighted instead. That smile made it obvious. "I would never disown my son." "Why would you think I'd do that?" Marcus didn't seem to mind her question. "Well, he has been causing quite a lot of trouble. I figured this would be best for everyone. You know, some of the citizens have requested us to send him away to a faraway land." "Really now? Can you tell me who it is so I can deal with them myself?" Arnold butted in. "Calm down, son. As I've said, I will not go through such extreme measures. Luke is already successor. So what's the problem?" Marcus couldn't understand why they were even having the discussion. He had already made his decision. As the head of this household, shouldn't his decisions be final? "You have gotten soft, my lord. Where is that demon of the spear arts now?" Sebastian thought to himself. Marcus continued speaking. "If you have something to say, then be straightforward, Judith. Stop beating around the bush. I've known you for more than a decade by now, so I know you want to say something." "Indeed. I have something to say." Judith stood up. She pointed at Luke. "Why is it that this filthy commoner is inheriting the household and not my Jack?" Mother." Jack looked at his mother in surprise. "Quite, Jack. This is unacceptable." Judith threw down her napkin in a huff and grabbed Jack's hand. "This has been a pleasant meal, however, I have lost my appetite." She looked at both Luke and Arnold in disgust. She harumphed before heading for the door. Her attendants followed behind. "Jack is still too young. He is only 10 years old. Luke is expected to turn 15 in 2 months, which would be the perfect time to announce my decision to the nobles." Judith stopped for a moment to take in his words. After clicking her tongue, she left. Adriana, who had been quiet this entire time, spoke. "It's obvious that woman hates Sul." "Huh?" Marcus sighed. "I'll go speak with her later. This has escalated more than I thought it would." Marcus looked at all his children. "I apologize for keeping quiet about Luke. But I want all of you to trust my decision. I am not asking this as the Duke of this empire but as your father. Me choosing him does not mean I will forsake the love I have for my children. Your positions have not changed." Melina, who was the youngest at 10 years old, spoke. "Will Big Brother leave?" She held Arnold's hand with moist eyes. "No, Mel. I won't leave." He patted her head. "Yael. But I need Arnold to do something. And this requires him to be away from home." Marcus explained. "Eh?" Arnold acted surprised. He already knew what would happen next. Adriana, Anna, Melina, Non and Luke looked towards the Duke. They awaited in silence. Even the servants perked up their ears to listen in. "Son," Marcus looked at Arnold with a serious expression on his face. "I want you to become the Lord of Whitech City." "What?" Adriana threw down her fork when she heard that. She stood up and shouted. "Are you insane? Sending my son to such a city that your previous vessel failed to even save?" "See, calm down, dear." Marcus tried to ease her anger by speaking gently. If one thing could cause the Duke to go depressed, it was being hated by his family. He might have been a mighty 9th-star spear user, but he was still a man who adored his family. No. I will not. You decided this without consulting me. He's my son too. Stop screaming so damn loud, mother. I accept, father. Arnold answered coolly. A. Adriana was taken aback by the lack of hesitation from her son. Usually, he wouldn't agree to anything right off the bat, even if his father told him to do something. See? The boy already agreed. Marcus smirked. Inside, he was actually happy that Arnold didn't reject his offer. What was weird was how Melina and Anna were still silent. Is something wrong, you two? Marcus asked when he sensed the tense atmosphere. Anna looked at him. Are you planning on breaking our family apart by sending him away on this crazy journey to save one of your cities? Are you going to be marrying me off as well? What about Melina? Will you agree for some foreign prince to get engaged to her? Oh, of course not. Ha 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 ha. Marcus laughed dryly. Both his daughters were looking at him coldly. They are really fond of their brother, huh? Marcus thought while smiling wryly. Adriana was looking at Arnold with a worried expression. Are you sure you'll be okay? Adriana asked. She held Arnold's cheek. Shouldn't be too hard. I've been learning about how to rule a city ever since I was 10 years old. I was fated to rule this city anyway, Arnold said proudly. In reality, he had no idea what to do to manage a city. Just because he transmigrated into a genius body didn't mean he'd become a genius too. His only skill involved how to handle a conversation in order to get out of it. It was expected of an antisocial person. But that was okay. He knew what to do. I'll order one of my gunners to join you, Marcus said while cutting a sausage. I'll do it on my own, father. Huh. I'll find someone on my own. Arnold repeated his words. Are you sure? Marcus asked skeptically. That city will be operational in the span of 10 years. Arnold stuck out his chest. By the way, father. Arnold spoke again. HM. May I have some money? I'm taking Luke somewhere tomorrow. Emmy. Luke looked confused. It was the first time he had heard of this. Marcus looked suspiciously at Arnold. Don't worry about earlier today. I won't do anything to him. He lifted his hands in defeat. Then where are you going? Marcus asked. Surely not to a brothel? Everyone who knew Arnold's daily routine thought the same thing. What the fuck, Arnold? You seriously went to whorehouses? Liam was disgusted. No. I'm going to the auction house, he said calmly. Aha. Marcus finally understood why. So you want to buy him his first sword? First sword? Luke looked at the two of them. Arnold sighed heavily. Do you know nothing of noble customs, commoner? As in tradition, when a younger brother succeeds the elder brother, the latter is required to buy the former's first weapon. It is a symbol of sorts. The elder brother recognizes the younger one as a man. Since I am the eldest son here, I am required to buy one for you. Luke's eyes sparkled. Arnold cleared his throat. You won, so it's fair. Everyone chuckled. The young master being kind for once. Sebastian muttered. I could clearly hear that. But he could agree with Sebas. Ha 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 ha. Take as much as you need. Marcus laughed heartily. Who would have thought my son would change this much after one battle? Adriana also smiled. She was happy at the outcome. Arnold wasn't behaving as they thought he would. "I'll kill you and your family if you don't fight me." That was his expected phrase. It was actually the same in the game. But Liam didn't want to waste his time to look like an idiot. What was the point? Although, Arnold did get the rematch he wanted. Since Luke was unable to use the golden aura release a second time, he was no match against Arnold. Nothing changed, however. Luke was still the heir after that. Arnold only got his petty revenge as he wanted, but that was it. The sword should be at the auction from tomorrow onwards. Today was Tuesday, which was the day Luke met Arnold. The following few days Luke went to an auction with the Duke. It was the same auction where Arnold was going to. To be clear, Arnold didn't take Luke to the auction house in the original story. The Duke had to do it. The sword was being sold there. If his estimates were correct, he had a few days before someone else bought the sword. If my predictions are correct, then my suspicions will be confirmed. Whether or not this was now his reality and followed the same simulation as the game, that sword would prove that. Chapter 5, Lauran's Pain. After dinner, Arnold excused himself without speaking to anyone further. It wasn't that he didn't want to. On the contrary, there were many things he wanted to know, but he was too tired to stay any longer. His body, as well as his soul, was exhausted. He headed up to his room. When he reached the top of the stairs, he noticed that his bedroom door was open. That's weird. I'm sure every room is locked unless the one it belongs to is inside. He remembered that he told Lauran to come to his room. Without further delay, he opened the door and was given an unexpected surprise. No, original Arnold might have found it to be the norm. Lauran. Arnold frowned when he saw Lauran sitting on his bed. What bothered him was the fact that she was wearing nightwear that was completely see-through. He could see her nipples and her maturing modest breasts. She was wearing a matching black panty and a black hairband with cat ears. There was even a tail behind her. "Nya tilde Master Arnold has returned tilde," she said in a cute voice. Anyone could see that she hated the way she said it. "Where is that tail plugged into?" Arnold shook his head. "That wasn't important." "Why are you dressed like this?" He averted his eyes instead of looking at her directly. Lauran looked at him in confusion. "But this is the routine I have to do every single night." "Did Sir Sebastian's blow to your head cause memory loss, Master?" Arnold seriously forces this girl to act like a catkin. Although it was cute, it was still wrong. He forced her to do something she didn't want to do. "Shall I start with mouth service first, Nea?" "Stop talking like that." Arnold tried his best not to take a peek. "No, Lauran. Cover yourself." I said, cover yourself. Take that white gown over there." He pointed to a chair. Lauran didn't understand why he had to do it, but she did as he said. "Done." Arnold finally looked back at her. "Good. Now we can get to the point of my calling you here. We are not having sex." "No. I'm not in the mood," he said immediately after she asked. She looked at him strangely. That was something she never thought she'd hear. He was a tyrant with insatiable lust. Most of the maids in this household had already landed in his clutches. It was like Lauran wasn't enough. When he wasn't bringing her to bed, it was one of the other female servants in the household. Or even girls from other households. Arnold walked over to his cabinet and pulled out a piece of paper. Lauran was taken aback when she saw what it was. It was her slave contract. "What are you doing?" She became anxious at the thought of what he was about to do. Freeing you. A. The scroll released a bright light at that moment. The slave tattoo that was on her chest began vanishing. Lauran's eyes widened. The light died down a few moments later. Arnold went to go sit on his office chair. The fire created a mysterious hedge across the left half of his face. His blue eyes shined in the light of the fire. It perfectly blended with his dark blue hair. From this moment forth, you are no longer my slave, he said calmly. Why did you do that? Although Lauran should have felt happy, she questioned his motive for doing so. The new heir of the household will need a personal maid by his side. Sebastian doesn't need to search for a new maid, right? We have one right here. He pointed at her. I already have Victoria by my side, so I don't need you to serve me anymore. What? Lauran still didn't understand. I'm leaving the manor in a week to become the new lord of Whitech City. Wouldn't it reflect poorly on me if the residents saw me walk around with a slave? After that fight, I realized something. Arnold stared into the pit of fire that burned and the wood that creaked. No matter how special I think I am, there is always someone out there better than me. That is Luke. Although it is untamed power, with the right training, he might surpass me in a few years. That power would probably far surpass Father as well. For some reason, I think Father feels the same way. Arnold looked back at Lauran. The head of the Berkley household must be a strong individual, able to compete with the other four great houses of the Empire of Yulia. He or she must have both a heart of compassion for their people and ferociousness for their enemies. Arnold bent forward. As everyone else says, I only have the latter. Besides my family, I do not hold compassion for any of the people who work for us or the vassals who pledged allegiance to our household. If I wanted to, I would have destroyed them, as there is a possibility they can turn hostile towards us in the future. Such is the world at the top. The ones beneath you always plot your demise. A strange smile appeared on his face. One of absolute malice. It was the kind of smile murderers had on their faces after killing. Lauran silently listened. Was it really because of the fight from earlier today? Wasn't that change a bit too fast? Or had he been acting this entire time as the usual Arnold in order for the Duke to remove him as head? If so, what was the reason? Is it because he sees that he is not qualified to become the Duke? Lauran came to her own conclusion. Are you saying you hold no compassion for the lives of others? Lauran looked at him and forced out those words. That is correct. People who I do not acknowledge are trash. They are merely bugs in my eyes. Arnold said expressionlessly. His eyes didn't even waver. What about me? Did you make me suffer because I was the same way? Lauran tried her best to hold in her tears. I was only a frail girl with no experience of the outside world. I would have married the one I loved and worked in my family's shop until I die of old age. Then they had to come and ruin it. Your people ruined my entire life. So? Arnold asked with a raised brow. All of that is in the past. Your father should have just given the money to those scoundrels without resisting. And just because I let those gangsters rule the underground of this city, doesn't mean they are my people. But you could have stopped them. You were there that day. I cried on my knees for you to save him. They beat him until his kneecaps were completely destroyed. Tears finally fell out of Lauran's eyes. She looked at Arnold as if he was her worst enemy. In a sense, he was. She was expecting a little sympathy from Arnold. Did he feel nothing for his wrongdoings? All Lauran heard was a cold, cynical laughter. Stop whining about the past, Lauran. You're free to leave or become Luke's maid. I won't force you since I'm done with you. Done with me? So, to you, a woman is just a piece of cloth that should be thrown away after it's dirty. Arnold could feel the mana in her body going berserk. However, she seemed able to control it without letting it go violent. She had been able to do so for quite a while, after all. Arnold smiled silently. His smirk made her blood boil. I want you and Luke ready by tomorrow morning. After tomorrow, you can do what you want. Now get out. Lauran gritted her teeth. She slammed the door shut in a fit of anger. Her small footsteps vanished after a while. Arnold sighed and held his head. Arnold didn't want to make her hate him forever. Just enough for her to not think about coming back. Her being close to him wouldn't benefit anyone. Although Lauran did indeed fall for the hero, there was still a sort of desire in her to be with Arnold. He thought she had Stockholm Syndrome at first, but it was actually her genuine feelings. Liam remembered a certain scene so vividly. If I say I want to come back to you, would you accept me? That was the day she let her feelings be known. Through all the abuse, violence, and pain she went through, she never forgot about Arnold. It was like she wanted to fix him. To show him what a good person he could be. However, that was her mistake. Her mistake nearly caused her death during her fight with Arnold. After losing Victoria, he had become the true villain he was destined to be. He held no compassion for Lauran, nor did he have quarrels about killing others. I don't want her to go through the same thing again. She was an important character in the game's story. That was why Arnold had to let her go. He sent her to Luke because of her importance to the story. Without her there was no hero party to begin with since she was one of the founding members. As long as he made sure the original hero party got together, then that would be enough. His involvement wouldn't be needed afterwards. The hero party would handle any threats that may come in the future. His actions now would make that future come true. Arnold, no, Liam looked at himself in the mirror. It was a face that wasn't his. Despite the fact that he was a completely different person, he had to now be Arnold. There were no instruction manuals on how to be a tyrant. Could he do it? Could he crush the lives of those beneath him to advance the storyline to the correct path? In order for that to happen, many had to die. Even those precious to Luke. Arnold still felt disgruntled about the lives that would result from his actions. What scared him the most was that he never finished the game. He probably had 5 years of knowledge at best. A majority of the endgame story he knew of was from reading spoilers online. Is it truly okay to change the outcome of the story? Arnold sighed. Let's sleep for now. I can't think anymore. He hadn't done much, but his body felt completely drained. After taking off his clothes, he jumped into bed. Maybe when I wake up, this'll all be a dream. Thus, he embraced sleep.
Chapter 6. It was early the next morning. Arnold was eating breakfast alone in the dining room. His mind felt empty, as if he had no other thoughts besides eating. It wasn't a dream after all. He had gone to sleep but woke up in Arnold's body again. His first day as Arnold had already passed by, but he was already tired of what awaited him in the future. Not just the main storyline. There was the worry if there were other players in this world. The thing he was worried about was whether they would be friendly or not. A person with the knowledge of the future could do whatever they wanted. If they decided to kill lots of people, then few would be able to stop them. Players differed from the non-playable characters in this world. If a player at the level cap were to go on a rampage, then only a 9th-star powerhouse could stop them. Arnold was no match for such a person at his level. It would be a different story if he could gain his original magic items and his beloved battleship. I wonder if I can use magic, he thought as he looked at his hand. It was thick and hard, which was fit for a swordsman. Being a swordsman, not many were suitable to use magic as well. Magic swordsmen were rare. The only reason he wanted to learn magic was because the majority of the items on the ship, and the ship itself, needed magic to work. That was something he didn't have. If he ever found his beloved battleship, then there would be no way for him to use it. There was also no way he'd let others use it. It was much too precious. While Arnold was eating mechanically under the gazes of the servants, another person entered the room. It was Luke. He was wearing a nice shirt and a pair of shorts. It was embroidered with expensive materials. Looking at the crest sewn into the left side of his chest, the shirt was made by one of the household's tailors. The crest was in the shape of the Berkley family, a golden lion's head. He looked like any other noble boy in the attire he was wearing. "Morning, big brother." Arnold almost choked on his food. What did you call me? Big brother? Luke tilted his head at Arnold's reaction. It was one of pure innocence and confusion. The servants who were present found it hard to hold in their laughter. "Why are you calling me that?" Arnold frowned in displeasure. It just didn't sit right with him that Luke called him big brother. But last night you said, it's a big brother's responsibility to buy the little brother his first weapon. That doesn't mean I am your brother now. Arnold rubbed his forehead. Just sit. I'll explain where we're going. Where's Lauran? She's waiting for us outside by the cherry tree on top of the hill. She still goes there. Huh. That was the place she always goes to whenever she was sad or unhappy. It was a place where she could clear her mind. Looking over the city from that hill gave her a different sense of peace. Did she inform you of what I told her last night? That she'll become my personal maid? Then yes. Miss Lauran didn't seem very happy about something. She just told me about Big Brother's words before leaving the room. Luke had a worried expression on his face. Norn tried to ask her what was wrong, but she didn't budge. Forget about her. She must be having that time of the month. Arnold shrugged. Oh. A maid arrived to bring Luke his food. Arnold continued speaking as Luke began eating. Our first stop will be the auction house. The bidding starts early at 7 sharp. And Luke, Arnold bent forward, no matter what you see, turn a blind eye. Luke didn't understand what he meant. They don't just sell items and weapons. Humans are also a type of product in society. Luke stiffened. Surprised? The world isn't full of rainbows and butterflies as you think it is. Anyone can become a slave, be it failing to pay a debt, committing a crime, or being an enemy soldier. All those people ultimately end up as a slave. They will forever repent for how they have sinned. But isn't there a way to stop this? This is technically our city, right? Arnold shook his head. If I or my father acted, then the lives of the regular citizens would be in danger. We would be forced to allow the criminals to continue their activities again. That's horrible. Luke clenched his fists. Moving on. You've heard from father that you'll get married to Princess Olivia, right? Why, yeah. Is this necessary? Luke averted his eyes. He couldn't just marry someone he didn't love. It felt wrong. We can unite the imperial family with ours that way. Although you are an outsider, you must still marry Olivia since you are the heir. Arnold said calmly. This was the woman original Arnold was obsessed with. Everyone in this house knew how much he loved her. Yet he was calmly giving her away? The servants were uneasy if that was really the case. Just yesterday he was threatening to kill a servant due to his anger. That anger was caused by the one he loved. She's expected to visit us in about a week, assuming she received the letter that my father sent her. Arnold drank the juice next his plate. The original Arnold was a heavy drinker despite being 17, but the current Arnold didn't like the taste of alcohol. The servants had picked up on this, including the one who knew him the best, Victoria. She was standing behind him and watching his every movement. I heard that Big Brother loves Her Highness. Is this really okay? Even if it will benefit Mr. Marcus, Luke was still uncertain if it was a good idea to continue with this situation. Luke. Arnold put down his cutlery and looked at Luke. I do indeed love her, even to this day. However, this is something I must bury deep within the depths of my soul. For the greater good. He leaned back in his chair and picked his teeth with a toothpick. As I am now, I'm not worthy of her being my wife. Only the heir of the Berkley family is worthy. What can I do? Sure, I can indulge myself with every woman in this empire I can find, but to me she remains a special page in my memory book. Unless I can become someone worthy of a woman of her caliber, I must stand down. Everyone present in the room looked at him in silence. One or two looked at Arnold with hearts in their eyes. Others were just shocked. They thought Arnold only loved Olivia for her beauty and body. They were wrong. He was like the definition of what a man in love should be. He's so bold. And look at me, I can't even confess to Norn about how I feel. He thought that maybe it was because Arnold was more mature. So try your best to make her fall for you. Guys like me are probably not her type. Liam chuckled at the thought of the licking dog Arnold was. You better treat her right, otherwise I'll beat you up. Haha, Luke laughed nervously. He's joking, right? He looked at the servants in the living room. They seemed to know what he was thinking of and shook their heads. I'm toast. Has everything been prepared? Victoria looked at Lauran, who was walking next to her. She had gone to fetch Lauran since it was time for them to go. Unlike Lauran, Victoria wasn't wearing her uniform. She was wearing casual clothes. It was a white sundress and a white hat. It blended perfectly with her brown hair and physique. Yes, Lady Victoria. Lauran nodded seriously. You remembered to contact the auction house beforehand to inform them of AL's arrival, right? I have. Have you checked that the coachmen and escorts are legitimate? Yes. Only then did Victoria smile. Good. Don't screw anything up. 2 very important members of this household will be in your hands alone. Yeah? You're not coming with? No. I have to go to Whiteedge City to finish everything on that end. I can't let her walk into a messy office, now can I? Lauran looked towards the carriage. Arnold was busy talking to Luke about how he must behave as the heir of the household. It was pretty ironic as he had never followed the same advice. I will make sure everything goes smoothly, Lady Victoria. Good. Here. Advance payment. Victoria put 3 gold coins in Lauran's hands. Isn't this too much? It was literally 3 times more than what she received monthly. This is your salary from now on. Since I am in charge of AL's finances, he told me I can increase your salary. Victoria walked past Lauran. Remember, if I hear you messed up, then punishment awaits. This will impact how the Lord views me as well. I cannot let my juniors make mistakes. With that, she left after climbing on another carriage that headed in a different direction. Lauran looked at the money in her hands. It was an amount she hadn't received before. My position didn't change. I'm still serving the heir, so why was I given a raise? She walked over to Arnold and Luke while thinking that. Miss Lauran, we're just about to leave. Are you ready? Luke asked when she approached them. Yes. She answered while looking at Arnold. The latter seemed oblivious to this and was busy looking into a mirror. Typical perfectionist. Not a speck of dust must be on his suit. The 3 of them boarded the carriage a moment later. As it was etiquette, Lauran was the last to enter. She closed the door and the curtains. After sitting down, she silently observed the 2. They looked like the ordinary duo of younger and older brother. Arnold was the smart, reliable older brother while Luke was the naive, kid brother. Miss Lauran, are you okay? Luke spoke to her while she was absorbed in her thoughts. HM? Ah, yes. I am fine, young Master Luke. His face was right in front of her. There was worry evident on his face. I heard that you couldn't sleep last night. Was something bothering you? Luke had heard from the night shift maids that Lauran was up all night. She was apparently in the library. When they found her, she was asleep with her head on top of a magic book. She must have only slept for an hour before she had to get up again to prepare for their departure. Why is he sticking his nose in my business? No, nothing is bothering me, young master. Lauran answered appropriately. Oh, remember to get lots of sleep. Miss Claudia says that you won't grow that way. Who's Claudia? Arnold asked. Oh, that's Norn's mother. Since I'm living with them, I refer to her as Miss. Speaking of that little demon with auburn hair, where is she? Arnold was still pissed about what she did. She left this morning. She heard that her mother and sister came to do some shopping in the city, so she headed to where her mother was. Is that so? Arnold stroked his chin. Why not invite them for dinner at our manor? And no thank you. I'm sure they aren't used to noble customs. Luke answered. It was already hard enough for him and Norn to maintain their manners at the table last night. Norn's mother wasn't of noble birth and hadn't come into contact with any nobles her entire life, so she had no idea how everything worked. I see. Well, then tell them my father said that they are welcome any time. Arnold leaned out of the window. Lauran silently looked at him. What's he thinking about? Just last night he looked like a demon who had no queries murdering a person. His tone, expressions, and body language were all dangerous. Lauran had never feared someone so much before in her life up until then. She had thoughts of what he'd do to her the next day. She shouted and hurled insults at him after all. It was something no servant should do in front of their lord. What could have been worse was Victoria's reaction if she heard of it. Although Victoria didn't openly show it, Lauran could tell that she was even more dangerous than Arnold. It was a kind of feeling she had whenever she interacted with Victoria. Of course, since Victoria was her superior, she had to act proper. Since I will be Luke's maid from now on, I don't need to follow her orders anymore. Victoria would basically be beneath her. Lauran would be the personal maid of the next patriarch, so her authority in the household would be equal to Sebastian. I'm looking forward to it. Lauran hid the smile on her face as she looked outside how they sped by the buildings and the people on the streets of Lauran. Chapter 7. The vast city of Lauran is home to humans ruled by Duke Marcus von Berkley, the great general of the spear arts. It is located west from the Empire of Yulia and was located beneath a mountain. This duchy wasn't built near a mountain by accident, as the forest surrounding the mountain has medicinal plants, which is of great importance to the people of Lauran's temple and its success. With its suburban houses with elmwood rooftops, walls, and variety of culinary delight. To those from the surrounding land, Lauran has a mythical atmosphere. The main attraction is the Adventurer Guild, which was built 100 years ago and designed by dwarves. Lauran has a flourishing economy, which is mainly supported by armorsmithing, engineering, and herbalism. But their biggest strengths are sophisticated cooking and rare crop farming, which were bought from the surrounding farms. Sugar was also a big trade, though not as much as the aforementioned things. However, Lauran lacks people skilled in crafting. Dwarves had lived here once, however, they had returned back to their homelands. Lauran is primarily consisted of humans. The city of Lauran was one of the most prosperous cities on the continent. It could even compare to the imperial capital city, Estir, located in the Empire of Yulia. Although the Duke is the sole lord of this city, he has vassals who act as his representatives or as a small government. Unlike most cities where the unemployment rates are high, Lauran offered many opportunities to those with and without education. This was even more reason as to why people should migrate out of their villages to work here. The city had many benefits besides the good employment rates. Its streets are well maintained and crime is kept to a minimum. That was mainly because the ruler was a powerhouse of the empire. Magic schools, massive chains of supermarkets, guilds of various kinds and entertainment areas made up the city of Lauran. The Adventurer Guild was in the center of the city. It was the first building to be built when this city was first created. The first patriarch had great respect for adventurers, so he wanted them right in this city. During the most delicate of times during war, they could be the ones who protect the people. While the patriarch and his men were off to war, they could protect the city and lessen the casualties. Being a large city, Lauran had enough wealth to even request SS rank adventurers. They were the national protectors of the world. In Star Fantasy, one could choose your own profession or class. Liam was an adventurer before he became a lord of the city he took over by force. That was before Alex recruited him to her guild. Because the system was so broken, there wasn't a way to rank level cap players. They were given the legendary SSS rank to categorize them. I wonder if there is information about me at the guild. SSS is not a real rank in this world anymore, after all. Arnold thought and looked up at the Adventurer Guild. They were on their way to the shopping district. The auction house would be located at the very top of the street. There was a street that went both sides that headed for the noble districts. I should make some time to visit the guild. He became an adventurer even before the game had an actual plot to follow. Star Fantasy was originally an RPG-based game before the big update that brought a real story. That meant that he was active even before this city was built. I was stationed in this city for a few in-game years after the Duke requested me to protect the city against another Duke. That was how he learned of Luke's arrival at the manor and the mysterious sword they'd be purchasing today. The sword was rumored to be a semi-star rank. He heard this from his guild master, Alex. At first, the sword was in a relic tomb located far from this nation. One lucky traveler found it and sold it to a traveling merchant. The latter then sold it to an official of the empire from this city. That person was the one in charge of the auction house, Bruce Pinedale. He was one of those guys who bought his way up to the top of the noble circle. He wasn't of noble blood, but his authority was still absolute and ranked higher than most nobles in the empire. The man wasn't really a swordsman, so the sword was basically useless. He also didn't know how to use its abilities. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to sell it for loads of money? The idiot doesn't know what he's giving away. Forget star-ranked artifacts, even semi-star-ranked artifacts were rare in this world. Being a DOP, Arnold had countless star-ranked items on his battleship. Whenever he was low on money when he was solo, he would sell it to the public. Such items fetched astronomical amounts of money. The Sanctity Shield that Alatus used was one such item that his guild sold to the public. The Holy Church in the holy city of Melis bought the shield to gift it to one of their paladins. No one was good enough for the shield, though. However, one day a boy who was sweeping the floors of the church walked up to the shield. It took only one touch for everyone to see that he was worthy of it. It released a brilliant white light and turned into a tattoo on the boy's right hand to make it easier to carry around. When he showed the oracle of goddess Melis, they made him the paladin in charge of protecting the believers of Melis. Alatus was one of the first in the hero party to awaken early, even earlier than Luke. By now, Alatus was in his early 20s. He was already married and had a baby. He was working as the paladin at head church of Melis, which was located in the Holy City. The Holy City was the capital of the Holy Kingdom. It was east of the Yulia Empire. North of the Yulia Empire was the fallen kingdom where Flora, the former princess, was from. Even to this very day, the kingdom was still under war. She must be fighting for her life right now. South of the Yulia Empire was the border which separated the human nations from the other races, meaning it was the territory of the elves, dwarves, and demi-humans. Although there was a border, people were allowed to travel freely. That depended whether you had a criminal record or not. "We're arriving." Lauran looked out of the window and said. Arnold nodded and looked towards Luke. "Luke, remember that you must carry the pride of the Berkley household on your shoulders. Walk proudly and do not embarrass my father." Arnold stood up to go outside. "Yes, big brother." Luke shouted with enthusiasm. Arnold grunted at him. It would be a while before he got used to being called big brother by Luke. He decided to let it pass since Luke wouldn't stop regardless. "Stay here, Lauran. Servants are forbidden from entering," Arnold said as he straightened his tie. Anyone could tell what a perfectionist he was. There wasn't a single speck of dust on his dark blue suit. "Yes," Lauran bowed and headed back inside the carriage. Luke and Arnold strode forth to enter the auction house. "Let's get that sword." "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." When Arnold and Luke got to their seats, they heard the announcer had already begun with the auction. Although nothing had been sold yet, so they were right on time. It's a relief that we got here in time. Auctions usually took place early in the morning. Some would take place late at night if the occasion allowed it. The plump merchant on the stage was holding a magic item that acted as a mic. It was a small crystal. That's interesting. To make up for the lack of modern technology, this world uses magic to create their very own technology. Things like televisions didn't exist here since this game was supposed to be a fantasy-like experience. Bringing modern world things into the game would ruin the experience. Let us begin the auction. First up is... The curtains rolled up. Behind the auctioneer were multiple cages with humans and demi-humans inside it. The slave trade was first on today's schedule. Luke's expression hardened. "Shit. Please don't go berserk. You'll destroy this entire building." Arnold thought hopefully. He looked back to the stage and his eyes widened. "Flora?" Arnold almost jumped out of his seat. There, in one of the cages, was a certain girl. She looked to be around Arnold's age. She had purplish hair and eyes. Judging by the collar around her neck, she was a war slave. There were lots of cuts and bruises on her body. Her hair, which was always a vibrant purple, was now full of dirt. Are those aura restraints? Arnold saw that she was handcuffed by a special pair of handcuffs. There was a magical formation around it. Are these people idiots? They must have thought Flora was an aura user since she was so powerful that she was able to fight hundreds of men at once. That was a wrong decision to make. Flora was a powerful swordsman because she worked hard in her training in swordsmanship. Aura didn't play a role at all. Arnold's guess as to why Flora wasn't breaking the handcuffs was because she was too exhausted. The fallen princess had to single-handedly protect the nation her family abandoned after all. She never slept properly ever since the invasion on her kingdom started. Looking at her dazed eyes, Arnold knew that she was near death. Please choose from the lineup of beauties before you. I assure you that they only need a bath and healthy food before they can be made servants. Besides Flora, there were others with the same collars around their necks. Elves, dwarves, catkin, and humans. It was like a variety of feast for the eyes since they were all female. He wanted to meet Flora in a more pleasant way. He had no idea she would be captured alive and brought as far as this place. Be big brother, do you know her? Luke grabbed Arnold's arm. He had noticed Arnold look intently at the girl. She was also staring at him because his gaze was so intense that it was obvious he was looking at her. No, I just find her attractive, Arnold whispered as the announcer took everyone's votes. The elf girls were being asked for the most. It was rare for humans to get a taste of elves, after all. Arnold raised his number flag and shouted. Luke, who saw him get up, looked curiously at him. 200 gold to the girl with purple hair. The entire audience looked towards the source of that shout. What the hell? Is that the Duke's son? The nobles made a ruckus when they saw they were in the same room as Arnold. If anyone could mess up an event, it was him. Are you sure? The auctioneer asked to confirm whether he heard that right. 200 gold wasn't anything to scoff at. It was enough to buy an entire plot of land to build a village. Even the girl raised her head in wonder and looked at him. Wah? Luke's mouth hung open in shock. Must I repeat myself? As you already who I am, you can put the bill on my father's tab. I will sign the document when the auction is over. Arnold said coolly as if the money was nothing. The crowd looked at him silently with their mouths open. What are you waiting for? Send her up here or else. Yes. The auctioneer pulled Flora by her arm and sent her off stage. He told her to go up to the man with the dark blue suit. She walked slowly up the stairs of the audience seats. Everyone gazed at her. When they got a close look at her, she was actually a beauty. It was a shame that she would be defiled by that scum. It seems the first product goes to the heir of the Berkley household. The auctioneer looked back at the audience after wiping his brow. Moving on. This girl is. Flora finally arrived in front of Arnold. She could now see how huge he was. Not only was he fairly muscular, but he was handsome too. He looked at her with eyes looking at an inferior being. State your name, slave. He spoke with authority in his voice. Flora's mouth moved, but only whispers came out. She tried licking the inside of her mouth, but her throat was still too dry. Arnold sighed. He looked at Luke. Give me that juice you bought. Oh, okay. Luke didn't say anything and only gave the pouch with the juice in it. Drink. Arnold gave the drink to Flora. She sucked on the pouch so much that squirting noises sounded. She breathed deeply as she felt the pits of her stomach being blessed with the fluids. My name is Flora Renard. I see. I am the eldest son of the great general of the spear arts, Marcus von Berkley. He pointed at Luke. This is Luke. And nice to meet you, ma'am. Luke bowed. Arnold sighed. Bowing to a slave was already humiliating. Look, I'll take her to the carriage and come back. Sit still, all right? That your brother? Flora spoke when they exited the auction room. Her tone of voice didn't fit her beautiful face. She spoke like a barbarian, hoarse and impolite. It was a very informal way of speaking to one who was your master. But Arnold didn't say anything about it. More or less. He's adopted, technically. I see. No wonder you look nothing alike. Arnold stopped when they arrived in the corridor. Flora looked at him from behind with a confused gaze. Renard is the name of a fallen noble house from this nation. Can't you come up with something better? Arnold looked at Flora. His mouth opened as his words poured out. Princess of the fallen Luthiel bloodline? Chapter 8. How did you? Flora's eyes widened, and she stepped back in shock. If they, the Juliar theocracy, find out that you are the daughter of the one who signed a contract with a great demon, then you'll be hunted down, Flora Renard. Arnold smirked. He didn't sign the contract. Flora shouted back. The theocracy doesn't see it that way, princess. To them, the moment he didn't reject their offer meant that he was the theocracy's enemy. The Juliar theocracy were the ones who preached and worshipped the human god, Melis. They were the ones who maintained order in the name of the almighty goddess. In truth, however, they were the most corrupt cult in this world, even more so than the demons. In an attempt to rid this continent of their opponents, such as other religious groups and/or threats to their status quo, they resort to underhanded methods like propaganda. For example, if they suspect that a person or organization was thinking of taking them on, then they do their utmost to slay those individuals. That was what happened to the kingdom where Flora was born. Flora gnashed her teeth. She tried to forget about everything that happened back then, but now the memories came flooding back. Are you going to tell them? She smirked and broke apart her restraints. It wasn't much, but the juice managed to give her some of her energy back. Enough to wring a random brat's neck. That is, my. That was supposed to have restrained your aura. How is it that you're that strong? Arnold said with nonchalance. Flora glared at Arnold. She bent her legs and burst forward. It was speed that wasn't possible for normal humans. She didn't have the air of a warrior around her. Rather, that of a young lady from a well-off family. Appearances could be deceiving. Flora swung her leg at Arnold. It was fast, but not fast enough. Arnold only stepped back after releasing his aura. Dealing with an emaciated girl wasn't that hard. Kaya. Flora was suddenly thrown upside down. It was done in a split second. Arnold flipped her while she was off balance with one leg in the air. She crashed onto the ground head first. Arnold held her arms with an iron grip. She couldn't believe the strength in his hands. She couldn't even escape. You bear the sins of your father, Flora. Her father, Lucius Ashen Luthiel II, was given a choice to make his kingdom the vassal of a nation an undead ruled. The undead was a vampire lord that invaded a city and made it their domain. The great demon who made the offer was one of the vampire lord's subordinates. It was explained in the game that the king didn't accept yet, since he was wavering on if it would benefit his nation. On one hand, the vampire lord could protect his nation. However, there was the worry over losing the trust and connections with other foreign nations. On the other hand, the one who made the offer was of undead origin. That was enough for the theocracy to make a move. The Juliar theocracy didn't let this chance slip by and used it to destroy the nation. Undead and the people of Goddess Melis don't see eye to eye, do they? And look at you, the only surviving member. Arnold said with a glint of mockery in his eyes. This was the perfect chance for the theocracy to kill your family. They feared all of you. No, you were one of their biggest fears. There had been rumors of a swordmaster going around. You could become even more troublesome if you were the vassal nation of that vampire as well. Flora's eyes were turning moist and her face red. Her teeth made grinding sounds. To think that I would be forced to submit to some guy in fancy clothes. When she looked up, she saw the mocking smile that Arnold was directing at her. That sword master was you, isn't it? Now then, if you want to keep this between us, you will do as I say. This scumbag. Flora shut her mouth. That was actually on her mind. She would have incapacitated Lauran and run away. Good girl. Stay with Lauran for now. Once I get back, I want to have a talk with you, Flora. Luke and I will be busy for a while. We should be done by noon if the auction continues at the same pace. It was 2 hours since they arrived at the auction. It would be 3 hours until noon. Maybe there'll be enough time to visit the store. Lauran thought after looking at her watch. Arnold didn't say anything else and only closed the door after exiting. Good grief. He sighed as the carriage began moving. Let's hope my luck won't let me down. Arnold returned to the room and sat back down. Everyone's eyes were on him and followed his every movement. Where is Miss Flora? Luke asked. She's being taken care of by Lauran. Is that really okay? Luke asked again. Yes, it's fine. She won't run away. I can promise you that. Arnold crossed his leg and chuckled softly. She needs to start with his training immediately. He blackmailed her because that was the only way to get her to agree to do what he says. He couldn't take the risk that this world's Flora would decide to train Luke with her own free will. As a noble of the highest seat in the aristocracy, Arnold could pressure Flora as much as he wanted. Just to be clear, the only reason he bought her was to make her become Luke's master. Nothing else. Arnold looked at Luke. I'm not a romantic kind of guy, so it's impossible for me to get two people together. If anything, Arnold only knew how to make a woman fall in love and break her heart. This was why Olivia was so disgusted by him. Well, they don't need to get together anyway. She only needs to teach him how to fight with a sword. Whatever the hell they do afterwards is none of my business. Hey, Luke. Yes, big brother? Luke blinked innocently as he looked at Arnold. I want you to buy Olivia a gift. Why? You need to make a good impression. This is the most important when meeting a woman, especially on the first date. I want you to give it to her as well. What did she like again? Arnold tried to remember the wiki page he read a long time ago. He was Googling Olivia. Blood crystal, he remembered. When you spot red crystals, I want you to buy that. Oh, okay. Olivia had a hobby of collecting rare gemstones, magic crystals, and diamonds. It was one of the few joys in her life as royalty. As she was the princess of an entire empire, there was never the shortage of money to acquire any gem her eyes laid upon. However, the red crystal was a different mineral. To those who knew not of its worth, it was a garbage item. But to Arnold who played the game, it was like a treasure. The crystal could be used for many things. Summoning artifacts, jewelry, mana battery that could be used to fuel an entire city, and so on. Even a small piece of the crystal was priceless. Given its uses and properties, Arnold wasn't surprised. Mineral were also ranked with letters such as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. This particular crystal was actually a star-ranked mineral. Of course, Arnold wouldn't reveal its secrets. He had a plan to buy a large amount of these crystals to make sure his wealth for the future was secured. You couldn't be a lord of a city and have no money. He also didn't want to rely on his father for money, unless necessary. It would come in handy indeed for a spirit user like Olivia. She could literally carry her spirit beasts around her neck. That was enough reason for her to be overjoyed once she found out its uses. Luke might be able to win her heart with such a gift. The two were walking side by side towards the carriage after exiting the building. Flora stole frequent glances at Arnold's face. How did you know who I was? Flora grabbed his sleeve to make him stop. HM? You think I'd tell you that? Flora glared at him. You're a terrible person. Blackmailing a maiden to do your bidding. You have no choice, Your Highness. Unless you want to see if I was bluffing? I apologize. Flora lowered her head. Whatever it is, I shall do it. Of course, Arnold wouldn't fall for her words. There was the possibility that she would attack him again if he let his guard down. Maybe it was Liam or Arnold. But he wasn't so naive as to take someone's words as truth. How did I end up having this unexpected meeting? Sigh. His only goal today was to get the sword and buy a few other necessary things. He didn't expect to meet the fallen princess here. Flora Patina Lyra Luthiel. She was originally the one who taught the hero the way of the sword. Unlike earlier, the two met when Luke tried adventuring for the first time. She saw how sloppy his skills were and insisted on training him. Throughout their time together, they grew fond of each other and became friends. Flora joined his party when the Emperor announced that Luke had to slay the Demon King. As with most of the women in the story, she fell for Luke immediately. I'll definitely help you fight those guys, Miss Flora. I'll protect you. No woman's heart wouldn't skip a beat if a man declared something like that. That very same day when Luke took down the theocracy for their misdeeds of wrongfully slaughtering thousands, Flora had her first time with him. It was so heartwarming how they fell in love that the fanbase couldn't help but love it. Arnold was one of them. The game was sort of like an Otome game when it came to romance. It was especially so during the school arc. The pain and suffering she went through because of her father's deeds was all blown away in the face of the hero. The things he'd do for strangers was unbelievable. For now, I should let them get close. Arnold thought when they arrived at the carriage. Will I have to call you master now? Flora asked as she squeezed those words out. No, Arnold is fine. Besides, you won't be serving me. Flora didn't get a chance to ask because Arnold opened the carriage door and shoved her inside. What's going on? Lauran was startled when someone opened the door so suddenly. She pinched her nose when Flora was thrown inside the carriage. The intruder smelled like grime and sweat. Fecal matter as well. Lauran, head to the public bathhouse and get this girl clean. Take this and buy her suitable clothes and a meal. Arnold threw a pouch at her. Lauran looked at the young woman. She seemed about 2 years older than her. Faded purple hair, big purple eyes, and a slender but fit body. The most noticeable factor, however, was, but isn't she a slave? Lauran looked at the slave crest on her chest. Is that really all right? Don't question me and get it done. You're leaving me alone? Flora asked. Do you intend to run away? Arnold narrowed his eyes. This is your chance. This girl barely knows martial arts, so you just might be able to escape. He pointed at Lauran. Although, I can't guarantee you won't be thrown with a spell. You probably don't know how slavery works since you're from a nation that abolished it. If I wanted to, I could simply force you to obey me. Whenever you misbehave, I can activate that tattoo on your chest. It will send a shock up your spine. The intensity depends on the level difference between the master and slave. He needn't say anything else. It was already proven that, In her current state, she wouldn't be able to disobey him. It was an unusual color despite being a crystal, but once everyone found out its value, then the demand for it would skyrocket. Sadly, it wasn't that common a mineral. Only one place had an abundant amounts of these crystals. The reason Arnold agreed to his father's order of becoming Whitage's lord was mainly because the mountains near the forest of the city had thousands of kilograms of these crystals. Once he became lord, the land will become his alone. Being a person obsessed with money, Liam wouldn't make their prices cheap. We will now bring out the weapons we have gathered from around the world. The doors on the stage opened. Here it comes. Arnold leaned forward in his seat. His gaze was expectant. Feast your eyes upon these magnificent weapons. This is the weapon of a frost giant. That one over there is a rapier bought from the legendary 9th-star powerhouse Margrave Vance, the Piercer. What a load of crap. Arnold knew that he was only spouting such lies to get a reaction out of the crowd. The weapons were probably just bought from an unknown blacksmith. Even the appearances of some of them were fake. They probably had craftsmen decorate the weapons. That would motivate the people to buy said weapons. Arnold's gaze wandered on the stage. He could remember what the sword looked like, so it shouldn't have been difficult to spot it. His eyes landed on a rusted sword that was on the waist of one of the guards. Just by looking at its unique double-edged blade, he could tell that it was what he had been looking for. They must have thought that it was worthless, so they gave it to a random guard. Although it was dirty, appearances could be deceiving. How do I get it? Should I give the guard money? That would be suspicious since there was no reason for the son of a great noble, such as him, to care for a sword like that. He could buy anything else. If the guard was quick-witted, he would immediately understand that the sword was worth more than they bargained for. If that was the case, then he'd demand more money for it. Well, I can't just kill him. Damn it. Arnold thought in frustration. The people were already bidding for the weapons brought on stage. Luke glanced at Arnold. Why isn't he buying one? The whole point of coming today was to purchase a sword. Luke already had a sword in mind. It was a sword with a golden hilt, a sharp curved blade, and a gem for decorative purpose. It was the most fitting for a heir compared to the other trash they brought out. Luke hesitated to tell Arnold. He had never really asked for anything before in his life. That much was understandable. He was a meek and shy person after all. You, big brother? Luke pulled Arnold's sleeve. The latter seemed deep in thought as he didn't respond. Luke shut his mouth. Thank you everyone for placing your bids. Please fetch the weapons after the auction, as doing it now would cause a ruckus. Luke sighed in disappointment. All he had to do was ask Arnold to buy the sword for him. Arnold suddenly stood up and walked away. By the looks of it, he was going to the backstage. It wasn't off-limits per se, but that didn't mean just anyone could enter it. Where's he going? Luke could only wonder. Chapter 9. Luke waited in silence on his seat for the next batch of items. The announcer spoke. For the next auction, may I present you the craftsmanship of our empire's finest jewelers. In addition, we have taken into account to prepare raw minerals for those who loves making their own custom jewelry. Women wearing revealing outfits walked from behind the red curtains. There were about a dozen of them. Each of them were pushing a cart with cloth thrown over it. Many gazed in wonder over what was beneath those cloths. I will not be the one to introduce all these wonderful items. Someone else with knowledge in that department will do it. Now then, the auctioneer turned to his left. A young woman walked onto the stage. She was wearing a fancy red party dress with matching heels. They noticed something around her neck. It was a necklace with 5 diamonds sewn beautifully onto the string. Just by looking at it, everyone could tell that it was very expensive. She will be introducing all of us to the jewelry that we have brought today. Do not mind the necklace around her neck. It is but one of her masterpieces. If you wish to buy it, you must pay a hefty price. Ha ha ha. The woman smiled amiably in response to his praise. Now then, please begin. She nodded and gestured for them to pull off the cloth. Many of the audience were astounded by the variety of items before them. Luke did not care for them even as the women explained what each of them was. Instead, he focused his attention on finding the crystals Arnold mentioned. Is that it? He could see small shards of red pieces lying next to the other jewelry. It seemed like nothing at first, but then he saw that they were the crystals Arnold spoke of. There was a single big one amongst the broken pieces lying around it. It was the size of a fist. Luke hurriedly put up his flag. Excuse me, miss. Someone is ready to place a bid. The auctioneer interrupted the woman as she was busy explaining. She looked displeased at his actions, but remained quiet. I would like to bid that red rock on the table there. This? The announcer pointed towards it. Luke shouted. Yes, that one. How much is it? Would you reconsider? It is only useful for its radiant color, and can be worn for some nights out. I won't recommend buying this for a lady friend. It has no other redeeming qualities. It doesn't matter. Luke pushed on. His big brother told him to buy it for his future wife, so he had to do it. Very well. You may have it. I will hand it to you free of charge, boy. When we excavated the other minerals, these just happened to appear among the masses. Thank you, Luke exclaimed happily. The announcer beckoned over one of the girls who pushed the carts. She nodded and picked up the crystals, with its broken fragments, and threw it in a bag. Although it was called a crystal, it was a very delicate mineral. A minute later, the girl brought it up to Luke. He bowed to thank her before she left. Okay, I got it. Luke peeked inside the bag and smiled happily. It's a shame I can't get a sword. He looked back towards the stage. They continued explaining the value of each rock, crystal, and mineral. Nothing really stood out after that. Luke could only wait for Arnold to show up. The auction was where you could get the highest quality weapons on the market. Even famous blacksmiths end up losing business because of the weapons that are available in auctions. If Luke couldn't get one today, then he'd have to wait until the next auction took place. That said, auctions weren't just daily in this world. There was a schedule many had to follow in order to make an auction take place. Forget the items that had to be procured, other things like invitations to the high-ranked people and permit fees were also the troublesome things auction owners had to take into consideration. If the year had been good and preparations had been made accordingly, then an auction could take place every 6 months. All in all, Luke had to go back home empty-handed. Or will he? Here. Arnold suddenly appeared and threw something on Luke's lap. It was a sheathed black sword. Huh? Why is it so dirty? Luke picked it up and ran his finger on the blade after taking the sword out. He felt hard mud and grime on his fingers. Doesn't matter. We finished what we came here to do. Let's go. Arnold was busy wiping his hands with a handkerchief. There was blood on his knuckles. Luke noticed that and pointed. Did something happen? Let's just say the person I got it from was very cooperative after a while of persuading, Arnold said with nonchalance. His eyes were still motionless and unwavering. Luke thought it was scary how Arnold could beat someone up without batting an eye, but he didn't voice his thoughts. He stood up and carried the sword and the bag with the crystals inside. Arnold nodded in satisfaction when he looked inside the bag. We're good to go. The two of them exited the mansion where the auction was held and walked down the stairs. Luke could see even more coaches outside than this morning when they arrived. Countless people dressed in fancy clothing approached the auction house. Although they were fancily dressed, the handsome and smartly dressed Arnold looked much better in the clothing and looks department. His sharp jawline, slanted blue eyes, and his tall nose were the ideal features of an attractive man for modern women such as them. The women couldn't keep their eyes off him. He might have been a tyrant, but that wasn't stopping the women from looking at him as if he were prey. Arnold was oblivious to their stares and only looked forward. He caught the scent of bitch in the air at that moment. A tapping of heels neared them. Oh my, if it isn't Arnold von Berkley. Fancy meeting you here. A female's voice called out to the two of them when they were about to cross the street. Were you here to make another scene with one of your drinking antics? Arnold groaned when he saw the young woman who called out to him.
Grace Cialis Lewan.
Arnold said with an unpleasant expression on his face. She smiled as she looked at him. For a split second, her expression changed when she saw Luke before she regained her composure again. That was an odd reaction, thought Arnold. Behind this Grace girl were two very muscular demi-humans. Both were from the Tigerkin tribe, absolute warriors as they were called. Their large frames told all who looked not to mess with them. Arnold? It's seriously you? Did you come to buy a pleasure slave? Another voice said in surprise. That said, he was screaming in Arnold's ear. He had blonde hair, golden eyes, and wore an imperial uniform for royalty. He was
Iurius Alpedangorus Eulia.
It was the damned brother of his childhood friend, Olivia Vatilaciria Julia. Arnold thought that the two of them showing up at the same time was not some mere coincidence. How's it going, bro? Jurius put his arm around Arnold's neck. He sighed in his mind. I hate these two the most. Grace was the eldest daughter of a vassal of their family and was Jurius' fiancée. They had been described in the game to be the cannon fodder who foiled all the protagonist's plans. Jurius was the youngest prince of the imperial family. He had 3 older brothers. 2 were in the military while the eldest, crown prince, was handling affairs in another nation. He was also a swordsman like Arnold. His estimated power was measured to be 3rd star. Grace had been married to Jurius for political reasons, so not much love existed between the two. However, both enjoyed taunting others just for the heck of it. Arnold was always their primary target. Being of royalty, Jurius taunted and bullied Arnold since the latter couldn't do anything in retaliation. That had been the case until the present anyway.
So,
Jurius looked Arnold up and down with a smirk on his face. I hear Olivia hates your guts. What did you do, big man? Perhaps she is too disgusted to be in the company of Sir Arnold. He is known as a womanizer after all. Poor girl, must be scared he'll sink his claws into her maids next. Grace said with a hint of mockery and flicked her drilled golden locks. She flipped her fan and looked at Arnold amusedly. Say, Sir Arnold, I heard you were suspended from the household, and this boy is your replacement. Could that be true? Her revelation shocked the people who crowded around them. Most of the nobles hadn't gone in yet, and decided to stay outside and observe what was about to unfold. Wherever Arnold went, a scene would always ensue. Pray tell, where did you hear that? Arnold asked calmly. His eyes were still looking at Grace. He could care less about the people surrounding them. Only Luke seemed uncomfortable. I might have heard of it from one of your servants, Grace said with a bright smile. Oh, but to think even the Duke doesn't acknowledge his own son. How tragic indeed, Jurius said with fake pity. The people began whispering. All of them expressed their shock over what they heard. The young heir of the Berkley family, one of the great nobles of the empire, losing his position was major news. What does it matter if I lost my position of heir? Arnold didn't bat an eye at their mockery. He was still as expressionless as ever. A vein formed on Grace's temple. One could see how pissed she was that their words didn't have any effect on him. Does that not mean that you are incompetent? The people gasped. That is just how I see it. Hee hee. A little birdie told me as well that you'll be forced to go to Whiteage City. Surely, the Duke isn't sending his son there on the premise of becoming the Lord? I mean, that place is a dump. Anyone would guess that the Duke disowned Arnold and will send him to become the Lord of a ruined city as a sort of guise. They thought that it was to get rid of him. Well, it does look that way, Arnold thought. Seems like it was the right decision to have Olivia stay at the palace. Who knows what kind of danger she'll be placed in if she were there that day. After all, you have a habit of hitting women whenever your anger flares. Didn't one of the servants resign after she was almost assaulted by you? If this were the original Arnold, he would have silently walked away. Even if he was insulted, and even mocked for his obsession with Olivia, he would remain silent. Opposing royalty was equal to becoming a traitor to this nation. However, a big, strong hand gripped Jurius' entire face and lifted him effortlessly. It was Arnold. Jurius' screams were muffled in Arnold's hand. His face was literally being crushed. You know, I'm not very good at teasing or insulting others. I think it's cowardly of doing so. But taking that crap from a guy like you, with no future for your bloodline or this empire, just irks me to no end. Oh, and one thing. Arnold increased the strength in his hand. Keep Olivia's name out of your mouth, you incest creep. Jurius' eyes widened. Yet another revelation that shocked the crowd. The prince was in love with his own sister. Many looked at him in disgust. In the game, there was one incident where Jurius tried to rape Olivia while she was sleeping. It happened on the night of her and Luke's wedding. Of course, he didn't succeed since her spirit beast Nygard tore him to shreds. Sir J. Jurius, you can't do such a thing to royalty. Grace motioned for one of her tigerkin slaves to apprehend Arnold. The tigerkin took out the large great sword from his back. His muscles bulged. Jurius' face was still being crushed by Arnold's hand. Luke was frozen from what he just saw. Are you trying to intimidate me with your demi-human lovers? That's cute. Arnold smiled widely and looked at one of the tigerkin. He was built like a literal mountain. His biceps were as thick as Al's torso. His large size might have intimidated others, however, his opponent was a fifth-star knight. The demi-human shivered when he saw Arnold's expression. It was one of a demon ready to strike down a lower life form. Arnold's gaze held absolute power, a power that forced its enemies to their knees after tormenting them. Even the surrounding crowd became terrified over his malice. You have grown into such a beautiful woman. Why not become my wife instead? I will make you glad to have been born a woman. You must have heard the rumors, right? That I'm very good in bed. Arnold licked his lips as he stared at Grace. He threw Jurius onto the ground after letting him go. The demi-human was still frozen with fear. What the fuck did you say? Jurius screamed while coughing. Grace's face reddened when she heard his words. That's sexual harassment. I knew you were a scumbag. Go die. She left with unsteady footsteps, dragging her fiancé with her. Jurius didn't forget to leave his one-liner. You'll pay for this, you'll see. Arnold merely chuckled. It was a bad idea to do this in public. He looked around. There were so many eyewitnesses, so there was no way he could deny what happened today. Arnold merely shrugged. Doesn't matter anymore. Who were they? Luke asked when the group left. That guy is the fourth prince. He's Olivia's older brother. Grace is his fiancée. Let's just say we all grew up together. Although none of us view each other fondly anymore. Luke was speechless. Arnold had just assaulted a royal. Isn't he worried about the repercussions? The crowd stepped aside when Arnold and Luke left the scene. Arnold acted as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Where's the carriage? I told them to be here by noon. Arnold grumbled as he looked around. Flora, Lauran, and the coachman was nowhere to be seen. Well, let's... When Arnold was about to tell Luke that they had to walk home, he heard someone call out to them. Hey! Arnold nearly cursed. It was Flora. The only difference was that she was now well-groomed and wore stylish clothes. Her hair was bundled up into a messy bun which made her look quite attractive. Arnold noticed that she had a troubled expression on her face when she ran towards them. The sweat on her forehead caused her hair to stick to her face. One could tell that Flora had been running around for quite some time. What are you doing here? Where's Lauran? When I came out of the shop, she was gone. What? Chapter 10. I specifically told her to use the money to buy you clothes. I didn't order her to go anywhere else. So where did you see her before she vanished? Arnold asked calmly. His attitude contrasted how Flora was acting. Heir, Flora tried to remember. There was a large fountain in the center of the area. I think it was called the plaza. The plaza was in the middle of the city. Whichever road she took, well, they still had to find out. The northern road headed to the noble district. The southern road led to the slums. The western road led to the entertainment district. Lastly, the eastern road led to the commoner district. The plaza was where many of the city's stores were located. Unlike the shopping district, which had markets that sold food, at the plaza were stores for clothing, jewelry, tailors, and so on. Did she mention anything about stopping by another location? Flora shook her head at Arnold's question. All I remember is that when I left the store, she was gone. Where's that damn coachman then? Arnold asked in frustration. Lauran was a valuable acquaintance. He couldn't allow her to fall into danger. He was gone as well. What was strange was that the carriage was still there. But there were some shady guys standing outside the stores. All of them wore a red ribbon around their right arms. When I exited the store, they tried to attack me. I defeated them and asked if they saw where she went, but they wouldn't tell me anything, so I handed them over to the city patrols who passed by. Arnold stopped walking when he heard that. Red ribbons. He suddenly remembered who they were. Only one gang wore red ribbons to signify their identity. The Felix brothers gang. It was the gang of the three brothers. The eldest was the leader while the other two were his right-hand men. Don't tell me they were there for Lauran. Arnold had a bad feeling. Her father's store in the commoner district. My guess is that she went there and is being followed by them. Arnold concluded. It was the place she'd most likely head to. As Lauran was Arnold's slave until recently, the boss couldn't make a move on her. However, since she was now free, he could do what he wanted to her and her family. It might have looked like Arnold completely abandoned her from the decision he made. However, that wasn't the case at all. Staying with Luke was better than staying by Arnold's side. He was probably too optimistic thinking that Flora could protect Lauran. But still, even in her current state, she was as strong as an average knight. What is he going to do with her? Although he wasn't certain where, chances were that the boss took Lauran to one of his hideouts. That being the case, Arnold had no idea where to look. Look, I need you to head back. Why? Miss Lauran is in danger. What can you do? Arnold's question caused Luke to go silent. He lowered his head. He was powerless as he was now. Although he won in his fight against Arnold yesterday, that was merely because his emotions went rampant, which released his power. As Arnold saw it, that strength didn't belong to Luke. Yet, as he was now, he couldn't compete with gangsters who slaughter for fun. You may be the strongest in your village, however, this is a city that many renowned warriors call home. You aren't strong enough to face them.
But
Arnold glared at Luke, who was still retorting. Luke cowered at his glare. I have no qualms knocking you out if you keep refusing. Now, give me the sword. Arnold pointed at the sword by Luke's waist. Luke handed it to him silently. If anyone asks why I didn't come with you, then say I went to a brothel or something. Yes. Luke obediently nodded his head. He turned around and began walking away. Is this okay? Letting me come with? Flora, who had watched them silently until now, spoke up. I need a meat shield in case the enemies overwhelm me. Flora pouted. Take this. Arnold threw the sword at Flora. This is... Flora looked at the sword blankly.
What?
This is the sword that guard took from me. I've been using it since my previous weapon broke. Flora swung the sword to see if it had the same feel as the last time she used it. It did. So that explains why that low-ranking soldier had it. He must have been the one who brought Flora here as a slave, after she collapsed due to exhaustion from fighting hundreds of knights. Did you travel all the way here on your own before you became a slave? Arnold asked as they walked. Yeah. After the enemies infiltrated the castle, I had nowhere to go, so I just ran. I can remember being chased by summoned angels. Summoned angels? It must have been the theocracy after all, Arnold thought. To be able to summon angels using divine crystals, one must have the blessing of a god. Arnold concluded that they must have sent one of the high priests to deal with Flora. That alone proved how much of a threat Flora actually was to them. She was a future master swordsman, after all. What level were the angels? About level 35, I think. Those things were almost as strong as the average Imperial Knight. As expected, they really sent one of the members of the theocracy to capture Flora. The theocracy were a group of people who delivered divine judgment in the name of Goddess Melis. They created a group who could deliver justice in their name. They were called the Warriors of the Word of God. There were 10 of them in total. They demonstrated the highest authority of the Holy Empire. One side of the Holy Empire was comprised of the theocracy, while the other was ruled by the current emperor. Some agreed to the decision to make priests implement a system where they ruled while others did not. Those of the latter stuck to the old tradition of being ruled by a monarch. Namely, the first emperor. The supreme pontiff and the emperor decided that, in order to come to an agreement, they must coexist. The northern side was comprised of the government ruled by priests, while the southern side was the Holy Empire. The nation was divided as such hundreds of years ago. The ones who the theocracy used to implement the judgment of God are the aforementioned warriors of the Word of God. It wasn't unusual for such individuals to be level 50 or higher. The leader was said to be at the level of an 8-star powerhouse, level 65 or higher. Flora, what level are you? This was the first time Arnold had asked someone that question. He wasn't sure if levels for humanoids existed in this world as it did in the game. You even want to know my level? Flora huffed. Is it taboo to ask someone that? Have you been living under a rock? Flora answered regardless. I'm level 37. So she's one of the stronger ones in this world. Levels didn't necessarily convey how strong an individual was. It all came down to stats. Original Arnold was at least below level 30 when he was introduced. But his stats were much higher than the average person. That was because his stats were unbalanced in the game. His AP, aura power, was estimated to be extremely high, which explained why he was so powerful. Arnold wasn't sure how high Luke or Lauran's levels were. He had to first find an appraisal item that could measure a person's power. Such items weren't on the market. Asking someone their level is similar to sharing your personal information. You must never even share your skills. Right. If you were to PvP someone after telling them, then you'd be at a disadvantage. Arnold no. Liam thought to himself as he remembered how one of his junior guild mates once complained about being PvP'd by a person he considered his friends, only to lose a great amounts of EXP and items after losing the battle. Of course, the fault lay with the guild mate since he gave out information about his in-game character. Do you know how high-leveled this greater demon was who visited your father to make your kingdom a vassal? Flora thought for a moment. The mages of the palace said that he was at least level 70 or above. Arnold shivered. What the hell? Someone like that can't be that unnoticeable, right? Where has this greater demon come from? He had heard from his clan mates that there was a city ruled by an undead who had subordinates that equaled or surpassed 7th-star players. Hearing the demon's level, he didn't find it so ridiculous anymore. So you only know of it making contact with us, but not its origins? Well, I guess you're not omniscient with your connections. There is a big city to the south of the kingdom, so it lies between this empire and your kingdom. Flora nodded. It is being ruled by a vampire lord. Vampire lord. It was a title given to a species that had reached the peak of their race. As seen with dragon lords, orc lords, goblin lords, etc., she is estimated to be level 100. Some believe she is a descendant of the legends that once roamed these lands. Flora said gravely. Even thinking about that monster was giving her the chills. Even though the city she took over was an important neighbor before, none of the nations could do anything against that monster. She wasn't the only one who was powerful, her subordinates were as well. So she's a level cap NPC, Arnold said in a mutter. There was a possibility that she was a player. That was because it was extremely hard to max out your characters, even for players. Once you hit level 80, then your progress stalls immensely. Even using real money wouldn't get you that far. You had to grind and put in the effort. Even the powerhouses of this empire weren't even level 80 yet. That was why Arnold concluded that it was highly likely that she was a player. I never really went into detail to ask about the vampire lord, but this is okay too. There might come a time when I have to interact with her to know for certain if she is a player. What was that? Flora found the way his behavior changed odd. He was muttering to himself while staring into empty space. Nothing. Oh, right. Since you haven't recovered yet, take this. I need you to help me fight when the chance arises. Arnold handed a potion to her. It was an ordinary healing potion, so the effect shouldn't be that potent. Arnold had considered making the potions from the game. However, he needed the right materials before making said potion. The materials weren't rare, but getting them would be difficult even for him. Not to mention he needed to travel vast distances as well. Flora drank the potion and felt her body being re-energized. Little by little her strength returned. You sure I can use this? You're not scared I might cut you down? Flora smirked. As arrogant as ever, Your Highness. Arnold mocked before jumping onto a nearby building's roof. Flora soon followed. The two of them began jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Part 2. Earlier that day, Lauran stealthily left the store as Flora was busy trying on new clothes. Lauran told the coachman to drop Flora off at the auction house after she was done with buying the clothes. Although Arnold ordered her to take Flora shopping, he didn't say anything about babysitting her. Plus, Flora was still under the detainment of the slavery collar, so there wasn't a worry of her running away without repercussions. I have to go see how they're doing. My family. She hadn't visited her parents in a while. She was only allowed to visit them twice a month. She broke into a run when she took the eastern street of the plaza. The people looked at her oddly since she was wearing a maid uniform but wasn't in the presence of her master. Lauran didn't concern herself with their gazes and continued running towards a certain location. The store her parents started when they moved to this city. Although it wasn't doing very well these past few years. The whole reason Lauran became a slave had to do with that incident that happened 2 years ago. She had willingly sold herself in order to get money so her parents could pay off a certain amount of their debt. Maybe it was out of spite or just because he was interested in her, but the first one to buy her was Arnold. After the incident with the gang, they had officially become a black store. Black stores referred to the stores who had relied on the money of loan sharks and those from the underground. Getting involved with them was believed to bring lots of trouble. Her father was once a friend of the leader of the gang. He asked the man for money to save the store. However, that was a grave mistake. The banks didn't really bother with supporting a commoner's business, so her father had no choice in the end. The interest on the loan had taken a sudden 10% rise the very next month. It increases by 1% each month. They were told to either give the store to the gang or pay the money. Lauran's parents hadn't been doing very well, so she had been working longer shifts at the manor to help them pay the debt they owe. Hence why she couldn't visit them so often. Her father was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't carry out any physical labor. Her little brother was too young to work. That left her mother as the sole family member fit to take care of the store. Then again, it was hard getting customers. Lauran looked at the money in her hands as she ran. It wasn't nearly as much as the money they owed, but it was at least something. There has to be a way to settle this debt instead of giving all of their money to that bastard every month. Lauran suddenly thought of Luke, the next duke of the Berkley family and lord of this duchy. To her, he seemed like the average pushover brat who knew nothing about the outside world. Maybe I should seduce him and ask him for a raise. Lauran was shocked by her own thoughts. I can't do that. That sounds so wrong. Then again, it was one of her options to help her parents. If she could at least become the mistress of the next duke, then her problem would be solved. She could even ask Luke to get rid of the gang. Looking at the kind of person he was, she thought it might be possible. However, what if Arnold found out about her plan? That was why it was risky to even think about going through with that plan. She had similar thoughts with Jack before Luke arrived. However, he was much too young to have a mistress and wasn't expected to become the duke at all. That left Arnold. However, she knew that he would never help her unless there was something in it for him. Lauran felt like she was in a dilemma. Is someone behind me after all? Lauran muttered when she came to an abrupt stop when she reached the street where her parents lived. It was a fairly safe neighborhood. She had felt this presence ever since she left the store. Being capable of manipulating mana, she could detect faint movements of footsteps behind her. She had left residual mana to see if she was right. Who is it? She continued walking and pretended she didn't sense them. She fished out a wand from her maid uniform's pocket and stealthily cast a spell. The street was oddly quiet despite the fact that it was broad daylight. Had the residents retreated inside their houses? If so, for what purpose? Lauran continued casting as the footsteps got closer. She was casting a third-rank magic spell. In the world of Star Fantasy, items, characters, monsters, magic, divinity, and so on are all classified by different rankings. For weapons and items, they are ranked by letters from F until SS, followed by semi-star and star rank. Monsters and residents of this world are ranked by levels, level 100 being the cap for all beings. All forms of magic, however, are classified by rank. It wasn't common for the average person to be able to cast 4th-rank magic unless they were extremely talented. Such people were sought after in this world. There are probably less than a few thousand people, that includes the powerhouses on the continent, who are capable of using magic above rank 4. Even fewer could cast 6th-rank magic. Anything past that meant someone was classified as a demigod. Only the legends of the past were known to be that powerful in magic. Lauran didn't know why she was capable of casting such magic. She was never the kind of person who had an interest in fighting, but given the situation at the moment, she was grateful. Come out. Otherwise, I will have your heads. Lauran finally activated her spell. Well, it seems we've been found out, boys. A hoarse, deep voice came from the shadows. A 2M tall man with a bald head that had a snake tattoo on the right side of his face stood in front of Lauran. Lauran lost focus, which caused her spell to vanish. The man before her was the youngest brother of the leader of the Felix gang, Tobias, the Shredder.
Chapter 11. Arnold and Flora ran along the rooftops of the city, checking to see if they could spot Lauran. It was obvious that she wouldn't be out in the open if she was taken by the gang. Arnold had no idea where to begin looking. He had thought at first to check her father's store, but concluded that that wouldn't make sense for her to be there. She was probably taken to one of their hideouts. Although he was an experienced player, he never bothered exploring the city. Its scale was much too large. If only he had done those side quests that random NPCs give, then maybe he would have at least known the geography of the city better. I should head to the Information Guild first. Perhaps they might have what I'm looking for. But is that really going to work? In order to discover the location of Lauran, he had to somehow seek information regarding all the best hideouts in the city. There were literally hundreds that he knew of, but he didn't know which were occupied and which weren't. That was where an Information Guild came in. They have their own league of spies who sometimes infiltrate organizations to obtain information. Information was valuable in this day and era. However, some was also expensive and hard to come by. In addition, it took a lot of time to obtain some information as well. Even if he was the son of the lord of the city, he was doubtful whether they would even allow him to speak to an executive. The executives were usually the ones who had access to exclusive information. If I was still a player, then I could just use coins to buy bribery gifts from the Star Shop to give to them. The Star Shop was where you could buy rare and limited edition items for a certain amount of money. Of course, it wasn't cheap. Given the situation, he had to find other ways to convince the executive to give him the information he needed. However, he had an alternative plan. Information guilds were the best choice when you want to find something out. But you should know who to seek that information from. Why are we here? Flora asked as she looked up at the Adventurers Guild and the adventurers in front of it. Likewise, they were looking at her. Not just because of her clothing but also her beauty. You'll see. Many of the adventurers were looking at the two of them strangely. Flora had a sword despite not wearing the right gear for adventuring. Then there was Arnold. He was only in a dark blue suit and pants and had no weapons. The people concluded that they were noble kids looking to flaunt their talents despite having no experience in adventuring. The two of them entered the guild. As expected of the guild when it was past noon. The entire guild was filled to the brim with adventurers. Oi! Don't cut in line. But we were here first. You just shoved us aside. You want to say that to my fist, kid? So noisy, Arnold muttered as he looked around the guild. Bingo. Arnold made his way to the person standing next to the guild quest board. The person seemed like any normal adventurer waiting for new quests. Hey! Arnold called out to the person. Looking at the person's frame, it was a woman. Oh? She looked up and her eyes widened. It was expected of her kind to know the city lord's son's face. How may I help you? The person asked politely. She was wearing a rather thick cloak despite the hot temperatures outside. Flora decided to ask nearby adventurers if they saw a girl with red hair and blue eyes. Arnold lowered his voice and spoke. There exists no god. We are merely a simulation orchestrated by a higher being. He spoke in foreign tongue, specifically demon tongue. The person's eyes widened. Why you? How do you know our secret code? She grabbed Arnold's arm and pulled him into a corner. Arnold smiled silently. What he had just said was one of the most blasphemous lines one could ever spout in this world. It could mean one certain death by a million judgment polls. Not only the phrase but the language he used to say it could worsen the sentence they could give him. Even a person of high authority must never spout such words. The Pope does not allow such people to stay alive. Do you understand what would have happened if I wasn't one of them? The woman whispered. Your family would have had to pick up your head off the ground. And how the hell do you know demon tongue? You can stop with the questioning. You should know why I approached you so brazenly, member of Sirs. Wow! Sirs. One of the most mysterious organizations in the world of star fantasy. Their name is derived from the founder who was a demon from the Dark Continent. Their purpose was to obtain and sell high-value information. That information wasn't the legitimate kind. You could find out anything from drug deal locations, corrupt politicians, illegal monster and plant trades, and so on. The woman took off her hood and looked at Arnold in shock. She was a girl with heterochromia. Her right eye was blue while the other was green. Around her neck, there was a race-altering necklace to make her appear human. You must be on break for you to be in the open like this, Arnold said as he glanced over the crowd of adventurers. I see 3 more of you. He could see 3 more with the same vibe as the woman in front of him, although they weren't similarly dressed. The others were wearing casual clothes and blending in with the rest of the people rather easily. You bastard, how did you know about us? The girl didn't care that he was a duke's son anymore. If given the chance, then she'd attack him on the spot. She took out 2 poison daggers out from her back. I suggest you listen first before attempting to start a fight, miss. You should know who I am by now, Arnold said calmly. Starting a scene would waste time and be troublesome. She let go of the daggers and nodded. What do you want? I am looking for a certain gang's hideouts. I am willing to pay whichever amount you need. Gang? Sounds easy enough. The woman let her guard down and listened. The Felix gang, specifically. She quickly lost interest. Although they were a gang, they weren't that well known by the underworld of the continent. You want me to dig up some small gang's hideout? Boring. She sighed. A major character is in danger, you idiot. What does it matter what kind of gang it is? Arnold stopped himself from retorting and only got to the point. Find out all the hideouts they are using. Narrow it down to the ones they have recently used. Say, a month or a week ago. The woman nodded in the end. Very well. I'll get it done. Her gaze then sharpened. But once I do, you have some explaining to do. Of course. I am aware of that. Arnold shrugged. She nodded again. Follow me then. The woman gestured him to follow her out of the back door. So it seems even the guildmaster is aware of their presence in this city and is working with them. Seeing as how they have their own meeting place in the guild. Well, I guess just issuing quests doesn't always put food on the table. Arnold thought as he looked around to see if anyone was paying attention. Arnold considered taking Flora but decided to leave her. It wasn't exactly smart to tell her that he knew of a dark society organization that was linked to demons. The 2 of them arrived in a dark room. Arnold could see a light embrace the woman. Her skin turned a chocolate brown and her ears grew in length. She had long silver hair. A dark elf, huh? Arnold said in surprise. Elves were originally from the forest of Tiliu, which lay southeast from this nation. Dark elves, however, were offspring born from a demon and elf. They mostly lived in the shadows and weren't welcome in the forest of regular elves. You used dark magic items to disguise yourself? I can't blame you though. Dark elves aren't exactly welcome in this part of the land. Can we stop this idle chatter? You want me to look for the gang hideouts? Correct. Arnold nodded. She was surprised to see that he wasn't shaken up by her real appearance. Dark elves were despised by society as they were the evil breed of the pure elves. Her favorability towards him went up a notch. First, what can you offer us? The woman sat down on a chair by a table which had a single burning candle atop it. What are you on the market for? Arnold asked his own question. The woman narrowed her eyes but responded regardless. We are looking for a dryad's essence for a certain experiment. If you can promise to bring such a thing to us, then I can give you the information you seek within half an hour. Arnold whistled. You understand that getting such a thing is very difficult, right? Dryads are rare and few these days. They only appear in mana-rich environments. Such hotspots are rare in this world. Arnold explained calmly. She was basically pressuring him to get her such a thing just to get information faster. He wasn't stupid to say yes right away. Plus, he didn't want to have a debt to settle with a dark society organization. He would only do it if he was certain that he'd be able to find it. Since this was a new world, totally different from the original Dark Fantasy, he couldn't trust his knowledge of the game completely. If the plot had changed, albeit a little, that meant that other things were different as well. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Arnold shook his head. TCH. Then you'll have to wait half a day then. She was about to stand up to leave. However, Arnold held up his hand. If I were to have it in the future, would that mean I can request for anything? Yes. But since you can't get it to us at the moment, then this job is down the list of our priorities. It's fine. Just get it done. Arnold took out 2 scrolls. They were communication spells. Take one of these. When you get the locations, then inform me by infusing mana into these. The woman nodded. By the way, what's your name? I'm going to need it if I call you next time. Before leaving, Arnold asked. Lumiela. Well then, Miss Lumielia, see you next time. That's not how you say it. The woman shouted with a red face at his mispronunciation of her name. Arnold left before she could lash out of him. Have you found anything yet? Arnold asked Flora after he came up to her. She had chosen to sit down on a corner table next to a window. Flora shook her head. None of them seemed to know anything about the underground gangs in this city. By the way, who was that woman you left with? She is an agent from a certain agency tasked with finding people. Arnold glanced around the guild as he lied through his teeth. Sure is lively today. What's the occasion? I heard from some of them that a dragon has been sighted around the east. Dragon? What breed? They aren't certain yet. Some villagers saw a humongous flying creature descend in the mountains a few weeks ago. The guild master has issued an emergency request and ranked it S. The reward is 200 gold. That's a hefty amount. No wonder there's so many. I can even see a lot of newbies. Do they think they'll score big or something? Adventuring was a serious job in this world. Looking down on it would mean looking down on the power and effort of the ones in the profession. You could die any time while out on a subjugation or escort mission. It was plain stupid for newbies to try and undertake an S-rank mission. This world held many mysteries that even the most experienced players didn't know. Heir Fantasy was supposed to be a big open-world game with lots to discover. It would have been boring if it were anything less. That was why Liam fell in love with the game. If he wasn't a DOP, then he'd never have even found out about the hidden bosses of the game like the Chaos Dragonlord for example. It was one of the hardest bosses to beat, however. The rewards were immense and the struggle was worth it. It's rare for dragons to just show themselves like this. Is it breeding season? While Arnold was talking with Flora, someone came up to them. Excuse me? It was a timid voice of a boy. Arnold and Flora stopped their discussion and looked at the person. What is it? Flora asked in annoyance. I've told a dozen of you already that I'm not into you even if I am single. Arnold tried his best to stop himself from smiling. No matter where she went, her beauty would always draw attention. And no. I was wondering if why you were adventurers too. I don't have a team to join the joint adventurer raid party yet. I've been looking for days now. Arnold assessed the androgynous boy. He seemed to be Luke's age and was short and had a thin build. He had big green eyes and light brown hair. In his right hand was a simple wooden staff and he wore a simple magic robe. There were a few scrolls tied to his belt. Arnold's eyes gleamed. It was another magic user such as his in-game character, the great sorcerer Luffular. However, the current Arnold wasn't a magic user as the character Liam used from the game. Apologies for asking first, but when does this dragon quest begin? Arnold's voice was suddenly gentler than usual. Flora looked at him as if she saw a ghost. It's fine. It begins in 3 days. We're departing 2 days from now to Whiteedge City. The quest is near the city? The boy nodded. It's in the forest near there. I see, Arnold added. To answer your question, we're not adventurers. We only came here for information. Ah! Arnold imagined the boy had ears and a tail that drooped when he heard his sad voice. Sorry for disturbing you then. The boy bowed before walking away. His back looked so lonely as he headed towards the front reception desk again. I forgot to ask him what kind of magic he can use. Arnold sighed. Are you planning on joining that party? Flora asked. I don't have any interest in the raid party per se. Arnold continued looking at the crowd of adventurers. Although the dragon sighting sounds interesting. Anyway, let's go check out the quest board while we wait. Chapter 12. Part 1. Flesh beating against flesh echoed in the silent room. If one listened closely, then you'd hear frequent whimpering. However, it was so small and soft that one would assume it was that of a small animal. The man was in his late 30s. He had short black hair and a black beard. His body wasn't as muscular as it were in his prime, but it was still filled with vigor and power. Sweat flew as the man pulled back his fist. Then he struck. Another punch landed on the woman's face beneath him. HN. The young woman was a low-class prostitute he had picked off the street. Many wouldn't really involve themselves with such a prostitute as there were concerns of them having diseases and hygiene problems. The only reason he picked her off the street was because she was fairly beautiful. The man loved beating the faces of pitiful women. It was like an artist destroying the piece he devoted his life to painting. What was once radiant, unblemished skin was now mangled up and bruised. Damn it. I need to get a potion since this thing isn't working right now. He looked at his flaccid tool in anger. Old age seemed to be getting to him. Despite being a gang leader with many connections and lots of wealth, he won't be able to keep it to himself. He considered starting a family of his own but forced the idea down. If his wife found out about his fetishes and desires, then she'd leave him in a blink of an eye. When he looked down, he saw the woman stare at him. There was no hate in her eyes, only revulsion. Oi! Don't look at me like that, you bitch. He struck her again, using aura this time. 3 of her teeth flew out of her mouth. As a former 6-star knight, his hits filled with aura were packed with lots of power. An ordinary human like the girl beneath him wouldn't survive for long. He stopped as he thought about it. Damn. I'll have to find another girl if she dies here. I guess I'll give her a potion and continue later. When he was about to open his closet, an intercom went off inside the room. Boss, we got her. Rugilai Felix's eyes brightened as a big smile emerged on his face. Perfect timing. I'll be there as soon as I can. He looked towards the bed. You're free to go. If you tell anyone what happened here, then I'm going to kill you for real. The woman sobbed silently as she tried to lift her aching naked body. Good job, boys. Rugilai entered a room where all of his henchmen were gathered. It was a large gathering room that was usually used for parties in the past. There were about 30 men present around him. All of them were standing to the side and near the wall. In the middle of the room stood a single chair. On the chair was a girl with flaming red hair and the most beautiful blue eyes that gleamed in the light of the room. Her face twisted when she heard a rather unpleasant, but familiar voice. When she looked up, her mind blanked. Her mouth quivered and her pupils shook. She drew in quick breaths when she saw that man. He was the cause of her trauma. The resentment she had in her heart was all his doing. Lauran had always dreamt of killing him with her own hands. However, right in this moment, she felt powerless. It was like her body refused to listen to her. Hey! Well, brother. The one who brought her here, Tobias called out to Rugilai. The large man with a bald head and a tattoo on his face smiled triumphantly. Does this mean my pay gets a raise? Can I also book a night with a high-class whore from the flower brothel? Yeah. Take however much you need for the night. Rugilai waved nonchalantly as he approached Lauran. Lauran was bound to the chair with shackles, so she could do nothing to resist. It would have been easy for her to just freeze the shackles and cast a spell that created a diversion before escaping. However, in this situation where she met the demon of her nightmares, she couldn't think rationally. Although she was a capable mage, fending off 30-plus men was impossible for her. She resisted the urge to scream as his pudgy fingers went up and down her thighs. He was savoring her by touching her before the real fun began. Well, Lauran. Didn't I say that sooner or later you'll become mine? And look now. I have you in my grasp now. You must have missed me, yeah? He held Lauran's face and licked her on the cheek. All she smelled was alcohol and cigarettes. She held down the vomit that accumulated in her throat. Even the way you squirm under my touch is giving me shivers. Goodness, why am I feeling lightheaded? Ha ha ha. Is this true love? Rugilai broke into a hearty laughter. His gang members began laughing as well. Some eyed Lauran with perverted gazes. Rugilai saw this, but he decided to let it be. Since they weren't touching his woman, it was fine if they watched. That's right. She's my woman, you fools, he thought. Lauran could only tremble and grit her teeth. Urine started coming down her legs, soaking her socks and shoes. The chair was also soaked. One could tell by the look in her face that she was horrified. Her eyes had lost the light that made them shine a vibrant blue. Oh, kinky. I like that. Rugilai didn't show revulsion even as he saw her wet herself in terror. Then again, he was into weirder things. So boss, what should we do with the girl's parents? One of the gang members asked. As with the rest of them, he also wore a black cloak. Rugilai was so immersed with Lauran's beauty and feminine charm that he had completely forgotten about the most important matter. Since you have her, there's no need to torment them anymore, right? The man felt everyone's gazes on him. Wasn't the whole point for tormenting them because you wanted her? Rugilai pondered his subordinate's words. Lauran slowly lifted her hands after his silence. She saw a wicked grin on his face. His eyes were like those of a predator gawking at its prey. Kill them all. Not just the man who asked the question, but all the others gasped. I sent that a little. The man was about to argue before a knife went through his eye and pierced his brain. He fell down onto the ground silently. Lauran screamed. Rugilai lowered the arm that threw the knife. He kicked the man who kept interrupting him and took out his knife from the eye that it pierced. You see, I respect the opinions of my loyal subordinate, but there are just some lines you can't cross. Now that guy I just killed crossed it. Rugilai looked at all of his gang members and released his aura. Don't you dare tell me what to do. He bellowed furiously. His voice boomed through the entire mansion. Many cowered from his pressure. Lauran, who was right next to him, cried. Although Rugilai was out of shape and a little plump, he was still a warrior who was once a knight. He was also an experienced martial artist. No one would dare defy him. Even his little brothers, Tobias and Khan. After looking at Lauran, he smiled. Let's go, Lauran. My sweetheart. Part 2. Arnold and Flora had decided to go to a nearby skewer stand since Lumiala was taking so long. He had received a message from her a few minutes ago which was only one line. Almost done. She had cut off the communication a moments later. It was probably because she was afraid someone could use magic to listen in on their conversation. Should I have taken the request to find the essence? He didn't want any loose ends on his name, so he was hesitant. If he agreed to find it, then they would have had Lauran's location by now. It was a truly difficult choice to make. Problem was that he didn't know if dryads still spawned the same way as in Star Fantasy. They were usually tree avatars who bathed in the radiance of the world tree whenever it had its annual flower blooming, which happened in the Lyria, 3rd, and Relek, 9th, months. Many essence-spewing flowers would grow out of the tree, thus making it the densest mana field in the entire world. To spawn them, you had to use a divine fertilizer that sped up the world tree's flower blooming. As dryads weren't intelligent, the chances of the trap working was always 99%. Most players did this trap so they could also benefit from the world tree's blooming. It was believed that if you were to enter the mana field around the tree and stay there for several days, then your MP would rise by +2 daily. Arnold didn't necessarily need this before since he was already at max level and couldn't go further. At best, he could harvest the mana and create potions out of it by adding other materials. Then again, the trap glitch didn't exist in the earlier patches of the game, so he never got a chance to try it out. For all the new mages in the game, it was an easy way to level up. The DOPs hated this and frequently complained about the patch. Out of spite, the higher-ranked players would attack the camps and bases of lower-ranked players. Even after updating countless times, the glitch was never able to be fixed. It stayed in the game, forever serving as a cheat. The insects who didn't devote blood and sweat into the game rose to the levels of the top players who actually worked for it. The pay-to-win players were the most furious with the glitch. Arnold thought they were hypocrites. Then again, he also bought things sometimes. The trap shouldn't be in this world. Unless I can find the divine fertilizer. If he failed to find the creature and extract its fluids, then he'd have a whole organization on his behind. Sirs wouldn't just leave him be. He wasn't yet sure how big the project was that they were doing. He wasn't sure if he wanted to find out. Didn't you say you found someone who can help us? It's been 5 hours already. Flora grumbled and chewed her 10th skewer. She's already this lively despite the fact that she looked like a corpse this morning. Arnold thought and smiled wryly. It was as expected of a swordsman who could adapt to any given situation so fast. Patience is a virtue, Your Highness. Don't call me that in public, you idiot. By the way, where did you get that sword? Arnold pointed at the rusty sword at her waist. You said earlier that you used it since your other weapon broke, right? I found it near the corpse of some merchant. That was when I was fleeing using the highway. Although the sword isn't a magic weapon like my previous one, it's pretty sharp. Flora did a few practice swings. It sounded like the air itself would be cut as she swung the sword. I see. Then that guard brought you to this city, huh? Arnold was referring to the one who had the sword. Yeah. I couldn't fight back since I was completely exhausted. Flora looked at Arnold and asked the question she had on her mind. You must be a spy or something, right? How did you know that I was the last princess? Flora whispered that last part as she glanced around. I can assure you, I am not a spy. Although my information network is very strong. Arnold couldn't just blurt out the fact that he was once a player. Not only would he seem plain stupid, no one would believe his words. Plus, there was no reason for him to reveal himself. Flora had a look of understanding on her face. You're the cunning kind. I hate guys like you. Always snooping around with your nose in everyone's business. And using their past against them. A pout emerged on her face. In response to Flora's words, Arnold shrugged. Being strong won't be the only thing that'll guarantee my survival. What's up with that? I managed to survive so far on strength alone. Flora said proudly as she puffed out her non-existent chest. You really shouldn't compare the two of us. Arnold thought and sighed. Although Flora was a genius when it came to swordsmanship, she wasn't the kind who really used her brains much. No matter how many times she used to study during her time as a princess, she was never be able to change that. At this point she could barely read and calculate basic equations that even 12-year-olds should know. But what she said was right. Her swordsmanship more than made up for her lack of intelligence. Rather, you could say she was smart with the sword. During life or death situations in a fight, she could reverse the situation by analyzing her opponent. It had happened many times in the past. That was why she was a prodigy in swordsmanship. Few could compare to her. Are you going to tell me now what this task is? Flora asked as they headed back to the guild. Let's find Lauran first. This is more important. Arnold answered without looking at her. Flora sighed but nodded in the end. Right. The guild's front door opened just as they were about to climb the stairs. Arnold saw the same woman he had met with earlier. I found them. Follow me.
Chapter 13. Lumiala, Flora and Arnold were observing a building from afar. Mia had taken them to this place after meeting them in front of the guild. The building was a large mansion on the outskirts of the noble district. There were other mansions on the same street, however, this was the only one that was inhabited by people. Most of the nobles lost their lineage and couldn't afford to live in this area. Why aren't we charging in there? Flora asked impatiently. One could see that she was worried that something happened to Lauran. Arnold always thought that Flora and Luke were the same. Not just in swordsmanship but personality as well. Both were virtuous, kind and brave. If they saw a person in need then they'd do their utmost to save them. Even if no payment was involved. Arnold turned to Lumiala who was silently looking at him. Why did you bring us here? Does this mean you found their location? To Arnold's words, she nodded. This is the only place that has been active in the past month. Many people have come and gone. I tracked their activity during this past month and found out that they have been bringing different prostitutes back and forth for their leader. The flowery brothel's manager complained that her workers always come back bruised. She was eager to share all of this with us. I see. How did you find out so fast? Flora and Arnold were both astonished. Lumiala smirked proudly at Arnold's question. It's no big deal. I had some contacts in the entertainment district help me out. The process didn't take long since Rujulai is well known. Not for positive reasons though. That's not anything new, now is it? Arnold sighed. Rujulai Felix was once a famed knight in the Imperial Army. He was one of the strongest tankers in the Empire's history and thwarted assaults from enemy nations in many battles. Although he was a minor character, Arnold still knew about him. After his falling reputation plummeted even further, he went into depression and committed his first crime. He murdered the man who slept with his wife when he left for war. After coming out of prison, Rujulai's life was completely destroyed. His wife left him, his family scorned him and he was dismissed from his position in the army. He was once a platoon leader and worked directly under the Duke. That didn't last long since he fell from grace. Such was the life of most warriors. After that he turned to crime as a means to survive. His other two brothers who were already at the bottom pit of society before him, joined him. They plundered, murdered, kidnapped, smuggled, etc. Not long after he became a notorious gang leader of a bunch of criminals. They called themselves the Felix Gang. Since Rujulai was a commoner, he had no family name so he used Felix as his surname as well. My understanding of what happened is that Lauran killed him after she became an elite mage. She knew as she was before that she didn't have the power to kill the demon from her past. Whenever she saw him, her throat would clog up and her body would go numb. It wasn't an issue over who was strong. The mental scars he inflicted remained in her heart forever. Some way or another by being comforted by Luke, she gained the determination to eliminate the demon from her past. Of course, she fell for him not long after. Arnold thought about the kind of hero Luke was. His charisma alone was what drew others towards him. Handsome, strong, kind, brave, there were few women who could say they didn't fall for him. It's no wonder why so many strong and famous women joined his hero party. I see movement. Mia muttered. As a dark elf, she had even better vision than an eagle. As with dwarves who were born with exceptional dexterity, elves had their own racial trait. Elves were the most suited race for archery because of their good eyesight. Other races such as the demi-humans had racial traits related to their passive skills which were enhanced body arts. That was what made them such powerful natural-born martial artists. Let's wait before charging in there. Chances are that she's not even here. We'll only upset the gang if we act rashly now. Lumiala said to them, in a whisper this time. So, why are you still here? Arnold whispered back. There are things I must retrieve from the gang's hideout. Since you're only here for the girl, I can take their others' assets, right? Well, whatever. Arnold shrugged. He released his aura dimension and took out his aura sword. An aura sword was a weapon that could freely enter or exit the user's spatial dimension, which required aura rings to open. The user must infuse aura into a certain ring that activates their aura dimension and take their desired weapon out. In Arnold's case, he had a dark sword that radiated a blue ash. Since Arnold was a natural aura user, he quickly learned to use this at a very young age. This was much better than carrying around a sword at your waist. It seems that there are minimum guards today. Usually the entire street is full of his men loitering around. They would come and go into the mansion all day. Either the boss is busy in another city or he's inside his room with a prostitute he likes. Lumiala read the report that she took out of her bag. So there's a high possibility that he's violating that girl. Flora gnashed her teeth. Let's not jump to conclusions. What do you know about the average level of strength of the gang, Mia? Arnold asked. Well, I guess I'll allow you to call me that. Anyway, there are 6 3-star mages. The rest are all swordsmen and spear users. This'll be troublesome. At least everyone isn't here today. Oh, right. Arnold took something out of his pocket. It was a mask and a strange necklace. I want you to put this on. He gave the necklace to Flora. I don't need your fancy magic items to help me fight. She refused to take it. It will change your hair color, idiot. Your purple hair stands out too much. I'll wear the mask since my face is well known. Flora took the necklace and put it on. It's not doing anything, though? Her hair was still purple. Sigh. You have to tap the gem for it to activate. After saying so, Arnold jumped off from the roof of the mansion they were standing on. Lumiala was about to shout to ask what he was doing but decided to stay quiet. Flora soon followed. Why are these two just walking up to the mansion? A surprise attack would have been better. She stomped the roof in frustration. At first she had made a sketch of the mansion and located all the possible entrances besides the front door. They could have gone at night when everyone's guards were down. Ugh, I can't believe my first big job is going to be like this. Lumiala summoned spirits around herself to help her fight. She joined Sirs only recently on the recommendation of her mother, who was a high executive of the organization. Her mother had been in the dark society for many years by now. She must be watching somewhere. I better not screw this up. She didn't reject the job because there was something for her to gain as well. She could take down an entire gang and gain control of their contraband, supply routes, weapons, etc. It was nothing in comparison to her mother who killed an entire family of royals along with the monarch on her first mission, but it was at least something. Lumiala thought back to the conversation she had with her comrades before she met up with Arnold.
How did he know about us, Sis Mia? One of the others asked Lumiala. He had an uneasy expression on his face. I'm not sure. I made sure to erase any traces of us snooping around. It's a mystery how he found us out. Still, Mia bit her lip. I think it's a good idea to stick close to him. If he could find out about our organization's activities in this city, then there's no telling what else he knows. He might have information beneficial to us as well. The 4 of them were in the same room Arnold exited earlier. They entered right after Arnold had left. Besides Lumiala, the others were all men. What do you mean? Another man asked. Even the highest-ranking nobles of this nation have no idea we're operating under their noses. I mean, haven't we been living on some nobles' expenses without them knowing? You're right. It just doesn't make sense. If a noble found us out, then they'd immediately inform the emperor. Sirs HQ was located in another faraway location. It was only recently that they decided to send out small groups of their members to gather intel that may be useful for their organization in the future. During their stay in this city, they hadn't found anything interesting thus far. It was the usual nobles committing crimes like rape, extortion, slavery, bribery, and so on. Nothing that could be used against rival organizations had popped up. However, that might change with the sudden appearance of the city lord's son. We need to find out how he knew about us. We aren't even that widespread. Sirs was a feared organization, however, they weren't known to many. The few that knew of them were high-ranking officials from other nations. News of them being in this empire's lands shouldn't have spread. Unless... Mia's eyes widened as a possibility arose. Her body shuddered. Unless? All 3 of them were confused by her voice's sudden change of tone. What if he's the leader? The others gasped. The leader of the criminal dark society organization had never revealed his or her true face before. Not even his most trusted subordinates know anything about him. Where he lived. What his actual job was undercover. What his name was. These were but some of the mysteries of their leader.
No way.
The boss is that kid. One of the others sounded doubtful. It's just a possibility. If he was the boss, then there was no reason to ask assistance from our small group. But still, don't you find it strange that he could locate us this fast? He entered the guild as if any normal person would, but in truth he was looking for us. I bet that woman that was next to him was his bodyguard.
If you're right then, should we tell the others? No.
We also shouldn't tell him that we know. Perhaps he wants to stay hidden. Mia concluded that he didn't want others to know of him. How should we test if he's really the boss, sis Mia? One of the other dark elves asked.
Lumiola held her chin and pondered.
The fact that he was so young wasn't the issue. Many had assumed that the boss was an unusual person anyway. Maybe there was another reason for why he was able to become the leader of such an organization like Sirs. All the leaders of Sirs had been ranked as a 9th star warrior or mage. There was a high chance that Arnold was the same. As with most 9th star powerhouses, they stop aging once they reach the pinnacle of humanity. Maybe Arnold became a 9th star powerhouse back when he was 16 or 17. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about this.
Lumiola thought to herself.
For now I'll follow him around and try to stick as close to him as possible. Can any of you inform an executive I can't come back to the base for now? She wanted to join the mission and personally observe him. Isn't it better to stay by the sidelines and wait? Lumiola shook her head at her comrade's words. Whether he's really hiding the fact that he's our leader, I'll find that out. Arnold and Flora managed to reach the front gate of the mansion without being seen. Granted, they weren't really hiding. Both of them were walking with their swords drawn. Arnold was covered in thick aura and his sword was glowing ominously. As for the sword Flora was holding, if one looked close enough, you could see a teal glow under the dirt and grime. Although the sword wasn't in its final form, it was more than enough to cut through the flesh of normal humans.
Huh? What they?
Flora quickly ran towards a person who spotted them. The person's legs were slashed and blood sprayed everywhere. The other crew members noticed the commotion and saw Arnold and Flora. They raised their weapons and shouted, "Intruders!" The entire mansion was alarmed. Yet Arnold and Flora were still gracefully attacking whoever attacked them. Arnold first aimed for the mages. He could tell who were mages since he was very adept at sensing mana.
Eek!
He caught one of them and hit him in the back of neck. The person fell down limply. It wasn't enough to kill him, just make him unconscious.
Ora!
One of the others threw a throwing spear at Arnold. Arnold blocked the spear by shoving another mage in front of him. The mage died instantly since the spear impaled his heart. He crushed the man's face with one punch.
Ha! Take this.
You really shouldn't shout during a sneak attack. Arnold used the hilt of his sword to strike the two who tried to attack him from behind on their temples. His sword's blue arc of aura was both graceful and beautiful. Despite his violent nature, he had such gentle aura control. It was like a gentle flowing river on a warm summer day. Said river was actually a deadly weapon that could sharpen his weapon to make it cut through steel. Flora, on the other hand, was crushing the men with raw power alone. Unlike Arnold, who made clean cuts, she battered her opponents until their bodies broke.
What the hell? This monster. Me, a monster?
You kill indiscriminately and steal from the poor. Flora grabbed the guy who shouted that statement earlier. She headbutted his face, which caused his nose to break and his forehead to cave in. Growing up as a princess, Flora was required to include community service in her daily activities. She loved going to the slums in the kingdom and making soup for the children there. Oftentimes, she would teach the children how to fight as well. It was unexpected of a princess, but the children loved it. Spending time with the children in the slums was the only time when she truly enjoyed herself. After losing all of that, she became a shell of what she once was. Those innocent children were also killed in the invasion of the theocracy. She was mad. She was taking that vengeance out on them now. Why was it that the innocent had to die? Flora bashed the face of a man with her elbow. She rampaged further by charging onto a group of men and stabbing the sword through all of their hearts. It was a slaughter. Flora! Arnold called out to her. Flora!
What?
Flora finally looked at Arnold after she breathed deeply. Those men are already dead. She finally noticed that she was still hitting a man in the face. That said, his face was all bloody and mangled up.
Oh!
Arnold pointed at the open front door. There were bodies everywhere on the ground. Most were barely alive. Arnold had only left some alive since not all of them came charging with killing intent.
Let's go. Chapter 14. What is this? They're monsters. Lumiola shouted in her heart.
She had been watching from a nearby bush to see how the two of them were fighting. To put it into simple words, she was both scared and astonished. She had never actually seen warriors fight before. She was a spiritualist after all. She spent most of her time living in her tribe's dark elf settlement in the Kulb Mountains and trained with her family and friends. Arnold cut through his opponents with elegant strikes as he moved like the gentle flow of a river. His cuts were both deep and clean. Even now there was no blood on the sword or himself. He looked just as he were before this fight even started. In comparison, Flora fought like a barbarian that just learned how enjoyable it was to use weapons. Her face and body was covered in blood. She used both her body and sword to destroy her enemies. Punches, kicks, charges and so on. The two weren't similar at all, yet both of them fought like magnificent swordsmen. Lumiola had never seen such skills right in front of her. Her mother was also a swordsman, but she couldn't really remember the style she used. It was probably on the same level as these two, if not higher. Strength didn't matter at this point. Both of them were in a league of their own. I should concentrate on infiltrating the leader's office. This street's name was Eugen. It was located right next to the Commoner District. The bad side of the Commoner District, that is. Crime had been high in this area for decades, which was why the nobles decided to leave behind their mansions and live in another part of the city. Most of the gangs came from there. If any gang members were nearby, then it'd take 10 minutes or more before they arrived. As the other mansions on the street were uninhabited, they could use the properties as shortcuts to reach this mansion. I need to hurry before their reinforcements arrive. She didn't really think that Arnold and Flora would stay to protect her. Their objective was to eliminate the boss and take back Lauran. Lumiola remembered Arnold's words. I want you to take some documents for me. It concerns a certain building. It's located at. I wonder what he wants those for.
Well, whatever.
After sneaking past the gangsters who were charging towards Arnold and Flora, Lumiola jumped through a window. The entire mansion's great hall was dark and quiet. It was like everyone had left to go outside.
I smell blood.
Being a hunter and tracker, Lumiola could smell from far away. The inside of the mansion had a thick iron smell to it.
What's that sound?
She kept hearing flesh striking flesh.
It was like someone was punching another person.
Lumiola wanted to go check it out, however. Her only objective was getting whatever valuable documents were inside the gang leader's office. She erased her footsteps using sound magic and crept up to a nearby statue. She hid behind it and looked around. It's pretty dark, she whispered and took out a bag filled with powder. This particular powder was a magic crystal that had been crushed into tiny particles. It was now similar to a dust. Lumiola took a deep breath after throwing the dust on her hands. She exhaled deeply, which made the fragments scatter through the air. As I thought, she muttered when she saw the detection magic sensors. The fragments made it visible since magic and crystals are both components that consisted of mana. She looked around and saw that there were multiple crossbows aiming in each sensor's direction. If an intruder were to touch one, then the bow would shoot a bolt at the target. Lumiola smirked. It was easy for her to evade all of those bolts even if she were to trigger them. She had a special racial trait of elves which made their bodies extremely flexible. Since she wanted to stay quiet, she had to be cautious to avoid any alarms.
Hop!
Lumiola used her athletic body to jump through and avoid the detection sensors. She did a pose like a gymnast who just finished a course in a championship.
Ahem.
She ducked and sneaked up the stairs. Luckily for her, the stairs didn't have any traps like the Great Hall. Since the stairs were the only way up, she would have had to climb a second-floor window if the stairs were riddled with traps as well.
That was too troublesome.
Lumiola snuck up the stairs as she kept hearing those strange noises. She didn't have the time to check what it was. After arriving on the second floor, Lumiola scattered her spirits in order to search for the office. Doing it herself would take too long, so she had her spirits do it for her. They would only need to signal her using their spiritual link. In Star Fantasy, spiritualists were people who could control elementals of nature: earth, fire, wind, and water. Light and dark elementals existed, however, not many are able to use it. An example of a user of the light elementals would be the Fairy Millennium, a ninth star powerhouse. Spiritualists could also summon the elementals' monarchs. There were stones called monarch summoning stones which were quite difficult to find on the market and expensive. It was worth it though, since each monarch was close to level 70. However, summoning monarchs took a toll on the player's overall MP. They would also be stopped from moving until the monarch was done attacking the enemy. They would be vulnerable during a monarch summon. Lumiala could only summon normal spirits since she wasn't that great of a spiritualist. Her elemental nature was wind.
Found it.
She located the office on the west wing of the mansion. After making sure there were no traps in the hallway that led to the office, Lumiala continued sneaking. Arnold and Flora had just finished with either decapitating or killing the crew members. Flora was covered in blood from head to toe. In contrast, Arnold's suit was just as clean as it was when he put it on this morning. The two were about to take their first step up the stairs when they sensed two presences behind them.
Oi, oi. You killed our precious henchman. A remark came from the gate of the mansion. It smells like innards.
Did these two really slaughter all these men? Another voice followed. Arnold and Flora turned around and saw two men. One was a muscular man with a bald head, tattoo across the right side of his face and a piercing through his nose.
In his hand was a chain and sickle.
As a general art of handling one, a person holds a chain in his right hand and in his left hand to take aim at the enemy's head, face, shank and forearm to hit with the weight, use the chain to knock off the enemy's weapon, entangle the chain with the enemy's wrist or leg while containing the movements of the enemy and then slashing the enemy with a blade of held in the left hand to kill him. The other person was a skinny tall man with a long nose, slanted eyes and gelled hair made into a man bun at the back. He was carrying two daggers by his waist.
Great. It's the cannon fodder.
Arnold sighed.
Whatcha call us, huh?
The big one said. He threw the tip of his chain at Arnold. The chain's end was meant for crushing a victim's skull using its weight.
Arnold caught it easily.
I take it you're Khan and you're Tobias?
Ha.
Tobias tried pulling the chain back, but Arnold's grip wouldn't budge. It was like the chain was stuck on something.
HNNG.
The man's muscles bulged as he tried pulling the chain back. He even tried activating his aura. It was still useless.
Are your muscles for show?
I guess they aren't really useful in a fight, huh?
Arnold let go of his sword. It vanished into thin air. You bastard!
Similarly, Tobias threw down his weapon as well. Arnold threw the chain he was holding aside.
Hand to hand, huh?
Arnold chuckled evilly.
Tobias silently looked at his brother.
His brother nodded and walked backwards.
Flora did the same behind Arnold.
You're going to die, you little shit. But first, I'm gonna rip that mask off your face. After that, I'ma skewer you into pieces. Tobias jumped on the spot a few times and shook his shoulders. He punched the air a few times before staring back at Arnold.
Arnold was suddenly gone. Look down, you idiot!
His brother shouted from behind. He did as his brother said and saw Arnold stand there, gazing up at him.
Eek!
He staggered back a few steps.
What's wrong? Come at me.
Arnold bent forward and held out his face. You said you wanted to break the mask, right?
Well, do it. Are you mocking me?
Tobias clenched his right hand and swung it. It was knocked back by an unknown force.
Huh.
Tobias looked at his hand in confusion. This time he used both hands to punch. Deflected again. Meanwhile, Arnold was still standing there.
Ora!
Tobias threw multiple punches, yet even those were deflected by the same unknown force.
What the hell?
Even though his fists were covered in aura, he couldn't even scratch Arnold. Stop using aura barriers.
He threw another right hook.
Instead of being deflected and thrown back, Arnold caught his hand. Are you really that dumb to not see what's going on? Or are your skills not as impressive as those muscles? Arnold tightened his grip. I was merely moving at a speed you couldn't even react to, Arnold said and squeezed the man's hand even harder.
Ear!
He screamed as his hand was crushed with extraordinary strength. What was strange was the fact that Arnold wasn't using aura to increase his strength. He was only using it for his speed. That just shows how powerful the villain was even without aura.
Gwa!
Tobias tried punching Arnold with his other hand, but it was useless. Arnold grabbed that one as well. The 2 meters tall giant of a man was being pushed to the ground by the strength of a teenager.
I'm coming, Khan shouted from behind and unsheathed his daggers.
A green aura surrounded his body. He was about to charge at Arnold, however. Flora quickly arrived before him. Her once long purple hair was now completely black. The magic item's effect wouldn't last very long, so they had to finish the infiltration quickly. Your opponent is me. Tisich. He clicked his tongue as he jumped at her with his daggers that were coated in poison. As that was happening, Tobias was crying for mercy as Arnold was forcing him to the ground with raw power alone. PP please, he sobbed. Tell me, did you enjoy making Lauran's parents suffer? Arnold said quietly. His cold voice was laced with venom. Ha! Tobias looked up at him in confusion. Then his eyes widened in realization. Aha! Why, you're here for that girl, huh? Between gritted teeth, he laughed. They shouldn't have made that loan. You know what I do whenever the boss isn't looking? Tobias smiled widely while holding the groans back. I ravage her mother. Sometimes the dad watches too. Hey. Seeing him look at me fucking his wife. Before Tobias could get another word in, he suddenly saw something. It was his death approaching in the form of an aura-enhanced punch. It seemed so slow. It was like the world had stopped time for a second. He could see the eyes through the gaps of the young man's mask. They were icy cold blue eyes that weren't looking at a human anymore. Then it all faded to black. Arnold's fist had shattered Tobias' entire skull. His brain matter splattered everywhere. If one were to look under his mask, one would scream in terror. He was making the face only a devil could make. One of absolute anger. Arnold had a sudden thought. Lauran was right. He could have saved her and prevented all of this from happening. Why didn't he? Why did the original Arnold hold zero compassion for those around him? Because he was a selfish, deceitful, self-centered piece of human trash. And he had stayed that way ever since he died. The way he died wasn't even pitiful. Alone. He died without any loved ones by his side. Arnold silently looked at the second floor at a window where Lauran and the leader ought to have been in. You're next, you bastard.
Chapter 15. I only wanted a normal life. I wanted friends, my own family and a big house. Every single day of my childhood I would fantasize of one day meeting my Prince Charming. He would ride a white horse and have long blonde hair and the most beautiful blue eyes. There would be a field of flowers around us as the two of us ran towards one another. His stallion would stop in front of me as he looked down at me with a radiant smile and tenderly say to me, "My darling, I am home." However, each time I look up at my Prince Charming atop his horse with the sun at his back in my dream, all I would see was his face overlapping with Arnold's face. His disgusting grin that seemed to lick my entire body. Those narrowed eyes that looked at everyone as if they were inferior. That sarcastic tone of voice as he addressed me each time. "Purr for me, Lauran. Lick my shoes, you filthy slave. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." His laugh infuriated me so much. Each time he would laugh at my despair and suffering. He would mock how I couldn't save my parents. It wasn't my fault. What did I do to deserve this? That was what I kept asking myself. However, in the end, I could do nothing but accept my reality. Maybe I won't be able to have that life I always dreamt of. After enduring so long, I finally realized that I wanted it to end. Save me. Someone. Anyone. I pleaded in my heart as I was thrown inside the room of that man. I knew that it was hopeless to even believe. Let me savor that body before I begin. The demon of my nightmares said as he cracked his knuckles. Please. Part 1. Arnold left Flora outside and broke down the steel front door with his hands alone. Why am I feeling this way? Angry? Is it because Lauran is important to the story or is it something else? He had loved each and every member of the hero party in the game. They were not just important to the game, but to him as well. He watched them grow since he played the game daily. Others always mocked him for being so antisocial and gloomy. Even at school he would stream the game during breaks. But he never cared about what they said. Whenever he played Star Fantasy, a part of him wished for reality on Earth to be the same as this world. Yet even though it finally was, he now felt empty. There was none of the excitement he always felt whenever he came out of school and booted up the system. The smiles and laughs he shared with his guildmates. The tears and sorrow whenever he lost a precious item due to his gambling habits. Now all he felt was emptiness. His sole purpose was to steer the game in its destined part. He believed that it was solely his responsibility if there were no other players. But why was it necessary to leave everything up to choice? It wasn't his responsibility what happened to this world. Yet he wanted to save it. He wanted to eliminate his death flags, Yet he forgot the most important thing. Arnold von Berkley would eventually have to die later on by the hands of the hero. In the dark hallway of the second floor, Arnold stood blankly. Only a door separated him from saving Lauran. Is this the right thing to do? Changing fate so everything can happen how it happened in the game? If so, then it could only be described as shallow. Why try and change things so it could satisfy him? Was it even possible for everything to end how it ended in the game? Like what was mentioned before, he would die. Was that it? Get reborn, change fate, die and watch how everything else goes from the afterlife. Arnold bit his lip. He broke down the door of the bedroom. And there they were. A bloody and naked Lauran lying on the ground and a man sitting on the edge of the bed. The man's knuckles were covered in blood. Arnold's face hardened under the mask. Lauran seemed on the verge of death. The only indication of her being alive were the frequent groans. You finally came. Rudely took a cloth that was on a table. He wiped his hands and stood up. You disturbed my playtime with this lovely maiden, intruder. Man, why did I install noise-cancelling magic in this room? If I had known what was going on then I would have dealt with it myself. Even my door is infused with magic so that no one else but I can open it. But it seems you broke it rather easily. Rudely stood up and threw the cloth on the ground. It landed near Lauran's bloody face. There was a pool of blood underneath her head. Arnold clenched his fists. There was no telling how many times he had punched her. Even when Arnold hit her in the past, it was never to this extent. The interior of the room was dark. A window nearby blew cold wind inside the room. As the blinds kept blowing and light entered, Arnold could see that there were multiple women on the floor. Some were unconscious and others were huddled in a corner, too scared to move. They probably thought that they too would be killed by this mysterious individual. Since you could come in here, that must mean you defeated my subordinates and my brothers? Arnold nodded silently to his question. I see. Rudely was calmer than Arnold thought he would be. A majority of his gang was taken down and his brothers were also killed. The sounds of fighting had stopped long ago, which meant that Flora already killed Con. Aura rose from Rudely's body. He got into a stance. Arnold finally got a good look at his face. He was extremely ugly. The right side of his face was scorched and most of his hair was also burned. Oh, you curious? Rudely noticed Arnold looking intently at his face. He pointed at Lauran, who was lying on the ground. This girl was a handful. First she was obedient, but then she was going crazy when she was brought to my room. I didn't know that she was such a strong magic caster. If I didn't activate my aura, then I would have lost more than just my handsome face. Well, afterwards I taught her a really good lesson. Broke her jaw by accident in the process. It happens, I guess. Sheesh, I need to work on my temper. Rudely shrugged as if he didn't have a care in the world. Original Arnold knew the kind of man Rudely Felix was. He beat up women for pleasure and tortures them to satiate his sadistic tendencies. His body was overjoyed at destroying the face of the one he had fallen for. Arnold gritted his teeth. Before we start, who are you exactly? My name does not need to be given to someone who's about to die. Arrogant, aren't we? Whatever then. Rudely's smile vanished the next moment. He covered his entire body in red aura. The interior of the room was brightly lit up. He beckoned Arnold with his hand as he circled around Arnold. The room was fairly large, so there was a lot of moving space. Come on. Rudely roared. Arnold clenched his fists and charged at him. Gwa. His fist connected with Rudely's face. That punch was so strong and infused with so much aura that he flew through a wall. Rudely was blown into the hallway. Ooh. What the fuck? I didn't expect you to be this strong. Rudely moved his lower jaw a few times before spitting out a clot of blood. Before he could get up, Arnold had already appeared before him. He threw another punch, however, Rudely managed to dodge it. The wall collapsed behind him. Phew. Rudely sprang to the side after avoiding the blow. For a kid, you're strong. But not waiting for your opponent to be ready is very uncouth. So you expect me to wait until you're charged up? I'm not that nice. Little brat. The two threw consecutive punches. Sometimes Rudely was blown away, oftentimes it was Arnold. If looked at it from another perspective, the two looked evenly matched. Both were equally strong, however. It seemed that Arnold had the advantage when it came to speed. If an ordinary person were to be there, then they'd have no idea what was going on. The two of them had a constant back and forth which caused most of the mansion to collapse under their exchange of power. Arnold charged at Rudely after manifesting his sword, to which the latter brought out his own weapon. It was a great sword. Arnold and Rudely clashed blades. The sheer shockwave made the hallway rumble. The windows cracked under the pressure and much of the floor broke further after each exchange they had. "What a strange swordsmanship you have, kid," Rudely roared as he swung his great sword using the momentum from the spin he did. Arnold stabbed his sword into the marble floor and blocked the strike using the floor to stop most of the force. "Where'd you learn that? Are you from another nation?" Even as the two were locking blades, Rudely continued babbling on. Arnold took the initiative to attack this time. Surprised by the sudden increase in strength behind the strikes, Rudely grunted. A beautiful dance of swordsmanship continued. Though one would expect the one with the bigger sword to be at a disadvantage, that wasn't the case at all. It was like the sword's weight wasn't an issue at all. "You get my blood boiling, kid. I can't remember the last time I fought against such a worthy opponent. You must be a well-known swordsman from where you come from." With a kick to Arnold's stomach, Rudely jumped backwards. Even if he was holding out on his own, Arnold was still much too fast. There were no pauses between his blows. The only time he would ever stop was when he gained distance. Sweat poured down Rudely's chin. He exhaled deeply. Arnold's breath was still calm and composed. "TCH. With an annoyed click of the tongue, Rudely pounced forth with his great sword. Since there wasn't much room in the hallway, the great sword tore through the wall as he ran towards Arnold. His aura output suddenly increased immensely. Arnold coated his aura sword with the blue essence emanating from his body. Whoop. With a jump, Rudely swung down the slab of iron. Coup. Arnold attempted to do an overhead block. It was a blunder on his part since he wasn't that used to fighting in live combat yet. His knees dug into the floor. "Ha ha ha. How's that?" Rudely kicked Arnold in the face since the latter was too preoccupied with blocking. Arnold flew back a few meters and crashed into the wall, breaking it. "Kaya. Uwa." The women who were locked up inside the room screamed when the wall broke down. All they saw was the back of a young man as he unsteadily stood up. "Damn. That actually hurt a lot. Maybe I shouldn't fight such battles again just yet." He had only used the moves he learned from Alex, so it was a little sloppy. "I can't even use Arnold's martial skills." Being equivalent in talent to the hero, Arnold had studied many sacred arts from the tombs of dead warriors. Not only had he mastered many, he even perfected their flaws. However, he was not Arnold who had honed his skills from childhood. He was just a gamer who happened to be reincarnated in Arnold's body. "I only know one martial skill. I should use that." When Arnold was about to stand up to prepare, he collapsed on his knees when he stood up from the wall. Shit. My own aura is making my body go weak." Liam had forgotten that Arnold had never gone all out in a fight before. At least, he had never needed to. The burden of burning so much aura caused his body to go numb. His body only cramped up, so he should be back to normal in a few minutes. Although his aura would be severely strained. "Ha ha ha. Look at you now." Rudely confidently strode towards Arnold with his greatsword being dragged along. "You girls stay there. If you think of moving, I'll kill you all." The women shuddered. Now then, Rudely lifted his greatsword above Arnold's neck. "I'll see who you are after I cut off your head." When Rudely was about to swing down the sword, a crash came from behind him. Chem. Blooded, bruised, and having barely any clothes on her body, Lauran was leaning against the doorframe. She was panting heavily while gazing at the two of them. Lauran. Rage burned within Arnold's heart when he saw her collapsed figure. He could see two women standing behind her. The two seemed to have helped Lauran towards the door. Hey, I'm not done with you yet." Rudely made a shooing gesture. "Go back into the room before I get mad. I'm gonna need to release all this pent-up stress from losing a majority of my people." The women shrieked when Rudely made eye contact with them. Arnold saw blood drip from Lauran's mouth as she tried to say something to him. Her mouth moved. Why are you going this far for me?" was what she was probably trying to convey. Arnold looked away from her. That's right. Why did he go this far for her? Was it because of the original Arnold's desires to have her to himself, or was it Liam's resolve to save a major character he grew to love? Without an answer to his question, Arnold concluded on his own. "Both, maybe it's both," he muttered. "Ha! What did you say?" Rudely heard Arnold's mutter and looked at him. He put his foot on Arnold's shoulder. Arnold's back hit the wall, which made a groan escape his mouth. He put his hand on Rudely's leg, which was on his shoulder. He wanted to exert power into his arm, however, His body was still stiff. Let's just get this over with. Rudely infused aura into his greatsword to cut off Arnold's head. Out of the corner of his eye, Arnold saw Lauran's eyes. Why are you looking at me like that even though I'm here to save you, he thought. There was hate in her eyes even though he was there to save her. It was the same gaze filled with contempt she had given him in the past. Well, I can make the Archmage owe me a debt this way. He didn't care what she thought of him. As long as she stayed alive, he would be happy. Hey, stop babbling on your own and just die. Rudely swung down his great sword. Then, the great sword bounced off an invisible barrier when the sword was about to near Arnold. Rudely was pushed back by the force and staggered backwards. What the fuck? You still have this much? When Rudely stood up, he saw something. Fierce stormy blue eyes like that of a dragon. His entire body was covered in a dense blue aura that seemed to roar like one as well. Arnold's sword appeared within his hand, when Rudely noticed. The sword cut apart and absorbed the aura into its blade. Rue. A roar caused Rudely's back to shiver. Wait. I was wrong, please forgive me. Sensing his imminent demise, Rudely went to his knees. One could see that he recognized the disparity in power. It was a disgraceful sight to Arnold, even though he had made many kneel by sheer force alone. He lifted his sword which made the air itself vibrate. It was becoming hard to breathe. While you may not know this, to me, Lauran is an important person. She is an important character in the game. Lauran's eyes widened. Letting her experience all of this was all my fault. I deeply regret everything I've done. But the aura intensity from Arnold decreased. Rudely looked up in hope. I'll let her decide your fate. Arnold turned his head without sparing the wounded Rudely another glance. His eyes met Lauran's eyes. There was an unreadable expression on her face. Maybe it was the blood or perhaps it was something else, but he could see her hate slowly diminish. The grinding of teeth could be heard from behind him. Stop mocking me. Rudely conjured aura blasts and threw them at Arnold. One could see that he used all his aura he had left, judging by the intensity of the aura. Arnold, whose back was turned, couldn't help but pity the man. He turned around and pointed his sword at the approaching attack which came from Rudely. Storm of the Water Dragon. Arnold activated a martial skill. It was one of the skills that Arnold managed to create on his own during his childhood. It was one of his strongest martial skills. It was an aura-manifested water dragon which coiled from his sword. Now tell me, the attack which Rudely poured everything into was swallowed up by the monstrosity that came out of Arnold's sword. Do you want to die that badly? Even though I gave you mercy, you still point your fangs at me. His opponent was trembling in fear on the ground, disbelief etched onto his face. Hook. Rudely crawled away and began running down the hallway. He whimpered and screamed for help. So someone. Where the fuck are all of you? Do I pay you to have my orders ignored? Rudely ran for his life. He might have thought that Arnold would have let him go after he threw away his one chance to atone for his sins. But no. That was a wrong assumption to have. A villain was ruthless to his enemies. Just as he was about to run down the stairs, he saw a massive shadow behind him. It wasn't a second later that his entire body was blasted with the aura martial skill. A giant section of the mansion was destroyed by the destructive power of Arnold's aura. It was a second later that his vision was suddenly flipped. An explosion had just ended. Am I flying? He felt like he became several times lighter. He suddenly saw something as his vision was spinning. It was pieces of his body lying around on the ground. He was flying in the air and could see the mansion below. It seemed that his head had been sent flying after he was hit with that powerful attack. I'm going to die just like this. Me? A great knight who served this empire? A 6-star knight? I shouldn't have slacked off all these years. His vision darkened. His brain had shut down. Rudely died just like that. A single head separated from its body. Part 2. When Flora was about to head up the stairs, she saw several people, including Arnold, come down. Every one of them were women. They held on to Arnold like maidens who fell in love. Arnold was carrying Lauran in his arms. He was silently walking down the stairs even as the women tried to talk to him. They kept thanking him over and over. You got yourself a harem, huh? Flora joked. She then saw the look in Arnold's eyes as he passed by her. What's up with him? Flora heard someone else come down the stairs. It was Lumiala. You guys done already? That was quick. She was carrying multiple bags in her hands. Inside those bags were all the documentation that she needed from this job. Lumiala looked up at the portion of the building that Arnold demolished. So that was why I heard an explosion, huh? Anyway, we should leave while the reinforcements aren't here yet. Lumiala handed some papers to Flora. What are these? It was something he requested I get. I don't know what he wants it for though. Flora caught a glimpse of the documents. It was a list of people who owed the gang money. The other documents were of the stores that the gang owned through underhanded means. We should get going now, Lumiala said as she looked at Arnold's back. He was telling the women he rescued to go back home since more gang members would show up. Their lives would end up in danger again if they didn't leave soon. Each and every one gave Arnold a firm hug before leaving. Some told him to visit the brothels sometime. He only nodded his head mechanically. They were only happy that they were safe, so he didn't mind their expressions of gratitude. When the last one left, Flora and Lumiala approached Arnold. He was holding on to Lauran while gazing into empty space. He took off his mask and spoke. Shouldn't you be going back, Lumiala? You finally got my name right. I guess I should. If I don't hurry, then my squad leader will punish me. She smiled wryly. Arnold looked at Flora. It seems the magic item broke during your fight. Ah. Flora seemed to realize only now. I guess it did. We'll have to find some other way to disguise you then. We should make haste. Can you take Lauran? I need to talk with Lumiala. Take this potion and give it to her. Its effects should show after a few minutes. Sure. Flora took the unconscious Lauran and the potion with red liquid inside. She silently headed to the gate. Asterisk asterisk. Arnold and Lumiala waited for a while until one broke the silence. You must be curious about a lot of things. Arnold wiped his hands with a handkerchief. It was covered in Lauran's blood. I am. Well, I don't know what to tell you exactly. Arnold shrugged. Tell me this then, are you really Arnold von Berkley? That question made Arnold stiffen. Arnold feigned calmness. What kind of question is that? I was obviously birthed by Adriana and Marcus von Berkley. I'm just saying that it's strange for a person like you to go this far just to save a maid. I have a very good memory, so I remember all the things I've heard about you. How you're the scum of the Berkley family. You cause unnecessary trouble for your parents. You ruin noble gatherings in the imperial capital. You are the kind of person who would even kill your own servants for any small misconduct. None of the nobles in your father's territory like you. Lumiala took a breath before continuing. A prodigy of the empire in the ways of swordsmanship, yet is regarded as scum by the people. Tell me, did you kill the real Arnold? Are you a doppelganger from that undead queen's army tasked with spreading her influence? Arnold felt like the tension was released from his shoulders when he heard her remarks. He only shrugged. Well, what if I am? He secretly sighed in relief. If you are, then me and my superiors will do our utmost to slay you. So you guys hate the vampire lord too, huh? That is correct. We, dark elves, may have demon blood in our veins, but that does not mean we condone the actions of monsters. Arnold and Lumiala silently looked at each other. Both were extremely skilled at keeping their emotions from showing on their faces. Arnold's expression didn't even falter at all. In the end she gave up. I guess you're not one of them, huh? Then why did you go this far to save that girl? She looked in the direction Flora had left with Lauran. It is because she is extremely valuable to me. So she's useful, huh? That's right. Lumiala let out a breath from her nose. Since she wasn't saying anything, Arnold decided to leave. Their business had already ended, so there was no need to interact any further. Wait. Lumiala blocked his path. Arnold grunted in annoyance. What? How did you know about us? You at least owe me that explanation, right? Lumiala looked intently at him. You could say I know your boss. Fairly well, Arnold said with a mysterious smile. He turned his head and looked at the setting sun in the distance. Lumiala's eyes widened. No way. The leader doesn't even have any close friends or family. There's just no way. Well, I guess I'm lying. Or am I? Arnold walked past the bewildered Lumiala after his teasing remark. Wait. Lumiala shouted again. Damn it. You're annoying. Can you at least tell me how you came to know about the boss? Arnold stopped. He spoke with his back turned towards her. Information is money to this world. Isn't that your organization's saying? If you want to know so badly, should you not work for it? He continued walking. Flora was already waiting for him at the gate. Lumiala stood atop the stairs and gazed blankly into sky. She understood what he meant. If she wanted to know more, then she'd have to pay him for it. How much would such valuable information like the identity of the boss be worth? But did he actually know the leader? His earlier remarks sounded too rhetoric. It was like he wanted her to figure out for herself how much he knew. Sly bastard. You don't want to tell me? Lumiala stomped the ground with a frustrated expression on her face. After a while of kicking the rubble lying around, she calmed down. She sat down on a nearby bench and gazed at the documents in her hands. Lumiala's expression was one of a person who was tired after a long day of work. If he does know the leader, then it'll probably be an amount I can't hope to pay. If he asked her to find a star-class item, then she'd have to give up. That was too much for a low-ranking member like her. Well, Lumiala looked towards the faraway Arnold and the strange berserker swordsman as they walked away down the street. I'll have to see what other surprises this Arnold von Berkley has in store. Chapter 16. 7:30 a.m., 13th of the Lyric month. The next morning came. Breadwinners left to go to work early in the morning. Adventurers returned from their quests and went to bars or stores to spend their hard-earned money. Informal workers opened their stands to start another day of working. A single man walked down the street carrying bags in his hands. He was wearing different clothes instead of the dark blue suit from yesterday. I hope they're not worried. Even if Arnold was gone for most of the day in the past, he would never miss dinner. Even to him, family time was important. Yesterday, Arnold had taken Lauran to an inn so she could rest. A day had passed since the incident. He had left her in the care of Flora and decided to rent another room for himself. Though, he didn't sleep much. Her wounds were already healed yesterday by the potion Arnold bought, but that wouldn't mean that she'd be ready to head home yet. That potion was a high-class potion, so it was very valuable. Arnold had to carry at least one whenever he was outside. Since Lauran only had a blanket over her body, he couldn't just let her walk around naked, so he bought her some clothes to wear for the time being. It was commoner clothes since they couldn't reach a store in the shopping district. The heat from yesterday hadn't calmed down yet. Arnold didn't consider the possibility that people other than the gangsters might head towards the scene where they commenced their attack. Yesterday, while carrying Lauran on his back, Arnold and Flora had passed by several temple priests who were heading to the scene where everything occurred. Arnold was standing outside the inn. He was going through a few notes he made regarding this world. In his notebook was written, "Levels exist. The plot is somewhat the same as it is in the game. Some things happened earlier than others. I was reborn a few months before the game's Story Hero Expansion DLC officially starts. Still no sign of Arnold's status yet." He stared intently at the last one. Why can't I see Arnold's status yet? Is something preventing me? Is it a glitch? The last one wasn't logical since he wasn't in the game anymore. Somehow he was now living as the villain in Star Fantasy. Everything seemed real. The food he ate. The air he breathed. The feeling of cutting through human flesh was real. Now a bigger question, why was I born as Arnold and not the main character? I'll have to think about this later. Arnold put away the notebook and looked at his hands. He had so many questions that his head began to hurt. Why don't I feel any guilt from killing humans? He didn't kill all of them, so most of them were just knocked out. For some reason he didn't feel bad about killing them with his own hands. They are bad people. They do even worse things to others. I shouldn't feel guilty. They were in the wrong for coming at me with killing intent. He was brainwashing himself at this point. Master Arnold. As Arnold was waiting outside the high-class inn, someone called out to him. Lauran was standing there. Are you ready to go? Arnold unfolded his arms and approached Lauran. She nodded and looked down. She fidgeted and stole glances at his face. Aye. When Lauran was about to speak, Arnold held out his hand. In his hand was a stack of documents. This is, Lauran's mind blanked when she saw what they were. All the debt you owe is gone now. There's no need for your family to struggle anymore. I'll personally submit my statement if the Night Order questions your family's involvement of Rudoley and his minions' murder. Even if they were just simple townsfolk, the Night Order would need a scapegoat for this crime of murdering so many people. Otherwise their reputation would crumble if they couldn't even solve this. Lumiala had covered up their tracks, so they shouldn't be involved. On the surface at least. By using his father's name and pressuring the Night Order, Arnold can prevent them from accusing Lauran's parents of holding a grudge and hiring people to slaughter the Felix brothers gang. Even if he took the documents, some way or another they'd find out. Lauran looked at Arnold with a blank expression. I'll find someone else to take the fall. My contact, that woman from before, will handle all the paperwork involved in this mess. This is going to be troublesome. Well, I started this mess anyway. We'll need to convince your parents to believe a rival gang took them out. Also, keep your injuries a secret. Arnold, who was talking, realized that Lauran had been quiet all this while. Chem. When he looked at her, he saw that she had lowered her head. Her fists were clenched and shivering by her waist. Did I do something wrong? Shit. Is she mad I killed that guy? Did she want to kill him on her own? He thought of all the things he could have possibly done wrong. However, nothing made sense even after he thought hard. Lauran. When Arnold called her name, Lauran's shoulders shook. He heard a quiet sniffle from her. Is she crying? She wiped her face repeatedly as her head was lowered. I am sorry for showing such a disgraceful side of me. Even though she said that, more tears came out of her eyes. The two of them gazed at each other. Her eyes were moist and her lips were parted. She smiled. This time, her smile wasn't the sort she made to hide her pain. It was a genuine smile that heightened her exotic beauty. She took a deep breath whilst looking into Arnold's eyes. The sun seemed to glow on her unblemished skin as the wind blew her blood-red hair. Thank you. Almost immediately after, Death Flag has been successfully eliminated. By helping a major character in her quest to rid herself of the demon from her past, affection has increased drastically. Infamy has decreased by 500 points. Current infamy points minus 9,500. Reward star draw 1 use. Archmage's affection level plus 50. Archmage's magic vow. A sudden ring sounded in Arnold's head. When he looked above Lauran's head, he saw a certain box. There, in bold black letters encased in a red rectangle stood. Death Flag evaded. Her. Arnold's face blanked. It was like the people walking by and the buildings around him were gone. His attention was solely focused on that box. Death Flag, Death Flag. Those words were the final blow. Ha ha. Lauran tilted her head when she saw Arnold look down. There was a dark shadow over his face. He grabbed Lauran's shoulders. What? Ha 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 ha. Arnold suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. His eyes were opened wide and his maniacal laugh shook the streets. All of the people looked at him strangely. I eliminated my first Death Flag. It was earlier than he expected. When Liam finished high school, he didn't have time to play the game since he had to go to college. He had no idea how he would even begin to rid himself of the current Death Flags he had. He was thinking of eliminating Olivia's Death Flag first since she was the biggest threat to him at the moment. She must have already come up with ways to kill me by now, he thought. Lauran was only learning her powers after all, so she wasn't anything to be concerned about. Plus, he freed her from slavery and distanced himself from her, so that should have got him enough time. He was uncertain about a lot of things which concerned the game. Although he stayed in contact with his guildmates, they had spoiled the game for him many times in the past. Since Liam only played the story halfway through, he had to research about the game on the internet when he began playing again. There was a special group on a community app that was dedicated to informing players the amount of death flags the villain Arnold von Berkley had. Not only was he famous for his talents but his infamy as well. That was how Liam knew of the potential enemies he had to avoid in the future. The list was so long that he got tired of going through all the names. Arnold looked at his hands. They were trembling. Not from fear or anger. Rather, it was excitement. A rather unexpected but welcomed event took place. He could eliminate his death flags. Gwahahahaha. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. Arnold put his hand on his face and continued laughing. His back was so bent that one would worry he'd fall over. No one knew what he was talking about. Lauran stepped back after freeing herself from his grip. She looked at Arnold, who was still laughing. His eyes weren't focused. Although his laughter was that of crazy person, tears rolled down his eyes as if he were the happiest person alive. It was behavior befitting a person with his reputation, so Lauran didn't find it weird. It wasn't strange for the trashy heir of the city lord to publicly shame his family. What's all the commotion out here? Flora came out of the inn after giving the keys to the owner. Her hair wasn't purple like before. It was now green. Instead of using the magic item again, Arnold had her buy herself hair dye to change her hair color. The magic item broke during the fight, so they decided to stick with the hair dye. Arnold also told her to buy contacts which made her eyes a honey brown. If it was necessary, they'd have to use other, more drastic means to disguise her. Unless there weren't people who knew of her identity, it was better to stay conspicuous. The rushing priests they passed by yesterday were especially worrisome. There was a high change that they had contact with the theocracy. Mwahahahaha. Arnold continued laughing. What the hell is he doing? Flora nudged Lauran's side. There was a disgusted expression on her face. Unlike the bastard who blackmailed her with a smile on his face and even used her to his own benefit, he looked like any other person belonging in a mental hospital. I am not sure. He suddenly smiled and laughed like that. Lauran answered. Arnold continued laughing even under the gazes of the people. He sank to his knees and clutched his face. His crazy laughter continued. It took a while before he calmed down. On a quiet carriage ride home, there were 3 people sitting in a luxurious carriage on its way to the Berkley mansion. Arnold was silently looking out of the window. He was enjoying the view of the villages out in the distance. As the Duke wanted the city to expand, he began building multiple settlements outside the city. As time passed by, he will slowly connect the settlements with the city, thus expanding it further. It wasn't easy to just take down a castle city's walls. There was a lot to sacrifice. Not only would it be expensive, but the time it would consume would be a lot. Security would also have to be raised since the protective walls would be demolished to expand the city. The city would be likely to be attacked if precautions aren't taken. To Lauran and Flora, Arnold might have looked like he was enjoying the view of his family's city. The truth was, how could I do something so embarrassing? Arnold hated himself for letting his dark past out like that. It reminded him of his high school days. It was exactly that behavior that caused him to remain a virgin in high school. It was so edgy. Why did I laugh like some cheap third-rate villain? He despaired inside. If there was a hole in the ground, then he'd gladly jump into it. As he looked up from his notebook, he noticed that Lauran was looking outside. Her eyes seemed unmoving, as if she was staring into dead space. Even the beautiful scenery outside wasn't sparking any joy. It was obvious that she couldn't forget about yesterday even though she knew the man was dead. Lauran. Yes. How about you take a few days off? I will speak with Victoria when she gets back. Although Sebastian was the head of the servants, he was too busy with other matters, so Victoria was the one Arnold had to talk to about this. That is. I will not take no for an answer. In that condition, you will only cause trouble for our family. What if you make a mistake which affects the relationships between us and our vassals? If she were to get a meeting wrong, for example. A simple mistake would greatly affect the household. That is true. She lowered her head and clenched the folds of her dress. Her red hair was covering her face, but they knew that she was crying. Her continued sniffling was proof of that. Of course, as a man he should have comforted her. However, since the two of them were not in that close of a relationship, it wouldn't matter. Flora was the same. She could only watch as the girl bawled her eyes out. Stop crying for God's sake. Arnold said with feigned annoyance. Don't think a simple thank you will make up for what I had to do to get you out of there. Flora glared at Arnold, however, he only ignored it. She was in a fragile state right now, but his villainous persona was unbreakable. I'm sorry. Lauran tried to wipe the tears, however, more came out. Remember that while that store is out of debt, it belongs to me now. I may not be the heir anymore, but my authority still reaches that far. He was thinking of informing his father about buying the building for himself. Of course, since they lost the black status, things would return to normal in the coming weeks. Yes, Lauran only gave her agreement. There was a smile on her face even as she cried. I expect some form of compensation in exchange for what I did. Would you stop it? She's gone through enough. Flora finally spoke up. Why don't you quiet down, slave? Flora clicked her tongue when he called her a slave. I'll make sure to repay Master Arnold's kindness. Even though we have no relation whatsoever, you sacrificed for me. For that, I am truly grateful. Lauran stood up and knelt on the ground. She got into a kneeling position. That was the highest respect one could show to another person. Arnold had always made her do the same thing whilst naked, however, it seemed that she was doing it out of her heart. Even though he thought his act was unbreakable, Arnold was speechless by what she did. Very well. You may stand. Yes. Flora was shaking her head as she watched them. The air turned awkward after Lauran sat down. She lowered her head and kept glancing at Arnold. I guess I don't need to worry about her anymore. Well, at least for now. He was partly worried that Lauran would suffer mentally as she did in the game. She became a love-struck psychopath come genius magic caster in the game. Her whole life was dedicated to magic. Such was her empty life when she finally killed the demon of her past. Not long after she was asked to join the hero party. Needless to say, she too fell for Luke. After their exchange, Flora turned away from Lauran, who seemed to have gained a little color on her complexion. You still haven't told me what it is that you want from me. Chem. Arnold looked up from the notebook. I can see that it isn't my body. So will you tell me what it really is? She stared at Arnold with a serious gaze. I would have liked Luke to be there when I explained. Well, whatever. Arnold put the notebook and pen away in his magic bag. Luke. That kid from yesterday? Arnold nodded. Exactly. I want you to be his master in swordsmanship. Ha! Chapter 17. You want me to teach that little kid swordsmanship? Flora asked to make sure what she heard was right. That is correct. I'm not much of a teacher, you know? Even my master just told me to observe how he fights and learn on my own. How the hell am I supposed to teach a kid? Of course, Arnold already knew that. Flora had never once been taught directly by her master. All she was told to do was observe and do the same things he does. It was like a chef telling his junior to watch him cook and follow the same example. I'm not expecting much from you, anyway. Just see what you're working with. Have a few spars with the kid. With a deep sigh, Flora said, what I see when I look at him is a frightened little animal. Really? Anything else? Not just his scrawny little body, but his eyes tell me that he's not fit for fighting. He has such a timid personality, judging from what I've seen. Usually, there are people like him who have the determination to become a warrior but can't even if they put in the effort. It's like trying to fill a small glass with a lake's volume worth of water. It's impossible. Arnold looked at Flora silently. He tapped his finger on his lip. She didn't seem to be sarcastic, judging by the serious expression on her face. No, the one evaluating Luke wasn't the fallen princess but a future master swordsman. But still, how wrong of a deduction that was, Miss Flora. He was a human chosen by the gods. There was no way he wouldn't be fit for fighting. Not even a level 100 DOP could take Luke down in the game. Even the top guild couldn't beat the hero even if all of them attacked him at once. After hearing that on the community, Liam, along with the rest of his guild members, decided to not mess with the hero either. He was destined to be a broken cheat anyway. Even if the bosses he slayed dropped epic loot, it wasn't worth it to fight the hero over it. TSK, TSK. Arnold shook his head in disappointment. What? You saying you know better? Not really. I developed my own style of swordsmanship, so I can't assess Luke like you can. I trained myself without using textbook methods, so other than teaching him correct posture, I can't do much else. What do you mean? Arnold began explaining to Flora about his journey as a swordsman. No instructor could teach Arnold how to fight with a sword. This had been the case ever since he had been a young boy. None of the textbook styles suited him. Not even the knights from the Imperial Palace could help Arnold. He was known as an irregular. His aura pool was massive, yet he couldn't use it effectively. This had all happened before Arnold was regarded as a prodigy of this generation. But then, he managed to create his own style of swordsmanship. That was what made everyone call him a genius of his age group. That swordsmanship style was flow of the tide sword style. It was a style of swordsmanship that combined the ferociousness of the speed of sound and the flow of a gentle river. That was why Arnold could cut everything his sword touches so cleanly. Flora looked at Arnold in shock when she heard him. She looked at Lauran next. Is that true? He made his own sword style? Yes. But I have only heard this from others since I'm not well versed in swordsmanship. To me, all forms look the same. Lauran answered so. She was a magic caster, so it was obvious that she wouldn't know the difference. Flora's mouth was opened wide. That's amazing. Even my master had to train for years to make his own swordsmanship, she muttered. Come again. Nothing. Ahem. Very well then. I shall teach Luke the way of the sword. Arnold nodded in satisfaction. I will take care of Miss Flora's lodging. One of the guest rooms ought to be free. Lauran said. That isn't necessary, Miss Lauran. You need to rest. Flora replied in a fluster. But, Lauran. Arnold looked at her, who was still pushing the matter. You are the heir's head servant. In the state you're in now, You'll just get in the way. Did I not just finish this discussion with you? That's right. Lauran knocked her forehead. Keeping her here was the right choice. Great job past me. He didn't know what kind of trouble Lauran would get mixed into if she didn't continue working at the castle. At least this way Luke could watch her. I'll get one of the other maids to attend to you. Be grateful for my sincere generosity, slave. Can you stop calling me that? The carriage suddenly came to a halt. They had arrived later than expected. Chem? Why is the coachman not opening the door? Lauran leaned her head out. Why aren't you allowing me entry? The coachman approached the guard knight beside the gate. I apologize, but Lord Arnold must head to the castle as soon as possible. Lord Sebastian ordered us to protect the mansion before he left. The mistresses are still here, but the rest of the family have headed to the castle. Why? What? I should head to the castle? The mansion that Arnold had been staying at recently wasn't the family's main residence. It was mainly a second residence for the entire family. One could call it a vacation home. Then again, the second wife Judith was the one who told Marcus that he should build a second house for them. He was reluctant at first but changed his mind afterwards, since he knew that his two wives would always go at each other's throats. To ease the tension the two may have, he decided that Judith and Jack must live at the mansion. Outside, on the same estate, stood an annex building where the other mistresses lived. It was rare for the entire family to sit at the same table. Just like yesterday. Maybe the reason Arnold and the rest of the family was there at the manor that day was because Marcus ordered them to stay there. He must have kept Luke at the castle during that time. No wonder he found it odd that he woke up in the manor. The knight answered the bewildered coachman. His Grace has been called to the imperial capital. A confused expression appeared on Arnold's face, followed by his face hardening. Flora noticed his behavior. What is it? She asked. Nothing. What? I must head to the castle at once. Hurry. The Duke won't delay his departure any longer. Chances were that he could die if this sudden was an order for him to go into battle. He probably wanted to see his family one last time. When did the message arrive? Yesterday morning after Lord Arnold left. One of the court officials delivered it. Everyone has vacated the mansion and went to see him off by giving him a formal farewell. It was rare for the emperor himself to summon all the great nobles. One could conclude that whatever they were needed for was serious. The main reason why Marcus went to the castle was probably because he went to fetch his war weapon. His Grace is. Lauran looked at Arnold after sticking her head back in and sitting down. Heading off to war. Arnold finished her sentence. Perhaps not in the literal sense. That was the conclusion they came up with. Since the messenger himself didn't say why the Duke was called, they could only assume the worst. Arnold leaned out of the window. Let's go to the castle. Now. Why yes. The coachman hurriedly jumped onto the carriage and flipped the reins. They raced through the city to get to the center where the castle was located. Their mansion was like any other mansion in the noble district, so there was nothing special to it. The castle, however, was an entirely different matter. It's humongous. Arnold thought when he looked out the window. In his line of sight was a defensive fortress that stood majestically in the center of the city. Two flags were on either side of the castle gates. The flags had a painting of the legendary beast, the golden lion, within its crest. Many more knights were stationed around the perimeter. Has the Duke left yet? The coachman asked hurriedly when they arrived at the gate. The knight pointed to the courtyard. We are getting ready to send him off. Our private army is standing by on the lawn. I must take Lord Arnold at once. The coachman flipped the reins and entered the castle gates. Must I fetch you clean clothes? Lauran asked. No. Just go rest. Arnold answered while gazing out of the window. Really? Stop being so eager to work. I understand, thank you very much. He didn't do anything worthy of her gratitude at that moment. Maybe she was thanking him for saving her. Arnold glanced at Lauran, albeit briefly. Why is she looking at me like that? He didn't know why, but her eyes looked at him warmly. Much more different than in the past. He always had to look at a stone-faced Lauran gazing at him with eyes of a murderer. That Lauran was nowhere to be found. Arnold decided to ignore her change of behavior. He didn't care what she thought of him as long as she was safe and by Luke's side. I will get off first. Lauran exited the carriage after it stopped. She jogged inside the castle after greeting the other servants. Of course, she used the back door. I can hear many more people arriving to say farewell to father. They got hold of the news quick, Arnold and Flora also got off the carriage. In his line of sight, Arnold could see multiple servants, knights, vassals, and other personnel standing by. All of them gazed at Arnold. Although, Arnold didn't even acknowledge them. That was an extremely rude thing to do. Many of them glared at him as he ignored them. She seems much better than before. Flora suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Last night before she drifted off to sleep, she told me all the horrible things she had to go through because of you. The suffering she had to endure, things like that. Arnold remained silent as they neared the front door. Yet, somehow she's smiling genuinely. It's like she is free of her demons now. Arnold didn't respond and only grunted. You gave her that. It would have been romantic if the person who saved her wasn't you, though. Flora suddenly stopped. You're not going with me? This is a family matter which I am not a part of. I'll wait outside. All right. Arnold didn't persuade her to enter with him. He left her and headed inside. Father. Arnold was about to kneel, however, Marcus grabbed his shoulder. Arnold. Yes. Everyone else watched their exchange in silence. The Duke was dressed in his imperial general uniform. On his chest, there were 9 stars. That was to acknowledge that he was a powerhouse of the nation. Around him stood Adriana, Judith holding Thomas, Jack, Anna, Melina, and Luke. His most trusted vassals were also standing there, Baron Eucane, Viscount Repunic, Count Gregoric, and Earl Lewin, Grace's father. All of them had hardened expressions on their faces. While I'm gone, I want you and Luke to look after the castle in my place. Your mother will stay here and handle the management of the city with my most trusted aides. Sebastian will aid your mother, so he will stay here as well. Marcus left the company of his vassals and went into a corner to speak with Arnold. There was uneasiness in his son's eyes. Do not worry. Whatever it is that my old friend wants me to do, I will be sure to return alive. There was zero confidence in his voice. Whatever journey the Emperor wanted him to do was probably not an easy task. There wasn't any sort of event that explained the Duke's departure, was there? Earl tried to rack his brains to try and remember. His father turned around to everyone in the great hall. He adjusted his tie and took out his glorious spear, Thunder. Arnold had seen it for the first time in his life. It was a spear that was forged from the lightning bolt of a god who wished to punish this world but instead was defeated by his own creation. It was only a myth, but some believed it to be true. When the Duke wielded this spear, he was the definition of a thunder god of the spear arts. Much like Arnold, who created his own sword style, the Duke created his own martial art. With thunder in my grasp, there is no need for me to fear my demise. If I do, however, meet an enemy who even I cannot hope to defeat alone, then I shall rely on the help of the knights I personally trained. They, who I raised with my own hands. The ground rumbled at that moment. The knights outside had heard their lord's words and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Since the Emperor had called for his arrival to the capital, it was common sense to take his strongest knights in case there was a need for extra manpower. The other 3 great nobles probably thought of the same thing, Arnold thought. As the Duke of this empire, I will surely return to resume my duties. At his father's words, Arnold stepped aside. He was hoping to persuade his father not to go since he wasn't sure what was going on. There was no telling what dangers his father could be exposed to because of this unknown event. Then again, even if he did try and stop his father, there was little chance of success. Once Marcus made up his mind, few things could change it. Be safe, dear. Adriana approached Marcus and planted a kiss on his cheek. He nodded. Take care of the family for me while I'm gone. Marcus looked out of the door at the knights gathered in formation. Come, my knights. We must make haste. Ooh. The knights got ready to move out at his calling. Marcus looked back at his family one last time before walking out of the door. His vassals followed close behind. They bade the family farewell. Arnold watched in silence from the front door as his father marched with his men. He wasn't looking at the departing back of his father now, but a great noble of the empire.
Chapter 18. Part 1. Arnold went to his room after telling his mother that he didn't want breakfast. He was a little tired from expending so much aura yesterday, so he said that he would take a nap. His mother seemed keen on telling him something, but she didn't push the matter. Arnold took off his shirt and his shoes and laid down in his bed. It wasn't as soft as his former room's bed, which was fit for the heir, but he could bear with it. There was something he was concerned about. His status. Why couldn't he see it? He had tried numerous times by now. That said, all he did was shout status or think of the word. Arnold stared blankly at the ceiling. He had one hypothesis as to why. He wasn't sure if it was true since he had no way of testing it out. In Star Fantasy, there were items called level measuring rune stones. Granted, they could only measure people who are level 40 and lower. Anything above that would not show on the system. Then again, it only measured a person's level and not their stats in numerical value. That was why the players hated it. To view someone's level above 40, you must use a guild or academy exclusive runestone. The developers updated the game and added status to a player's menu screen. That was what separated NPCs from players. They had a menu from where you could see in detail how strong they were. As for NPCs, well, they could only use runestones. It wasn't like their brains could calculate their overall stats. In fact that he even thought he had a status before taking into account that he wasn't a player was stupid. In the game, Liam could only press a button, then his status would come up in the form of a box. There was a bit of a problem there, however. Arnold von Berkley wasn't a player but an inhabitant of this world. I thought that since this is a game, I can conveniently call my status. Fuck, I'm stupid. I should have realized this the moment I questioned this reality. He felt ashamed of not even considering that possibility at first. The possibility was big that he didn't even have a status similar to a player. To put it into simple terms, the characters of the game were vastly different from a player. For example, never once had he heard one of them mention something about their HP or MP+, potions didn't work as it did in the game. There was no green light that embraced a person's body completely and a choir that rang out. Well, I should just head to the guild to check my level then. Magic academies, towers and various guilds make use of a runestone to measure a person's level potential. It's not available for public use, though. If Arnold wanted to measure his level, then he'd have to join the guild by registering. He doubted whether the guild would accept him. It was obvious why. This is troublesome. Maybe I should disguise myself as another person. If he were to become an adventurer, then he'd be able to travel vast distances. He wasn't worried about city management since he already had a few people in mind that could help with that in his absence. Victoria was one of those people. I'm pretty sure there's another appearance-altering item somewhere in the magic item treasury. Since this was a huge castle, there ought to have been such a thing. Arnold remembered that one of the previous heads loved to collect magic tools and items. I should head down to the basement once I finish with dinner. Since he had to find out on his own if other players stayed in this world, he had to disguise himself. If he were to tell those people that Arnold was a player, then he'd be eliminated. He was a mid-endgame boss after all. Wouldn't it be better to kill him now instead of waiting until he became a Dragon Lord rank threat? It was much too troublesome to wait. No one had the opportunity to kill him in the original game since there was never a story to follow. They didn't even know that Arnold was important until they actually had to face him. It was only after the Hero DLC expansion came out that the game truly had a plot to follow. It was an entirely new game after that. What was once a popular MMORPG turned into a hit RPG with a story. That made people love it even more. They could explore a new world and see it through the eyes of the hero. Of course, Arnold only became a part of the story much later since the player controlled Luke when he was still young. There wasn't much to do besides basic things. You could hunt, fish, travel the nation, etc. It was important for players to learn more about Luke's background, after all. He was a war orphan since his parents died during an assault from an enemy nation. His father was forced to join the Empire's army. His mother committed suicide not much later. He found her corpse lying in the kitchen one day when he returned from playing at Non's house. It was that day when Luke repelled those bandits that the story truly began. Many found the early gameplay before the encounter with the bandits boring and unnecessary. They hated how the game shifted from fantasy to slice of life. That said, wasn't the purpose of the DLC to watch the hero grow into what he was in the original game? The hero was described as a strong, kind and brave soul who could slay any threat with a flick of his holy sword. Then there was his arch-nemesis, the Demon King. The complete opposite. Why is it that I was born as the villain and not the hero? Something isn't adding up. Liam much rather preferred being reborn as a side character than the villain of the story. It wasn't obvious now, but there would arrive many people who wanted to kill Arnold. Everywhere he went, trouble followed. He only wanted to find other players and why he was summoned to this world. Was that too much to ask for? Later that day when evening came, everyone who was in the dining room ate in silence. That was understandable since the head seat was empty. They had said farewell to the patriarch earlier today. In the worst case, it might have been their last farewell. Al, are you going to continue attending the academy when it reopens for the new semester? The first one who spoke up was his mother. Arnold sighed. He completely forgot that he was still a student at the academy. Yes, mother. I'll stop skipping classes from now on. I know it's important to finish my education. Didn't you say the same thing last time? Anna looked at him in suspicion. You're only saying that because you want mom off your back. In the past, Arnold had acted like a delinquent who never attended any of his classes. He didn't even respect the teachers. One would assume that the only reason he even attended the academy was to take the female students to bed. As Arnold said, getting an education was important. If he failed as a city lord, then he could just travel across the continent to another nation and become a knight or bureaucrat. Then again, he would travel the continent regardless since he couldn't just remain in one location. That was after he finds suitable and competent people to manage the city in his absence. If worst came to worst, then he could just become an adventurer. Arnold knew that his parents wouldn't mind letting him stay here. But that wasn't what he wanted. He was a modern-day person obsessed with fantasy. He would much rather become an adventurer. That was because he could travel more and learn about this new world. Lockenge Castle City wasn't as he remembered it in the game. Even after the DLC, everything looked completely different. Not just that, the system of this world was also different. In Star Fantasy, if one was a player, you could simply walk up to any NPC or player and view their level above their heads. No matter how many times Arnold tried, nothing worked. He held on to the theory that it was because he wasn't a player. I doubt I can figure this out on my own, Arnold thought. If only Alex was around. She's smarter than I am, after all. Well, I doubt she'd reveal herself so easily. That counted for all of his guild mates. Liam was the wise guild master, yet there were many in the guild who were smarter than he was. When he confronted Alex why she had dueled with him and asked him to join her, she said, Experience in the game is much more important to me. It can either be a weapon or a curse. I believe you are the former. Liam felt nostalgic over the memory of his beloved friend. Just once. I wanted to see her real face just once, he thought. I will be going to the capital in a few days. I can't leave your father alone for too long. Adriana looked at all the members gathered at the table. That said, Judith and Jack wasn't present since the former decided to eat in their room. He's a grown man, Mom. Why worry about him this much? Anna sighed as if she expected her mother to react this way. But still, I don't want your father to end up like last time. All of you remember, right? That day he came home with a hole in his chest. It was a bitter memory. Marcus was severely injured, yet he smiled in satisfaction. I met a truly amazing warrior. It was during a war with another nation. Marcus had fought a life-or-death battle against a renowned warrior. Of course, this was many years ago, so there was no doubt that he was much stronger now. The Duke wouldn't lose so easily if they were two crossed swords again. If anyone can take father down, then it would be another powerhouse. Didn't he leave the city in your hands while he was away? Anna said. Very right, but Adriana still looked uncertain about what was the correct thing to do. Both were very important choices. Assist her husband. Or take care of the city in his place. In the end, she decided to stay. Although she was very worried, she had to believe that her husband could come back home alive. Her worry would be an insult to his resolve. Silence descended upon the room as if no one else had anything to say. Anna sensed the gloomy mood in the air and decided to speak. So, you mentioned something about finding people on your own to help you manage Whitech City. Although it is a very small city, the tasks and funds needed to operate it will be the same as any other city. I'm curious as well. Where have you found the time to find such individuals? Sebastian, who was pouring wine in Adriana's glass, looked at Arnold skeptically. Master Marcus seems to trust your judgment. However, I am in doubt. Arnold put down his utensils. I know where one of those people are. However, I must still search for the others. And who is that person? Asked Anna. He manages a small merchant firm in our city, Mother. I'm sure you've heard of the Reinhards. The family of merchants. They built stores across the entire continent. The patriarch owns the Merchant Guild's HQ in Musgun province. Right. Well, I'm recruiting the eldest son as my subordinate. He will be in charge of supply routes, the city's market department, and production. That's a little too much responsibility for one person. Anna said in doubt. There's a worry over his skills as well. Wasn't he kicked out of the guild after he failed to land a deal with a bigwig in sugar production? You're wrong, my dear sister. He left on his own. It wasn't that he failed to secure the deal, it was more like he had no intention of proceeding with the deal. The Reinhards merchant family won't stay on top of the finance world, and he could see that as well. It wasn't like he knew the future events like Arnold did. More like, he calculated all the outcomes if he were to stay in the family business. All of it pointed to the family falling into ruin. Rain will be all I need to make sure my city earns revenue and has enough resources if we are to accept more citizens in the future. Plus, I know he'll make the right judgment when it comes to the prices of the blood crystals. I need to be careful as to how I tell him about them. Then again, if he ran off with the crystals, then Arnold would just kill him. I'll leave those matters to my subordinates. All I want is the land near Whitech City so I can become wealthy. It couldn't be stressed enough that Liam was not smart at all, so he had to find the capable people to work under him. Of course, by any means necessary. Plus, Original Arnold's specialty lay in stuff like deception and manipulation. Managing a city wasn't his strong suits. I should find him before I depart to the city. Tomorrow was the time of the raid. He was interested in watching the adventurers fight the dragon, assuming there was one. Of course, he would wear the appropriate gear a novice adventurer should have. Nothing brought more trouble to oneself than equipping yourself with expensive and strong items and weapons. Mother, may I have the treasury vault's key? For what purpose? Adriana narrowed her eyes. I wanted to borrow a magic item for a while. It won't be anything extravagant. Adriana nodded after looking at his face. It seemed that he wasn't lying. Don't steal money again just so you can buy an entire stock's worth of ale like last time. Arnold, you bastard. How low can you get? Liam grimaced at Arnold's shameful behavior. Why was he so obsessed with alcohol? Have any of you seen Victoria? Arnold hadn't seen her ever since yesterday. Well, he wasn't here all day, but she would usually come look for him near the bars in the city. She had an urgent matter to attend to. I think she may take a while. In the meantime, I shall appoint one of the other maids to serve you. Sebastian answered expressionlessly. I see. He was a little disheartened. He wanted to see Victoria again, but it was a pity. Dinner ended shortly after. It was a rather quiet dinner. Melina, who usually spoke the most during dinner time, was silently being led by Anna to her room by hand. Adriana said a few words to Sebastian before she left to go to the office. Arnold headed down to the treasury, accompanied by a servant, of course. Luke also left to go to his assigned room. Once everyone left the dining room, the castle was bathed in silence except for the occasional guards walking in the corridors. Part 2. The castle was pitch black. Occasionally, there would be light sources going to and fro. It was the knights who were tasked with protecting the castle. The night duty maids would also walk around the castle, however, they stayed idle in front of everyone's rooms most of the time. Luke couldn't sleep, so he sneaked out of his room while the night duty maid was snoozing in the chair next to his door. Is it really necessary for all of them to sit in front of our rooms all night? He didn't understand noble society at all. After tiptoeing down the stairs, Luke took a right. He avoided the soldier who was walking down the hallway. Is Miss Adriana still in the office? He wanted to speak with her, but didn't find an opportunity to. Of course, this time of the night was very inconvenient for any person to be meeting up with another. Adriana had been the one who told him to come see her if he needed anything, so Luke wanted to take her up on her offer. Luke arrived at a certain room. It was a very exquisite-looking door that was dissimilar to the other doors of this castle. He knocked and said, Miss Adriana, it's Luke. May I come in? Enter. Luke entered the office after sighing in relief. Since the Duke left her in charge, she was allowed inside his office, which was off limits most of the time. Luke, why are you still awake? It's almost midnight. Adriana took off her glasses and put her pen down. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Of course. My mind is a bit groggy, but I'll try and answer whatever question you have. She's really kind. I thought she'd yell at me. I feel like Miss Judith would definitely yell at me. He remembered that bombshell goddess with a god complex who bossed everyone around. It was extremely rude to describe her in such a manner, however, he couldn't help it. Luke's gaze swam around the office. It seems that you're finding it difficult, HM? Don't worry. I won't bite. Like I said in the past, I'm here to help. All right. After Luke looked back at Adriana, his lips parted and he spoke. Why did Mr. Marcus pick me and discard Big Brother? He wanted to ask Marcus, but said person wasn't present. Why, huh? Adriana closed her eyes. Tell me, have you ever asked what the servants think of Al? Huh? Well, they say a lot of bad things about him. Exactly. But that doesn't explain why I was the one to be chosen as the heir. I mean, Big Brother is more than capable. Adriana smiled in response to his words. That's all he is. Capable. But who would be happy with that? There had been a rumor going around that many nobles will pull their support if Al was ever given the seat of head. A noble must not just have the skills to take care of their household but also the charisma that makes connections and build good relationships. You see, unlike Arnold, you can be raised to become the ideal heir. You're still young after all. Luke sat silently. It might take a few years but it'll be worth it once we are done teaching you everything you need to know. Now tell me, Luke. Why did you agree to become the heir? You could have said no, you know. It's because Mr. Marcus said that he'll give my family a better life than we have now. I see. And how did you grow up? Poor? Not always enough to eat every day? There's never enough to buy new clothes, things like that. Adriana had gone through the papers of the village Luke was born in. It was a harsh living environment where few crops could grow. It was only a few years ago that the village was able to stabilize after Marcus decided to buy their land from the previous fief lord. Yes. But you were happy with that life regardless, weren't you? You want to give back to the person who raised you. Luke nodded again. Then why hesitate? Are you worried about Earl? He lowered his head even further and nodded again. Although he doesn't show it, I think he hates me. Adriana laughed. I suspected it as such. But, what can he do? What will complaining about it change? It will only further bring shame to our faces. Nobles are hard-headed and prideful. I doubt anyone will approve of him even if he were to change his ways, which is probably impossible. If viewed from a different perspective, this was better for the household. Arnold wasn't liked in the noble circle. Chances were that the nobles who had supported the growth of the Berkley household would pull out once he was made the head. No, Adriana knew that they would definitely pull their support. He would have brought disaster to both himself and the aristocracy. Then there was Luke. He could be raised into the ideal head for the household. Once Marcus returned, then they'd begin his studies to become a city lord. Perhaps in a decade or so, he would become the perfect patriarch once Marcus stepped down. Many of our vassals have agreed to my husband's decision. Your power plays a big part as well in the decision. My power? Luke tilted his head. You must not have heard of golden aura? It is proof that the gods are looking upon you in a favorable light. Many who have been born with golden aura have achieved great things. There is a famous story of a knight who stopped the assault of an entire nation to stop them from crossing his kingdom's borders. Many children and renowned warriors alike aspire to become like that great man. Adriana chuckled as a gentle light gleamed in her eyes. That includes my husband. Ah, really? Adriana pointed to the right. On the wall, to her right, was a painting of a man who adorned white armor and rode a dragon. His lifted right arm was holding something. A sword covered in golden aura. On his left arm was a golden shield as well. That is Prometheus, the Sanctity Knight. Just by looking at the painting, Luke could tell. He was a great man. He hopes that you can become that man, Luke. Adriana said gently. If you're still hesitating, well. No, Luke hurriedly shook his head. Maybe it was Adriana's imagination, but she could see a fire as great as the breath of a dragon lord blaze within his eyes. I will become the next duke. A smile appeared on Adriana's beautiful face. Chapter 19. Lord Lancelot. H.M. In the branch Holy Church of Melis, a priest barged into the office of a certain man. Specifically, he was known as a heretical inquisitor. Lancelot, the highest-ranking member of this branch. He had just started his first year as a high official after being promoted by the Pope. There were 2 weapons hanging on the wall behind him. They were proof of the trust the theocracy had towards him. The 2 divine star-class swords, praise and worship. The swords were acquired from an ancient relic tomb located somewhere in the snowy mountains ruled by dragons. Being a dual swordsman, it was the perfect pair of weapons for one such as Lancelot. Lancelot had received his own branch after his promotion, so he was the head of office in this section of the capital of the Holy Arsial Empire. Behind the desk was a young adult man with blonde hair and green eyes. Lancelot's handsome features could even be seen under the low light of the setting sun. The light gave him a sort of elegant glow. "What is the meaning of this, priest? I will cut off your head if you intend to waste my time. I humbly apologize for bothering you. However, this is an emergency." The priest shouted and knelt. "We have heard from one of our branches that they saw someone resembling Flora Luthiel of the fallen Luthiel kingdom. I finished speaking with a fellow priest a few minutes ago." That name made Lancelot finally look at the man. "Continue." "Yes. Looking at the information we received, it seems that she was walking alongside another individual who wore a mask. The 2 massacred an entire gang." The priest was reading from a piece of paper. It seemed he made notes during his call with the other priest. "Any survivors?" "Unfortunately, no. Either some managed to escape undetected or all of them died. As of now, we don't know what their objective was. They caused such a ruckus that the temple priests stationed in the city immediately headed towards the scene to heal anyone who was wounded. Said priests had informed the church in the holy city about who they saw. They were on their way to the scene when they saw 2 individuals walk down the same street as them. One was carrying a person who was covered up by a blanket. The other one was a female who matched the description of the purple-haired princess. Flora's magic item had broken since she was fighting. Of course, she tried to stay inconspicuous as much as possible. In the end, however, she failed to hide her identity." The priest finished explaining and timidly looked up. His entire body shivered when he saw Lancelot's expression. Although his face was as expressionless as always, there was a certain shadow which added an air of malice around him. The pressure from his superior vanished a moment later. "You couldn't locate where she is currently residing?" Lancelot leaned back in his seat. "Indeed. All we know about that woman is that she was being accompanied by a strange swordsman. Traces of aura was found inside a certain bedroom where a headless corpse laid. Said aura was used to completely destroy a large chunk of the mansion. I am currently waiting for the priests to send us a sample." "A headless corpse, huh? It seems that she has an accomplice in her killing sprees. We have lost too many men from the day we invaded the Luthiel kingdom." Lancelot didn't take part in the battle since it would have been overkill to have him there. If they did send him, however, he would have been able to finish the job properly. He loathed the ones who held him back. It was their fault that one of them survived. That demon accomplice is right under my nose. I must eliminate her. Only then could he be satisfied. He heard that she was a very powerful swordsman. Although, that didn't scare him in the slightest. As long as his goddess continued being by his side, there was no adversary he couldn't face. How did the Paladin Corps respond to this? They are indifferent towards the matter. They say that it's baseless rumors. What are you thinking, Elitis? We cannot allow a demon's accomplice from slipping away. Well, I do not need your help. I will handle this myself. He might not have been a man chosen by the goddess like that paladin named Alatus who carried the Sanctity Knight shield. However, he was powerful enough in his own right. I feel ashamed of this jealousy I still carry for him. Alatus has the role of a paladin. That meant that he was the guard of the oracle of the goddess, a young woman Angelica. Of course, this woman was the one he fell in love with. She was also his childhood friend. He was the one who was supposed to protect her, as he always had ever since they were children who lived in that abandoned church. Lord Lancelot? May I receive my orders? What shall I do? HM? Ah, right. Gather all the priests we currently have. Should we not inform the Pope of this? Lancelot glared at the man. I cannot allow that. If you do that, then His Holiness will send one of those people from the warriors of the Word of God. This is my chance to make up for my past blunders. Even if the fault lie with the high officials who held him back, he was in the wrong for allowing them to even stop him from fighting in that war. Because of his inaction, many began to look down on him. Even though he was one of the most decorated inquisitors, some would always say bad things behind his back. Those snakes who were high officials managed to point the blame towards him in the end. That wasn't what bothered him. What bothered him was what the Pope would think of these rumors going around of him. Lancelot was a man who not many could defeat. If he was part of that battle, then their problems would have faded away and no blood needed to be shed anymore. Their only obstacle left would be the greater demon. However, before that he had to get rid of the fallen princess first. Where did they see the woman? The castle city of Sir Marcus von Berkley. Lancelot's eyebrow twitched. It will be careless of us to simply walk into another nation's city, especially if the lord of that city was a powerhouse of said nation. Surely he would not mind. It is too risky. If I suddenly kill a fugitive in his city, then public opinion towards us will shift. And not in a good way. Lancelot looked down with a troubled expression on his face. He stayed silent for a minute. That's it. Yes. You mentioned something about a masked warrior who was with her. Yes, I did. What about him? Did you get a good look at who he was? Did anything give it away? A family insignia or something? Unfortunately, there was no such thing on his person. The priest lowered his head apologetically. This is troublesome. If I can find him, then he can lead us to her. This is assuming he will cooperate. And if he doesn't, I will force it out of him. I am still an inquisitor before a high official, am I not? That is true. I find it troublesome, but I will have to use my beloved swords. Lancelot thought as he turned his chair to the right. He looked up at the wall behind him. There they were. The ultimate pride of an inquisitor was their weapons. And the weapons he had were two of the most treasured items of his nation. You'll use them. Isn't that a bit? I do not need your understanding, nor do I need your opinion. Lancelot said coldly. Eek. Yes. Praise and worship had been a symbol of peace and reverence towards the goddess they believed in. The two swords were usually kept inside the head church of the holy city. Whenever a paladin was knighted or a person was promoted to a higher position in the church, the Pope would choose either one of the swords to bless those people. Lancelot had gone through the same when he became a high official. That one moment of having contact with the sword sent shivers of joy into his spine. He wished to experience that feeling again. Lancelot's entire body shuddered when he took hold of the swords. It was like the holiness of the goddess was flowing through the swords. One was ash black in color with an ominous aura leaking out of it. The other sword was a golden sword with beautifully crafted ornaments embedded into its hilt. There was suspicion of the black sword being of demon origin, however, those rumors were just rumors in the end. It was common knowledge that a demon blade must have an evil will. Lancelot could feel none of that from the sword. All he felt was a powerful blade strong enough to break through any defense. I read somewhere that a demon sword only responds to malice and a person who has high amounts of negative karma. Surely only demons have such distorted infamy. I, on the other hand, have the purest of hearts. A mere sword cannot reject my will. Lancelot grabbed the sword which was still rejecting his grip. It was vibrating like crazy to leave his side. But since it was just a weapon, an object of killing, it could do only that. You will obey me. A golden aura covered the black demon sword. The ominous aura disappeared and was replaced by a golden-bladed weapon. It was now a replica of the other sword. A fake holy sword. One sword was of holy origin and the other was but a mask of divinity. Good. You now know your master. You're still here? Lancelot pointed his sword at the priest who was looking at him with admiration and fear at the same time. Do as I have ordered you to. I will go to the city myself and deal with that masked individual. At the same time, I will slay the demon princes. Right away. The priest quickly left the office that was bathed in killing intent. Please watch over me and help me slay that evil accomplice, goddess Melis. Lancelot took a knee to the goddess statue as he put on his inquisitor mask. It was a ritual he did daily to prove his faith to the church and the watcher above the clouds. I will most certainly cleanse this continent of any and all evil. Lancelot stood up and sheathed the two swords behind his back and put on his coat. You will be my next prey, greater demon. Chapter 20. Luke opened up his eyes. Through the blowing curtains, a radiant and warm glow was shining into the room. Who opened up the windows? Luke lifted his upper body and looked around. Good morning, young Master Luke. A maid was seated on a chair at the foot of his bed. In her hand was a book which suggested that she had been sitting there for quite a while. Morning. Where's Miss Lauran? He didn't expect a new maid to replace her this soon. She will take the rest of the month off. All of us were informed of it last night by Lord Sebastian. Apparently she was experiencing some trauma from what happened. I see. I never got the chance to talk to her. When Lauran came to the castle, she immediately headed to the office. That was probably to ask permission to leave. After that she went to her room without interacting with anyone. Since she was the heir's maid, she had her own room instead of the servant quarters like all the other servants. She was using the guest room right next to Luke's current room. Luke had tried several times to call out to her, only to be ignored. He had been worried that something was wrong with her. Arnold never told him what happened when they found her, after all. She left early this morning and gave her duties to me. Please do not worry. I have been a maid for 4 years and I have an education as well. She noticed the unreadable expression on his face, mistaking it as him finding this situation unpleasant. I'm not worried about that. Will she be okay? According to the madam, Lauran's mental health isn't looking good at the moment. Her Grace used magic and confirmed that Lauran isn't in the right state of mind. She was told to go see one of the family's doctors to get a full grasp of her situation. It'll be a while before she comes back. Hopefully, she can fulfill her duties once she does. The maid stood up and headed to the cabinet. She pulled out a shirt and shorts meant for Luke's clothing for today. Luke had stayed here before he was introduced to the rest of the family members, so he was quite familiar to how things worked and where his things were. He was given Arnold's old room, which was quite large for one person. It seems Master Luke is lively this morning. It is quite big. The maid chuckled when Luke got up. Her eyes were looking at his nether region. Ow! Luke hurriedly lowered his sweater to hide his morning wound. The girl shrugged as if it was a normal occurrence. It's not something to be embarrassed about. Plus, there's no need to hide it. I'm used to seeing those things by now. Ah, really? Yes. Master Arnold would always walk around naked in the mornings. It's inevitable that some of us would see it dangling down there. I've done it with him twice by now, so this doesn't scare me. Anyway, will these clothes do? Why, yes. Luke was still blushing. He felt his crotch calm down after a while. The maid left after giving Luke the clothes. The maids would always insist on dressing him several times, but he'd keep refusing. He wasn't used to this whole noble routines yet. Showing someone his naked body was still too much to ask of him. Luke struggled to get his tie to sit right. It was tiresome having to wear such clothes every day. After a while, he managed to get it right. Well, almost. It was a little tight on his neck. Is this the schedule that was set up for me? Luke looked at a placard that was hanged up on his room's wall. On it were all the classes he had for the rest of the week. Math, history, business, sword technique — he read all the subjects that were listed and their timetables. Just looking at all of them, he could feel a headache coming. How am I supposed to learn all of these subjects in just a few years? Having been born in a poor village, Luke never had the chance to get a formal education. Claudia tried teaching him some basic things, however, that was as far as his education got. He could multiply and read somewhat. He spent most of his time helping the hunters' squad of his village. They were responsible for getting food for the village. That was how he learned to fight. Although his skills weren't exactly top tier, he could survive in a fight with an ORC at least. You're awake. An elderly man's voice spoke to him as he was looking at the chart. Mr. Sebastian. It was the old man who had the muscular body of a veteran knight. That was Luke's first impression of the head's butler. He had both the body and the eyes of a fighter. Luke knew that, out of all the warriors he had seen before, Sebastian and Marcus were the strongest. Please, it's just Sebastian. Ah, yes. Sebas strode into the room with his hands behind his back. Maybe it was his years of service, but his gait was that of a perfect servant. His walking posture was both strong and elegant. Tell me, what food did you usually eat in the mornings? In the village, I mean. Sebas suddenly asked as he approached Luke and fixed his tie. Well, we usually eat wheat porridge. And during the day at lunchtime, I always make myself a steak sandwich. If there isn't steak, I settle with any other meat. Dinner. Luke, not knowing why he was asking these questions, answered. Miss Claudia usually makes stuff like stew, curry and soup. When there isn't enough for a meal, we just eat bread. I see. No wonder you look like this. Sebastian lifted Luke's arm and squeezed. It felt like he was squishing jelly arms. You have little muscle, weak stamina and even weaker endurance. How is it that you're the strongest in your village? Well, I guess the standards differ from yours and mine. Perhaps everyone, man and woman alike in that village, is just weak. Perhaps it was the environment you grew up in, Sebastian muttered. Why did you ask about what we usually eat? It is because I am in charge of your physical training. If I do not know my students' habits, then I cannot conduct a plan to improve your physical appearance. I must know what to change and what not to change. Although Luke ate his fill every day, it seemed that that wasn't enough to classify as healthy. Perhaps it was the foods he ate. How much protein-filled foods do you eat regularly? Once a week. Twice a week. On average, 2 times. Sebas frowned. No wonder your body looks like this. What exactly is wrong? Your hands are too soft. Like that of a maiden's. But not even Lady Anna has such soft hands, though. Sebas held one of Luke's hands. Your core is flabby and skinny. Next he placed his hand on Luke's stomach and rubbed it. And finally, your form is distorted. Sebas pushed Luke against his chest. The latter staggered back a few steps from that soft push. See? You are too weak. Try punching my core. Huh? Punch me in the core. Right here. Sebastian got into a ready stance. He tightened his core muscles, which was probably unnecessary. It was obvious why. Luke pulled back his right arm. Here. Go. Luke landed a solid punch, however, it felt like he was punching a brick wall. Sebastian sighed in disappointment. Even Al could punch harder than that when he was younger. It will take a while for us to unlock your hidden potential. You mean? Luke's hand, which had punched a literal brick wall, calmed down somewhat. Yes. The golden aura you used to defeat Lord Arnold. I wouldn't say I defeated him. Luke smiled wryly. In any case, my objective is to force that aura out of you and make it your own. You can rest assured that these old hands can make you a fine warrior one day. A warrior fit to rule this city. Sebastian gestured towards the door. Please follow me. What's this? Luke's eyes widened when he saw the vast amounts of food on the dining table. There were even foods he had never seen before in his life. The inside of the dining room was filled with the delicious aromas of all sorts of exotic and unique dishes. All the food were meat dishes of the highest quality. There were many servants standing to the side of the dining room's wall. Luke had noticed that they were even more than the mansion's servants. The castle was bigger, so it was obvious that more personnel were needed. I have personally prepared these overnight. Please enjoy and tell me what you think. Sebastian pushed Luke towards a chair. Yum. Luke couldn't resist Sebastian's suggestion and only sat down. This is what you must eat every day. We must make sure you eat healthy. A warrior's might must be as big as his stomach. A warrior once taught me those words. Was there such a saying? Luke thought as he was given his utensils. Oh, right. Is Miss Flora up yet? Luke asked while cutting through one of the many meat dishes. Unfortunately, no. Sebas explained. It seems the young lady has not slept for days. Even though we tried calling many times, she continued sleeping. I feel that it is fine to let her rest for the whole day. While I do not know why young Master Al bought yet another slave, I will not inquire his reasons. Am I imagining it, or am I the only one having breakfast this morning? Luke gazed around the room. Besides him and Sebastian, there were 10 other servants idly standing by. The rest of the family cannot join ... When Sebas was about to speak, another person entered the dining room. He closed his mouth immediately when he saw her. Second Miss. Everyone bowed when Judith, the second wife, entered. She was wearing a red dress and her lipstick on her lips was the same color as her dress. Humph. She strode into the dining room and located a seat. Why is the table filled with this junk food? Judith said unpleasantly. When she saw Luke, whose mouth was filled with sauce, her face twisted. I apologize. I was under the impression that none of the family members will be joining him at the table. And why do you think that? You should have known that I and Jack were still here. Judith motioned for one of the servants to get rid of the dishes sitting by the section of the table she was heading towards. As the Duke has left on important business, the tasks required for each member of the family has increased significantly, so I assume the same would go for the second miss. Her Grace has not left the office since last night. Young Melina has left the castle to attend her classes. Miss Anna left to head to meet one of her contacts, and young Master Ull is also preparing for something in his room. Sebastian listed all of the above to the fuming Judith. Plus, as the second miss did not dine with the family last night, I assumed the case to be the same this morning. You. Judith narrowed her eyes dangerously. You should know that, as a head butler, mistakes cannot be tolerated. The fact that you cannot do your job properly can cause your subordinates to look down on you. Had you asked for my input first, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, now would we? A smirk spread on Judith's face. Sebastian's expression contorted for a second. Although her words didn't warrant a reply from the dozen servants in the room, Luke could tell that they agreed with her words. Sebastian bowed. Please forgive my tardiness. Humph. Such tardiness is not expected from a head butler. After saying her bit, she snapped her fingers. Bring my breakfast. The usual. And be quick. She pointed at a random servant. Why, yes. The person hurriedly left the room to head to the kitchen. Is young Master Jack joining us this morning? Sebastian asked. It was like her earlier remark didn't faze him at all. Perhaps it did, and he just had an unbreakable will, Luke thought. No. He is still in bed. I see. Sebastian stepped back as if he had said what he needed to say. Judith also shifted her attention elsewhere. At Luke. So, heir of the Berkley family, HM? How does it feel? Luke swallowed the food he had in his mouth. Well, I'm still getting used to being the young master of the household. It's my first time having such an important role. Luke laughed nervously, even though it wasn't a joke. Although I found some closure last night when I spoke to Miss Adriana, it'll be a while before I'm fully used to it. Luke smiled. Judy didn't miss that. I see. And you wholeheartedly accept being the heir? Are you not afraid of the dangers you'll be exposed to? At that moment, the air froze. The atmosphere, which was already uncomfortable, became more unbearable. One could hear a loud gulping sound. It was coming from Luke. The dangers? He asked as his pupils shook. Judith nodded with a small smile. As the adopted son of a great noble, there are many things you must look out for. Even that bus, even Arnold had to always watch his back. It was a common worry for those at the top of the aristocracy. It didn't just concern heirs but heiresses as well. Gender did not matter in this world. Everyone was treated the same. Even killers kill indiscriminately. By far, 4 assassination attempts had been made. Of course, his father destroyed both the culprits and the culprits' families' lives. It was one of those rare times when he is out for blood. 2 involved direct contact, ambushes, while the other 2 were indirect contact, poison. When he was 7 years old and attended a party, he drank a glass of juice that had a very dangerous poison inside of it. We were convinced he'd die, however, his mother was able to save him using her magic. Then there was this case when he was 9 years old. He was stabbed while he was returning from a play date with one of his childhood friends. We are unsure of what happened to the assailant. His maid, Victoria, was the one who rushed him back home. We never found out what really happened besides what she said happened. Luke silently listened. Why was she telling him this? Was it to warn him of the possible dangers? Was it to scare him if he were to continue keeping the position of heir? Big Brother lived this harsh a life ever since he was a child. Luke had grown up in a loving atmosphere during his childhood. He couldn't say that he understood what Arnold went through as a child. All I want you to know is that many would benefit from getting rid of our household. That includes any potential heirs. Poor little Arnold had to suffer just because he bore the name Berkley. Judith shut her mouth as if she had said what she wanted to say. A small cackle came out of her. Luke looked at Sebastian. It was to confirm whether what she had said was true. Sebastian nodded silently, a grave expression on his face. Luke suddenly lost his appetite. Why the long face? Judith asked with a smile as if she was oblivious to the fact that it was her words which caused the tension in the air. Well, do not worry. We have learned from those days. Security in the city, as well as in this castle, has been increased significantly. I see. Luke couldn't help but notice how much his body was trembling. By the way, the second princess is expected to visit in 2 days, no? Judith looked at Sebastian. That is correct. He nodded. Will she stay this time, I wonder? Arnold won't be leaving anytime soon since Victoria has not informed us yet if they are done cleaning the Lord's mansion. It was a common fact that Olivia disliked Arnold. The few times that she had visited was out of consideration for her relationship with the family. She and Anna shared many common traits, so they got along very well. She considered Melina like a little sister and she loved chatting with Adriana. I will strive to keep Master Arnold away for the time being. Don't worry about that, Sebastian. A voice came from the dining room's door. It was Arnold. He was dressed in rather shoddy attire which only commoners or poor nobles wore. Judith's face twisted in displeasure. Pardon. I mean, you don't need to find some excuse to keep me away. Arnold strode into the room and sat down on one of the chairs. His boots made a loud thumping noise as he walked the clean floor of the room. I'm going adventuring.